For Manmohan Singh and Devrup Kaur, thank you very much for enlightening us with your with the Danti Saj. We have about 5 to 7 minutes before we begin, so I will say for everyone to grab their seats, grab a snack, and we will be beginning shortly.
Isn't it wonderful to be part of it? 2 years in a row, you guys. Yeah, this is great. Isn't it amazing? This is amazing. Yes. I'm just excited to see the Sikh scientists there. I thought, honestly, having an understanding of the Sikh scientists on the stage. That is the real, just love. So, what else do you need to do?
It's not.
Or do you want them pulled right back? Right now, in case, I don't know if people are going to be walking around. I don't have the wire across the fence with the ground. Yeah, but the tables are going back and forth. There's panels and presentations, panels.
Okay, so in that case, it's just people on the ground. What we do is make sure to, actually, you don't have to do anything. I will just unmute it myself.
I turned them all off.
Okay.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜੀ Welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Great time. Yeah.
I'll leave you on.
This is great. Thanks for coming in. Way nice. That's amazing. Is that your background? That's amazing. No. Yeah. Nobody's sitting here. He's not right. No. Yeah, okay, so you don't need to. Not until Alistair's on early, I'll tell you. Yeah, Alistair's on we'll deal with it as we get there. Don't worry.
That's the exact look that I expected. The Jola and the Kyoto.
Do you need that in the shot? No. Wait. Yeah. So move it this way so we can block that sunlight. Is that? As far as you can bring it. Much better. Thank you. So before you talk, just give me a heads up so I can turn on that. So it's on yet. Well, before you talk, just kind of look towards me and give me a thumbs up because I did the audio off on live stream just so we don't get background sound. Just give me 1 second.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to begin, so if we could have everybody take their seats, we can start our program for this morning. Esteemed guests, scholars, and friends, on behalf of the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the International Sikh Research Summit. My name is Gurjeet Kaur Bains, and I am a member of the board here at GNI. We are thrilled to host this gathering of thought leaders, passionate scholars, and experts dedicated to advancing Sikh studies and fostering meaningful dialogue across disciplines. Building on the success of our last two summits, which ignited inspiring conversations and collaborations, we are excited to continue this journey. This year's summit aims to create an even richer space for multidisciplinary exchange, where we can collectively explore the profound impact of Sikh thought and culture. Our objectives reflect a commitment to not only highlight the significant contributions of Sikhs in global food security and sustainability, but also to facilitate a vital platform for networking among scholars from diverse backgrounds. Together, we will pave the way for collaborative research and innovation, further advancing the vision of Guru Nanak University in Canada. We invite you to engage openly, share your insights, and contribute to the collective journey of understanding and celebrating Sikh heritage and its relevance in today's world. Thank you for joining us, and let us embark on this enriching experience together. To begin, we will be asking Gurmat Singh of SFU student to lead us in our ardas, followed by a land acknowledgement by Kevin Kelly.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I would ask everyone to stand up, and I will be performing ardas in 3 different languages. So let me begin. Ek Omkar Sri Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Sri Bhagoti Ji Sahay, Var Sri Bhagoti Ji Ki Paatsahi Dasmi, Pratham Bhagoti Simar Kya, Guru Nanak Lehi Aye, Fir Angat Gurte Amardas, Ramdase Hoye Sahay, Arjan Har Gobind Nu Simro Sri Har Rai, Sri Har Krishna Tyaya, Jis Did Sabduk Jai, Deg Bahadur Simriya, Karnonid Ave Thaye, Sab Thain Hoye Sahay, Dasme Paatsa Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, Sab Thain Hoye Sahay, ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਪਾਠ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੈ ਅਪਾਰ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀਓ, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੀਜਾ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਸਮਿਟ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਸਕੀਏ। हे सतगुरु जीओ, आप आज्ञा बख्शो, भुलों माफ करो जी। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला, तेरे पान सर्वत भला। Ô tout puissant Vaheguru Ji, accorde-nous la grâce de te servir avec une foi inébranlable. Nous honorons les enseignements éternels de vérité, de compassion et d'humilité transmis par nos gurus. Puissons-nous être inspirés par leur force, leur sagesse et leur altruisme, incarner l'amour et le courage dans nos actions. Par ta grâce, nous nous réunissons pour le 3e sommet international de recherche sikh, un ensemble mondial de chercheurs professionnels et de la communauté, unis par un engagement envers l'apprentissage et la croissance. Que le sommet soit bien de succès, en préservant les valeurs d'intégrité et de service. Que tout ce qui vient chercher les conseils trouve paix. Que l'esprit de résilience et d'optimisme nous élève et que ta volonté apporte harmonie et bien-être à l'humanité. Puissons-nous individuellement et collectivement être des instruments de changement positif, guidés par ta sagesse et ta compassion, créer un monde de compréhension et d'unité, sachant qu'ensemble, nous pouvons faire une différence significative. O Almighty Vaheguru Ji, grant us the grace to serve you with unwavering faith. We honor the internal teachings of truth, compassion, and humility, passed down through our gurus and enlightened souls. May we be inspired by their strength, wisdom, and selflessness, embodying love and courage in our actions. Through your grace, we gather for the 3rd International Sikh Research Summit, a global congression for scholars, academics, professionals, and the broader community. We are united by a shared commitment to learning and growth, each of us a vital part of the collective journey. May this gathering be blessed with success, and may we all uphold the values of integrity and service. May all who come seeking guidance find peace and fulfillment. Let the spirit of resilience and optimism uplift us, and may your will bring harmony and well-being to all of humanity. May we as individuals and as collective be instruments of positive change, guided by your wisdom and compassion. Let us strive to create a world filled with understanding and unity. Each of us has a role to play, and together we can make a significant difference through your grace. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
I'll now invite a dear friend from the Kwantlen Nation, Kevin Kelly, to offer an Indigenous welcome.
First of all, my traditional name is Salosselton. I carry my late father's name from where I was born up at Cultus Lake, Chilliwack, Swally First Nation. I've been married in the Kwantlen here over 30 years. My wife is hereditary chief, Stakwasan, that's her traditional name. She carries the female version name of her late father, Grand Chief Joe Gabriel. She's been chief hereditary for her community over 35 years. I really want to thank the organizers. I really want to thank Mr. Gyan Singh, most of all for your respect, sir. The respect that you give me is the respect I give you back, man. You know, I met him last year, I came last year, and I thank you for respecting my wife's land, sir. In our ways, our cultures are very similar. First of all, we respect our elders, they're our teachers, and the job that you do. Mr. Singh has always wanted to work with my wife in the community and education, combining the two together. He's brought you guys together here today. I understand you've come throughout the world to be here today to learn from each other. That's what it's all about. I met the keynote speaker from Toronto. Met this beautiful lady from London, Ontario. Met this beautiful young lady that's a lawyer out of Burnaby. This is what it's all about. Coming and sharing your knowledge and passing it down. Our elders tell us in the community, you have to pass your knowledge down, you have to pass your teachings down. Because when you go, it goes with you. And when we lose something in our communities, it takes us 7 generations to get it back. My wife and her community are now just starting to get their language back. They're the only territory that's allowed to speak both dialects. Hunkamalum, which is Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Vancouver, because my wife has land in Richmond, Chinatown, and lower dialect, Halkamalum, where I'm from. So they're the only tribe that's allowed to speak both dialects. I just wanted to come and do a welcome, and Gian, I thank you again for your respect, man. You're a very warm, gentle man. I could see why people would want to come to your venue. This is who you are as a human being, and you're the one that brings the people together. I also want to thank our politicians for being here. And why I say that, because I see them at a lot of events I go to. And I know their jobs are endless. They have families, they have wives, they have husbands, they have children. But nevertheless, they're always here. And I always thank you for your presence. For one, it shows the respect that you have for your people. But when they see you in the crowd, this makes them feel good. And I want you to know that. I know there's days you're human like me, you get tired, you get sick. We do appreciate what you do. We appreciate how you fight for all people, all races. I just wanted you to know that, because I know we talk and how your jobs are tireless. It's no 8 to 4, it's 24/7. I know that for a fact. So with that, I'm going to do a welcome song. What this welcome song represents, if you came into our community, to our lawn house like your temple, this is how my wife, the chief, and our people would welcome you into our community. We call this respect. On my hands, on my drum, my hands are up. Can you guys do this? When you do that, when I do this to you, we are calling you the respected one. That's what that represents. And it's not just in Kwantlen, it's all over Stalo, it's on the island, it's across the border. When the people do this to you, they're thanking you for being here and taking time out of your busy schedules. They're honoring you. The song to us, our elders tell us, are the beat of our heart, but it's also the beat of your heart. We all need this. I always say sometimes when you got up, maybe you weren't feeling up to par to come today, but you made it. But maybe when you left home, somebody in your household was sick. Or maybe when you left home, somebody in your family's in the hospital. Or maybe you just laid a loved one to rest. What I say to you is, when you hear the song, most of all, you pray for yourself in your heart. It'll give you strength. But you also pray for your family. I tell the people, if you believe in the song, these songs will help you. They'll make you feel good. So I'm going to share the song. Gian said, let's get going. Bless him.
Oh, hey.
beautiful day. Thank you very much. Hosiam. When I say Hosiam, that means respected one. Hosiam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We're going to move to a greeting from our summit co-chair, Dr. Baljit Singh, who is the VP of Research at the University of Saskatchewan here in Canada. He is a highly accomplished veterinary researcher and a much sought-after speaker. He has received prestigious accolades such as the Outstanding Veterinary Anatomist Award and the Pfizer Award for Research Excellence. Dr. Singh is also a fellow of the American Association of Anatomists and the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences. You're really testing my ability to pronounce all these big words. His expertise lies in the cell and molecular biology of lung inflammation with extensive national and international experiences. Dr. Singh has made significant contributions to the field. Dr. Baljit Singh.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. First I want to welcome all the speakers, all the participants to the third summit that the Guru Nanak Institute is holding today. And I want to acknowledge the hard work which is done by a team of volunteers over the last many months to pull together another excellent summit, the third of its kind over a 3-year period. And I want to thank Dr. Satpal Singh, the co-chair of the program, who really brought so much wisdom and experience in creating the type of program that we have in front of us. I want to acknowledge elected members of the Federal Parliament, Sukh Taliwal, and the Minister from BC government, Rachna Singh, as well. The communities and the nations become strong only through a very critical thought, critical evaluation of everything we do. And that evaluation cannot occur without building academic institutions that speak to the aspirations and the desires of that particular community so that you can bring that focus into the issues that a community is facing. That becomes even more critical for the minority communities who are finding a foothold in a nation to which they may have migrated recently or 100 years ago. That journey of the Sikh community towards a better future cannot be complete without having the academic institutions that we shepherd, we create, we manage, and the programs that speak to the future of the young people within the community and the future of the country in which we are living, that's Canada. Guru Nanak Institute becomes the first major academic initiative in this country. I'm not talking about those one-year diploma colleges which are running in strip malls and making money by exploiting hundreds of young people. I am talking about an academic institution that's Guru Nanak Institute. A group of leaders like Sardar Gyan Singh and others, Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu, they have really taken the initiative 4 or 5 years ago to set the foundation for this institute. Right away we thought that we need to create an annual international summit where the scholars and the community can come together to undertake discussion on some of the most pressing topics that we face today. And hence this is the third summit, the first one was virtual. Over today and tomorrow you will hear panels on international education, the contribution of the Sikh scientists and the business people in ensuring food security for Canadians. You will hear about the leadership and the racialized academics from Dr. Manjeet Ram Gotra tomorrow. And this morning you will hear an outstanding keynote speaker whom I will introduce at a few minutes from now. So the endeavor of Guru Nanak Institute, eventually building into a university in the next 5 to 10 years, is what we hopefully can all join hands and support and move it forward. I really wish everybody delightful discussions, serious debate over the next 2 days and continuing further into the coming weeks and months. With all that, thank you so very much for attending the summit. Thank you so very much for supporting the Institute. And thank you so very much for your guidance and wisdom. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Our next speaker is, I'm not sure how to introduce him anymore. Gyan Singh Uncle is not just the GNI president, but is an author, an academic, an enterprise strategist, a great human being, and a community service is one of the main things that I've sort of picked up from him in the few years that I've known him. So I'll turn the mic over to him to offer his opening remarks.
Thank you. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਗਹਿਰਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਲਿਖ ਕੇ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ ਘੱਟ ਆਦੀ ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਲਿਖਣਾ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਫੀ ਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਨੋਟ ਲਿਖਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਚਲੋ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਕੁ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਲਿਖ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੇਤਾ ਨਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਵੇ। So it's certainly a privilege and honor to have every one of you with us here, and especially our both keynote speakers and all the panelists and everyone else who is going to be moderating our programs here. And Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies, as you say, is young, just about 2.5 years old. We'll be completing our third year on December 7th. So it's definitely a privilege for me. Over 125 years ago, when I look at our Sikh history here, our forefathers embarked on a journey driven by hope and resilience, leaving behind Punjab in pursuit of better life in Canada. As they arrived actually on ships like Guru Nanak Jahaj, often mistakenly referred to as the Kamagharamaru, bringing with them not just their belongings, but the timeless teachings and value of Guru Nanak Sahib. Their journey, however, was fraught with challenges. They faced prejudice, exclusion, and policies designed to keep them out of the very country they sought to call home. As we know, on July 23rd, 1914, the Guru Nanak Jahaj was turned away from Vancouver Harbour. Upon his return to Bajbajghat, Calcutta, on September 26th, 2 days ago, by the way, my friends, the passengers were met with hostility and violence by the British Army, resulting in the tragic loss of 20 lives. Today, we honor and remember those brave souls whose sacrifices laid the foundation for the freedom we now enjoy. Despite these hardships, our forefathers persevered, upholding their faith and unwavering commitment to justice and equality. They worked tirelessly, often against unimaginable odds, to build a foundation upon which future generations of Sikhs in Canada could stand tall and proud. They paved the way for us, instilling in us the values of hard work, resilience, and steadfast commitment to community and justice. Today, just under 3 years since the inception of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies, we continue this legacy. Our journey began with the dream of our forefathers, and I call him Baba Teja Singh, or Principal Teja Singh, or Son Teja Singh, who about 100 years ago thought about building a university right here in Vancouver. It has now evolved, at least since official approvals, we got in December of 21, from taking our first steps as an institution fueled by a commitment to education and charity. By the way, as Dr. Baljeet Singh mentioned, that this is not a money-making business, my friend, this is a charity. Our student body actually would take in our more on scholarship than than anyone else would be taking them in. So research is also the cornerstone of our efforts. At GNI, we take immense pride in over 40 research scholars currently working for us. A remarkable achievement, you can call it, for an institution of our age and size. This is a testament to the dedication of our global team, researchers all around the world, all united in advancing Sikh studies and contributing to the broader academic landscape. The presence of such distinguished gathering of academics, as I see here in this audience today, and scholars at this summit is a testament to the blessings that we have received and impact we're making. Leading GNI through these transformative times has been a profound joy for me and for my team. And I'm deeply grateful for the unwavering support and collaboration of everyone involved in this journey as we continue to grow. To just give you a bit of a background, in the background that we have over 200 scholars and professionals working with us from around the world. Of them, 21 of them are our faculties who are teaching different programs. So we currently are offering 6 diploma programs and 2 certificate programs. And we are underway actually submitting our application for undergraduate degrees now. So once that is done, then we walk into the third phase of our an institution's goal of establishing the university, and I know it's a challenge because many private universities in our own province have failed in the past. I think to establish a successful university is going to be definitely a big challenge for us. So friends, join me again welcoming each and every one of you, and as I owe you a debt of gratitude to everyone that has worked in my team. Trust me, I have a huge team, all volunteers, and wanting to make this a success. May Waheguru bless you all, and enjoy the next 2 days, and be part of aggressively asking questions of our speakers as well. Thank you very much, and may Waheguru bless you all. I was going to save a couple of minutes. I think we're now going to call upon our Member of Parliament, Sukh Dhaliwal, to convey the Right Honourable Prime Minister's message here. Thank you. And right after the Honourable Rajna Singh will follow up, bringing a message from the Premier.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Before I begin, I would love to acknowledge the unceded territory of Gatesi, Gekhite, Lhassan, Samiamo, Kwanton, and Kikwetlem First Nations. Earlier, Kevin Kelly was here to pay his blessings. And on behalf of myself and in fact all members of Parliament, I welcome all of you into the beautiful part of Canada, which is Surrey Newton. And I say, when it comes to Surrey Newton, all the action happens here. So ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ, welcome. And I also like to thank the both co-chairs, of course, esteemed scientists and researchers and very proud member of our community, Dr. Baljit Singh, who has done enormous work in Alberta, Saskatoon, and of course across Canada, and Satpal Singh. And thank you for being co-chairs. When I look around this room, this will only happen because we need a leadership, and that leadership comes from Guru Nanak Sikh Global Study Institute, which is run under the leadership of Sardar Gyan Singh Sandhu. And we all know that the work that he does, the professionalism that he shows, and the commitment and the spirit that he carries. And sometimes I feel if I can do the things with the same collaborative spirit and commitment that he provides, I can achieve higher goals in my life. Mr. Sandhu, thank you to you, and not only to you, in fact, your whole family. When I see the grandchildren, so proud of them. I remember bringing in Canada a law 5 years ago, April to be the Sikh Heritage Month. But when young people like lawyers, Ms. Shergill is here, and they carry that torch forward, Mr. Sandhu, that makes us very proud. So keep up the great work. Before further ado, I would love to read the message from the Prime Minister. Message from the Prime Minister. It is with great honor that I send my best wishes for the 3rd International Sikh Research Summit in Canada, where our diversity is our greatest strength. The contribution that those of Sikh faith have made and continue to make every day to our beloved country are invaluable. And I would like to acknowledge everyone at this summit for your efforts to make Canada the best country that it can be. In a day and age when some voices around us are focused on division, events such as today's that bring people together, encourage them to be proud of their heritage, all while celebrating the spirit of inclusivity that unites Canadians of all backgrounds are more important than ever before. I would like to thank the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies for hosting such a valuable summit. Your efforts to promote cross-cultural cooperation, understanding and acceptance are indeed worthy of the utmost praise. With my best wishes for an insightful and memorable summit signed by Right Honorable Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. With this, Chardi Kala Chalo, that's all I can say, and I'm always, in fact, inspired when I see, even though I don't practice Sikh, day to day the way I should be, but when, again, scholars that are in this room, and particularly the young people, God bless you with more strength and courage and continue to do the great work to make our community a better community here, in fact, our country a great country. So thank you. And Minister Rachna Singh, of course, who does not know her, she's very passionate, about when it comes to diversity and inclusivity. So I would love to have you on this stage, and it's always an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sukhpaji, and I also humbly join you from the shared territories of Kwantlen, Kwetlam, Ketsi, and Sami-Amu First Nations. It's such an honor when Gyan Singh Sandhu Uncle Ji asked me to come over and say a few words. It's my privilege, it's my honor, and to address a gathering of such distinguished people who have made such a mark in their own fields. It is just amazing to see so much talent in one room, and especially when we see our youngsters carrying on that legacy. It just gives me a moment of pride. Just a week ago, about 2 weeks ago, I was at a panel that was organized by young Sikh women, and being part of a panel is always great, but when I saw that young leadership that will take our legacy forward, that will take the legacy of our pioneers and elders forward, it just warms up my heart. So I really want to thank Uncle Ji who started this whole journey, but especially the Guru Nanak Institute, which is carrying on the teachings of our first Guru and making it a global phenomenon. So it is just amazing. As many of you know, we are in a weird time. It is the election time going on in British Columbia, and that's the reason our Premier David Eby could not be here, but he has sent his message, his greetings, and this is a meeting, greetings. I know we are, because we are in the campaign mode, I could not even bring the printed copy of it, but what I can do is, I think the official greetings will be up there, but what I want to say is that what Guru Nanak Institute is doing, especially bringing the cultures together. Sukhpaji said, we opened up this ceremony from our First Nation leader, and then bringing those cultures, especially accepting the culture, acknowledging that we are on the unceded lands, and acknowledging their presence and their teachings. I think that's a really, really good way to bring all the cultures together. So I really want to thank you for that. And also what this Guru Nanak Institute is going to do. I know they are in the third year. You have a vision of taking it forward, making it a university, and I'm very, very proud of that. I really want to see that happen. But also the importance of public education that you are spreading around. When Baldev Singh Ji was speaking, he was talking about how the Sikh faith and how we are not only bringing people together, but also how we are addressing the food insecurity. And that is something I want to bring in the work that we as PC government are doing in our own education system. We know we are living in tough times, especially post-COVID, global inflation. We know how the most marginalized, vulnerable people are suffering. So we were the first province in Canada to bring the meals program into our schools. We started it last year with a sustainable funding that is going to all the 60 school districts here in British Columbia. And I'm really thankful the partnership that the federal government has also, they have come on board with this program, and that we really want to expand this program. So this whole concept came from the teachings that we get from our gurus, and especially our Sikh faith. So really, really proud. I know I'm being a little partisan during election time, but really wanted to highlight the work that our government is also doing to combat, we know that education is the biggest equalizer, and how that everybody who's coming into our public education system is able to access that education without any fear, with dignity, with respect. And that's the work that we want to continue. And I know the message of the Premier is there. If you want, Uncle Ji, should I read it? Okay. I would just need a little help in expanding it, or I can, would it be here, or I can just read it from up? So this is the message from Premier Edie. As Premier of British Columbia, I extend my warmest greetings to everyone attending the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies 3rd International Sikh Research Summit. This conference provides an important platform to explore and discuss Sikh studies. This year's event and theme, Global Impact and Contributions of Sikhs, is sure to invite dialogue exploring the rich history, philosophy, and cultural impact of Sikhism. This event will not only foster academic exchange, but also strengthens the bonds of community and I'm really sorry for not bringing the printed copy today. Not only fosters academic exchange, but also stresses on strengthens the community and the collaboration among scholars, practitioners, and interested individuals from around the globe. British Columbia is proud to be home to a large Sikh community, and events like this help us deepen our appreciation for the many diverse cultures that make our province even stronger. We would like to thank the Guru Nanak Institute of Sikh Studies for their hard work in organizing this event, and acknowledge the eminent scholars and researchers present who will share their insights and knowledge. You all show a strong dedication to advancing Sikh studies, and your collective efforts will contribute to a greater understanding and recognition of Sikh heritage and its role in shaping our shared future. Please accept my wishes for a fruitful and inspiring summit. And it is signed by the Honorable David E.B. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Rachna Singh and Member of Parliament Sukh Taliwal, for all you do for the community. I know there's no end to your day or beginning of your evening because people come to you for all types of issues and the challenges. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Professor Alistair Summerlee as the first keynote speaker for this two-day international summit of the Guru Nanak Institute. Alistair and I have known each other for more than 32 years, 33 years, I think. I was a new student at University of Guelph. He was a young professor. We met, and whatever I have been able to do and achieve in my life is largely to his mentorship and advice and the guidance and the encouragement and we still remain friends till this day. Alastair is known as a humanitarian, an educationist, and a stellar researcher, and a person who loves to help everyone. He rose to be the president and vice chancellor of University of Guelph. He was in that role for 11 years. Then he was president at Carleton University for more than a year. And during all that period, he has done enormous amount of research in the area of neuroscience, for which he became fellow of the Canadian Academy of Sciences. He has done exceptional teaching, built excellent programs at University of Guelph, moving it into the top tiers of the universities in the country, and he was the 3M National Teaching Fellow for that. He has received honorary degree from University of Bristol. He is very proud of the work he has done for women education in Kenya. He's very proud of the work, and actually he's humbled by the work he does in the refugee camps in Africa. He and his students came up with an invention called Lucky Fish, which can be used to cure and eliminate anemia because of iron deficiency in Vietnam and many parts of the world where rice is a major diet. Imagine that our forefathers used to cook everything in cast iron. And that's why a little bit of iron gets into the food and you don't get anemia, but now we cook everything in steel, and that's why we need iron supplement most of the time. So again, that contribution that he has made to the health of the young children in Vietnam, Cambodia, and other parts of Asia is quite remarkable. It's my pleasure and honor that he has accepted to be the keynote speaker at our summit, and how to build an outstanding university from scratch, because that's what we are thinking at Guru Nanak Institute. Please join me in welcoming Professor Alastair Summer.
Can somebody put the slides up for me, or do I put them up from here?
If you can put them up from here, otherwise I can do it.
No, okay. If that goes there, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Baljit, thank you. He promised me that he was not going to say that. He promised me that it was going to be very brief, and as usual, he ignored every promise he made to me, for which I will deal with him later. So, I want to acknowledge, first of all, my honor at being invited to talk to you. I apologize for those of you who are deeply offended that I don't have my shoes on. One of the things I expected Baljit to say is that I don't normally wear shoes, and so it was a mark of respect to you all that when I came into the room I was wearing them, but it is impossible for me to actually talk and wear my shoes at the same time. I also want to acknowledge, I want to acknowledge this way.
Speak over, Errol.
And just a second, I've got it. I'll get rid of that. Yeah, well, it is next. I want to do it. Yeah. Yes. I'd like to acknowledge the indigenous communities in the area that we're in. I recognize that the territories are unceded, and I absolutely have my deep respect for the communities and what they have faced, and understand absolutely the kind of similarities that there are between those indigenous communities and the activities that they have suffered and survived through, and Sikh heritage that has so many elements of it that is similar. And it is with enormous humility that I feel guilty for the kinds of treatment that people of my colour of skin have dealt to marginalised groups across the world. And it is something that has driven me lifelong to want to be able to make a difference to anybody, no matter where they are and what their circumstances. So, as Baljit said, we have been friends for a very long time, and I cannot tell you there is not a man in this room who begins to have achieved the kind of things that Baljit has, and it is without any help at all from me that he's been able to do that, because he is one of tomorrow's stellar leaders of the academic world in Canada. So, I've got an impossible task. I've been asked to talk to you about setting up a new university. And immediately that raises for me all kinds of questions. First of all, I'd like to know why on earth you want to do this. Because I struggle with the fact that having run 2 universities, I feel that universities are failing to meet societal need, and failing to achieve the very thing that we all want, which is to empower youth. And we could do a so much better job. So if that's what's driving you, then I'm very much in support of it. The second is, why on earth would my experiences be helpful? Good Lord, I'm the very epitome of the people who invented this kind of approach to education, even though I would like to destroy it. So why would you want to listen to me about doing this? The third thing that I'm going to then try and deal with is, what kind of stumbling blocks are you going to come up against? Because let me tell you, they will be legion. And then at least highlight some of the strategic things that you're going to need to think about in the process, so that you might be in a position to have an answer at the end of the day. And perhaps I can also add a little bit of information about what's it going to cost you. I don't mean in human terms, because it's going to cost you a lot, let me assure you, with the effort you'll have to put into it. But it will cost money. And how does that work, and how do you make it work at the end of the day? So let's start with the question, why? Why would you actually want to do this? Well, I think there are 3 reasons. The first is that despite the fact that we have a number of universities in Canada, the process of access to information has radically changed and is continuing to change. And we're not recognizing this in our current structures. The second is that students are changing. Students are changing in many different ways, and I'd like to illustrate some of those. And we're not responding to those changes in the way that we should. And the last, and probably the most powerful, is that there are societal imperatives that demand change, and universities are not responding to them in the way that they should. So what do I mean about access to information is changing? Well, once upon a time, we knew that information used to be hierarchical. It was something that you could build on, and you could start at the bottom of the pile and gradually work up. There was this sense that a knowledge could be divided into little prescribed boxes, packets, and you could deliver one piece at a time. And there was also the sense that knowledge was finite. It was known. I like the idea of putting together building blocks. That is exactly what a university was like. It meant that we could have an institution which was a place of learning, because we could collect eminent scholars in one place and deliver a message. It meant that you could organize it. You could start at the bottom of this stack of bricks, and you could stack one on top of another until you reached an arbitrary point at which you said, oh, this is a degree, or this is a diploma, or this is a graduate degree, without really very much science behind what that point of achievement was. And it could also be taught in sequence. It made it very logical. You could start with Math 101, You could move up to English 201. You could build the pillars, and you knew that there was a secure foundation. And then university faculty destroyed everything because they invented the World Wide Web. And immediately, knowledge, information changed. Now, instead of being hierarchical, it was chaotic. It was random. It was infinite. And what this actually means is that you can have learning anywhere, anytime, not necessarily in a place that was organized. Information is ubiquitous these days, and it's certainly no longer sequential. And then, of course, the pandemic arrived and completely and utterly changed the speed with which knowledge was being accessed, not in a classroom. So information is changing, and we're not responding quickly enough to that process. Students are changing. Gender would probably be one of the things that one would notice very quickly about the shift in the students in higher education right across the world, some places faster than others. But the learners themselves are changing. They're changing from passive to active learners. They need to be engaged. They need to be part of the learning process rather than sit and listen to somebody drivel on like me. They've shifted from being absolutely focused on one issue to being in multiple planes. In fact, I'm really quite surprised that I haven't seen any of you on your phones whilst we're talking, because all of us have got the disease that you can't sit for 10 minutes. Oh yes, there's somebody on his phone. You can't sit for 10 minutes without being on the phone. Thank you. Thank you. The pointer has arrived, just in case. Let's test it. It does. And thank you so much. The whole experience has moved from being face-to-face to being online. But the change is continuing because students understand that many of the examples and processes that we use in terms of education are very, they're founded in the origins, history and perspective of one culture. And this is what needs to change so badly in the system. We need to understand the very different ways of looking at education. And then, of course, the pandemic has changed the students quite dramatically in the way they think and learn. The third are the societal changes that are happening.
Minister Singh, I know you're here. The Minister of Education.
Actually, the Minister of Education has left.
Yes, she is.
She's left.
There are no schools in Gaza. There are no universities in Gaza. Minister Singh, a member of the NDP government, the Minister of Education, her Premier David Eby, has been cracking down on Palestinians, have been smearing and doxing Palestinian activists. Minister Eby does not engage with the community. Minister Eby sent the police and the RCMP to crack down on our rallies and on our protests, and engages in anti-Palestinian racism. I know that Prime Minister Trudeau is supposed to be here, and I know David Eby dropped out. But I just want to educate all of you. I know you all know a lot of this. I know you're friendly. We're not here to disrupt your event. We're just here to let you know that Rasmus Singh and David Eby are in a way complicit with the ongoing genocide in Gaza. While she talks here about starting a new university in BC, she says nothing about the fact that there are no schools or universities left in Gaza. Shame.
Children in Gaza haven't gone to school. They can't go back to school. Children in Lebanon are about to experience the same thing. They are experiencing the same thing. Communities being wiped out. Universities, the pillar of educating a society, is being destroyed. So we're demanding and we're asking for allyship for the people of Palestine. Support education. You can do that by ending the war in Gaza.
As we acknowledge all communities.
Before you leave, can I thank you very much for your contributions. I'm sure everybody here has enormous sympathies with what you've been saying, and I know that people appreciate the way in which you did it. I hope that the message does get through to people in government about supporting the Palestinian as well as all other issues where indigenous and marginalized people are suffering. And there is certainly a tremendous amount of sympathy here among the Sikh community towards that.
Actions, we don't want empty breath. Which is not enough. No more words. We are words. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Well, as if this had been organized, the very slide I was about to show you was some of the changing social imperatives that are happening. Because I was going to say the world is on the brink of struggling with enormous divisions. Divisions that are based in issues around climate change, around religion, among ethnicity, and around politics. And all of these are actually colliding in a way that make people question the value of post-secondary education. Because we have tried to stand as academics on a pillar of wanting people to understand, wanting people to be inclusive, wanting people to appreciate what the differences are without there being the divisions. But we haven't done it. And this, to me, is the most powerful reason for contemplating change. It is to redress the balances of actions, because so many people now are questioning, what are universities doing? Are we preparing people for life? Are we preparing people for jobs? Are we preparing them just for education's sake? Are we preparing them for personal growth and for personal satisfaction? And this, to me, is the critical question that we need to answer. And of course, the pandemic once again gets blamed, and it's true, for the things that it's doing. But it's really challenging establishing a new university. I love this image, which to me speaks of that challenge. You have a whole series of people stone-faced in different directions, and what you're trying to do is to turn every head. It is trying to actually create something new and get those heads looking in one direction. And that means facing the past. It means absolutely facing the past and dealing with it. It means overcoming prejudice, which is there in leaps and bounds. And it means dealing with the politics. I don't mean the politicians, it's the whole politics of making this kind of change. And what more appropriate intervention could we just have had than to emphasize how critical this is? So why on earth would my experiences be helpful? Well, I have been involved in setting up a number of different institutions across the world. I was part of a team of people who instituted the new University of Science and Technology in Botswana. I was involved as the lead in the establishment of the University of Walfhamba, which was combining college and university education. I've been and I'm still involved in the establishment of the International Business University in Toronto, which is re-looking at the way business education is delivered. Not all of my activities have been successful, and I've learned just as much from the failures as I have from the success. I was the lead to try and establish Education City within the region of Ottawa. Spent 3 years working on this, trying to create skills-based education. This is a complete and utter failure. And last, I'm involved in a new operation, which is the Ottawa Education Group, where we have 2 mandates. One is that we help universities across the world establish branch campuses, and the other is that we're engaged in upskilling people. Well, I wasn't expecting us to have a little excitement today, so I thought by now you would all be beginning to yawn and feel that I needed to do some kind of commercial break. Because I'm fascinated by people who talk continuously, and I can't listen for more than 5 minutes before my mind wanders off. So I don't know how the rest of you are doing that. So let me give you a little bit of background. I actually hail from an island off the west coast of Scotland, highlighted here as the Isle of Skye, which for those of you who are good at detecting accents, you must be saying, well, where is his Scottish accent? Indeed, I don't have one, because when I was 10, my family moved down to the south of England and I had to fit in with everybody. So my accent immediately changed from having a real brogue to it to being the kind of rather now vilified accent around the world. Skye is an incredible place. It is full of some of the most dramatic scenery. This is the Old Man of Storr, the larger of the spikes that you see here. It is dramatic cliffs and beautiful sea that until recently has been one of the most diverse environments. It has a very long history. This is the road that I first knew as a kid to get across one of the rivers. And it is also so far north that it never gets truly dark in the summer, it never gets truly light in the winter, and it's far enough north to be coloured with northern lights all the time. It is a very beautiful part of the world, and if you ever get the opportunity, you need to try and go there. So I was talking about moving stone heads to face in the same direction. You've got to have to make some decisions and face some challenges to do this, and I think there are 3 of them. The first is actually creating a shared vision. This is so much more difficult than you think, because you need to be able to listen to everybody and make sure that their thoughts are included in what you're doing. You need some kind of aspirational link. I hear it with the very proud attitude that you bring from the Sikh community, but is that enough to be able to move this forward? And I think you need to work really hard to think about how do you do that. You also need to be able to articulate why you want to do this. And I hope what I showed at the beginning might be some of the feelings that you want to talk about in the time that you're here over the next couple of days. Because it is really important to be in that position that you can describe this. So one of the things that I do, as you've noticed, is I walk incessantly. And any minute now, I'm going to actually strangle myself with the cord from this. And that's, I'll tell you now, it's done on purpose as another way of relieving tension so I'm not embarrassed when I fall over. And you need to be able to do this without dividing opinion, because it is so easy to get yourselves into a groove and not realize that you don't have everybody with their head turned in the same direction. You've also got to be able to navigate how the institution is accredited and licensed. There are a number of different ways of doing this, and there are some good examples in Canada of all of these that I'm going to talk about. Is this a standalone institution, or is it in partnership with an established university? Is it private or public? And if it's private, is it for-profit or not for profit? Because they are really quite different creatures. And finally, what kind of education are you going to deliver? Because that is what will distinguish you once you have this up and running. And then, of course, the $64,000 question, how are you going to fund this? How are you going to fund it for startup? And how are you going to actually maintain the operation so that it doesn't fail like some of the institutions have? And I want to walk through some of these with my own experience that may be helpful for you, may be helpful. So standalone or in partnership with another institution. The advantage of standalone is clearly that you're independent. It gives you much greater control around what you do, when you do it, how you do it. But you've got to be able to navigate the regulatory process for permission to proceed. And that comes with a lot of effort and work. And I know that there is a tremendous support within the Sikh community here in BC, but don't underestimate how much time and effort you're going to have to give to do that. It's a political challenge coming up on the 19th of October. If I read the tea leaves, it's going to become a very significant political challenge in BC, not just in terms of higher education, but in terms of climate change and in terms of Indigenous leadership worldwide. This could be at threat. I love being an outsider. I can say all kinds of things that people who live in BC would be frightened of saying. And I'm sorry that the minister isn't here, that she could actually hear somebody stand up and say, please don't let this collapse, because this is what distinguishes BC from other provinces. You need to understand how envious other provinces are about the position of leadership in climate change, in Indigenous relationships that you have here. Once you're on the docket, you've no idea how ugly the established universities will be towards you. You're a threat, and even if they say you're not, they'll treat you as a threat, and they will, both publicly and privately, work very hard to disrupt what you're doing. And they will chip away at your reputation and your brand with anything that they can lay their hands on. This is a significant administrative undertaking. There is no question that you've done a tremendous amount of work already, but it is something that you need to have an entrepreneurial spirit like no other to be able to turn around and say, not working, going to go over here, going to do this, going to pivot, going to keep going. And it does come with greater financial cost. It does come with more time, and you do need more patience. But it's that independence, it's that control that is the goal. If you do it in partnership with another institution, then you've got the challenge of having to find a partner. You have got an advantage when it comes to regulatory approval for the programs, but now you've still got to have the site license to be able to deliver the program, so you still need to navigate the regulatory process. And that means you have exactly the same things: the political challenge, the reputational challenge, the power of your competitor universities. And as we all know, collaboration, working together, takes way more time. And if you are trying to marry a new type of university with a traditional university, there is a lot of collaboration, hard work, money, time that you'll need to deal with that. But the overall cost of getting this set up is less, and the time it will take is less. And you will suffer from codependence. That is, that you will always be told by the established institution that no, this is the way of doing it, even when they've agreed that isn't the way they're going to do it in the first place. When it comes to whether it's a private or a public institution, I understand you've probably already opted for this to be a private institution, but it could be public because it's something that people understand. They're not nervous about a public institution because for some reason, they're absolutely wrong, but for some reason they think this is more ethical than a private institution. Having run 2 universities, I can tell you they are among the most unethical places that you could possibly contemplate. There's a known level of government scrutiny around a public institution. The rules are there, it's easy to navigate them, you know what they are, the government knows how to deal with them. You will get partial funding from the government towards, comes from the taxpayer, which means that you're now also dealing with taxpayers around this, and you will have charitable status, which has a huge implication for tax. But you will get your tuition regulated by the government. You will not have that flexibility. And you will have additional competitive problems because you are now competing against other public institutions. And funnily enough, once you have an advantage, maintaining competitive advantage becomes a problem because you will be like other universities. You will be pulled back into, this is how we did it yesterday. And that will be the seeds of disaster. When you come to a private university, you are able to make decisions quickly, you're not bound by history, you have less different, but less government scrutiny, you'll have fewer controls on tuition, on the costs, but you will be subject to public suspicion. How can you have a private university? This must be benefiting the Sikh community in some way that isn't publicly obvious. And so beware of the way that a private institution is set up, because rumours will grow. You are also at risk of government change. As you probably just experienced here in BC, University West was proceeding at great speed and great force, and a government change suddenly stopped all that. So you need to be aware that the government isn't always your friend, and you have absolutely no tax advantage. So that takes me to, if you're a private institution, are you for-profit or not-for-profit? A for-profit institution clearly will attract a lot of investment. There is a considerable potential return on investment here, but what comes with that is private control. Those investors will be concerned about what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it. And they will always be pushing on one side, can we make more money out of this versus the quality of what you're doing. And frankly, from my experience, investors just don't understand why anybody is trying to do something for the social good. They just don't understand an academic's way of thinking. So it's pointless when you get into these moments of conflict trying to explain to them that, no, we're actually interested in social good, because lots of them just don't see, but it's my money. It is a real tension point. And the pressure remains on you to be flexible and responsive. A not-for-profit, on the other hand, has much less government and political concern. The interesting thing is that it's got to make money somehow for investors. And so what the institutions in Canada that are not-for-profit do is to use third parties to generate the revenue that returns on the money. So housing, student services, those pieces, as a way of saying we're a not-for-profit institution. But of course, one of the things, and I think I've heard it foreshadowed among what you're saying, is you could actually recycle money to make it student scholarships for supporting students, which is another way of doing this. And my last, penultimate serious slide is what kind of education are you going to have? Are you going to have traditional, or are you going to have non-traditional? That's easy speak for innovation. If you're going for the traditional, what you're thinking about are a series of traditional lectures and labs. You focus on content, not process. You pay little attention to soft skill development, which is the thing that most industry leaders will tell you is the only thing they value that comes out of universities. You will be actually reconstructing those building blocks because everything will be discipline-based. You cannot do higher levels of math until you've done the bottom levels. And you will be using routine examinations. And if I am vehemently opposed to many aspects of universities, examinations is probably the top of my list. It didn't take me very long as the president of a university to work out that 1/3 of the educational time at Guelph, when I first started, was spent in an examination where all you got back was a mark. What kind of learning is that? If you got an A, you go, oh, I know everything, which is absolutely not true. And if you got an E, then it was the fault of the professor. So there was no feedback, there was no effort to actually make this a learning experience. So for me then, a non-traditional and innovative way of doing this is to make learning by experience. The current vogue term, work-integrated learning. Learning by experience. It is to focus on process as well as content. It is to pay significant attention to the development of soft skills. These are the things that will distinguish your graduates when they leave. It is to focus on multidisciplinary, multicultural studies. That will be important. And it is to use examinations as learning experiences. So my last slide then, how much does all this cost? I would strongly suggest you need to do a real feasibility study that looks at the model that you would use. That's going to cost you anything from $100,000 to $250,000. If you want prestige, and you can go for KPMG. It'll cost you 250,000. You can have other ways of doing it at less. The setup and startup is going to cost you about $3 to $5 million if you are approaching this in a non-traditional way. And when it comes to maintenance, if you set this up properly, you will be able to do this with ongoing funding from tuition. I learned today that one of the staggering things about American institutions is the cost of their administration. Cannot believe that. You need to have a system here that has 5, maybe 7% of the monies devoted to administering the system, and the rest of the money focused on teaching and learning. And if you happen to have an investor, you can actually start by saying you will get a guaranteed ROI of somewhere between 12 and 15%, which is not bad, especially in these days. So, opening a new university takes time, it takes thought, it takes money. In my view, it is truly a worthwhile exercise, but it's a worthwhile exercise if you go back to the important teachings that I know you would all subscribe to. And that is to make this about liberating individuals, liberating them from ignorance and empowering them to build meaningful lives. There can be nothing more fulfilling than that. And I wish you every success on that journey. Thank you.
Dr. Summerlee, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for your insight, and there's so many questions I have now of everything that you have mentioned today. So this is just a small token of our appreciation from the board. Thank you so much. We do have a little bit of time for some questions, if Dr. Summerlee will indulge us. There are index cards on the tables, there are pens, or if you would just like to ask a quick question by coming up here, I can hand the mic over and we can have some questions. Maybe I'll start off by asking you the first question in terms of timelines. To do this in a sustainable way, what is the timeline we should be devoting?
It depends if you get all of those heads turned in the right direction. If you get those heads turned in the right direction, you can actually achieve this in less than 2 years. When we established the University of Guelph-Humber, from the first day we started to the entrance of the first 160 students took 2 years exactly. I have to say that might be a record, but it just happened to be one of those where we got everybody in the room, and everybody in the room suddenly turned their head in the right direction, and then all the barriers fall down. But I think you realistically should be looking at 3 to 5 years. If you want to shout out questions, I can easily repeat them so everybody can hear it. Of course, you may all be asleep. Yes, go for it.
Well, first of all, I would really like to thank you for very well thought out and thought-provoking comments. So, thank you. So, my question is the comment you made about evaluation.
Yes.
I fully agree with you that that has to change, right? So feedback and active learning is one side, that's very important. But at the same time, we need to find a way to differentiate students who are I mean, that there's some are good, some are not good. Just wanted to pick your brain there. What do you think, what's the best system? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, great question. Thank you. I smiled immediately at Baljit because he knows that over time I've been working on some of these things. You're missing the point. The people who are the most accurate at telling you which are the students who are at the top end of the echelon and which are not doing so well are the students themselves. They will, if you help them learn how to give and receive critical feedback, they will very quickly identify in ways that as a faculty member it would frighten you. They can say, that was unacceptable, that was not what I was looking for, this is what you need to do in order to be able to be part of my class with me, and about any aspect. And they will actually grade themselves and grade each other far stricter than faculty do. So actually, quite often you have to spend your time boosting them back up again because they're so critical. So there are ways, and I would be very happy to share them with you, complex matrices that you can create to have individuals be able to give others feedback, which is actually something that we do incredibly badly in the whole of society. Learn how to be able to recognize contribution, learn how to be able to explain to others where they're not giving the contribution you want, and learn how to listen to feedback yourself and be able to respond to it without angst. Yep. Sorry, I've run out of wire. I'll be quick.
Good morning, and thank you for your explanation. I think you did a really good job explaining everything. I just need to know a little bit more about where's the balance between the real skills and soft skills from the perspective of a student or anybody, young guy like me who's doing any job. Like, please try to give an example if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. So when I say soft skills, I mean the kinds of skills around communication. How do you work with other people? How do you explain things? How do you give feedback? How do you respond to feedback? How do you work as a group? How do you encourage others to be able to work effectively in a group? All of those I would put into the soft skill category. Can you fill out a spreadsheet? Can you do simple analysis for data? Can you analyze a piece of poetry? Those, I would say, are hard skills. Those are things that you need to be able to learn how to do, but they are not necessarily the kind of skills that you would need in order to interact with other people. Now, of course, there's a grey area, because if I've got a spreadsheet and I've done some analysis of data, if I have no soft skills, it's pointless, unless you've got somebody else who doesn't like talking to people, it's pointless giving them your spreadsheet. What you need to be able to do is to explain what's on your spreadsheet, why it's there. So now you are shifting into the soft skills. So this is a combination of learning how to communicate, how to respond, and then how to encourage others to be part of what you're trying to do. Does that help? Thanks. Yep.
All these big projects involve collective efforts, and when there are, you mentioned about divided opinions, what's the best way to stop or settle divided opinions?
I love question and answer time. It really is so cool, isn't it? There is absolutely no solution, no answer. Listen to people. getting people to talk, getting people to be able to say, I understand what you're saying, but I completely disagree with you. It's part of the soft skills. It's part of the communications. There is no reason on earth that I should think the same way as you do. But that doesn't mean that I'm a worse or a better person because I have a different opinion. And so it is trying to get people into a position where they can do that. I mean, I thought had a lovely example earlier on. I thought their demonstration was fantastic. I tried to take a little bit of sting out of it by saying the minister wasn't here. They were not going to be diverted. No problem. Let them do what they say. And then I validated what they'd been saying, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. The young person started to say, we're fed up, words are empty anymore. It's true, words are empty. She was allowed, sorry, I should be less gender specific, they were allowed to say that. That doesn't make me a better or a worse person. It's not about me, it's about what they're doing and saying. And I mean, I feel, this sounds wrong. Let me turn it round and say, of all the Sikhs that I've met, you are probably the community that understands how not to be confrontational. I mean, forgive me, you come with an appearance by your dress that separates you from others. But you speak in ways that I only wish I could about tolerance and acceptance and listening, that I think is one of the unique and fabulous features of Sikh culture. So, I'm not qualified to answer the question you posed. It should be you doing it. Sure. I've got one just online, and then I'll come back to you in a second. So an online question comes through saying, what should be the most important source of financing to be able to do this? Well, let me be glib and say people. That you are only going to have people who support this if you find the right people, and I mean the right people. Oh dear, I'm going to upset a lot of people now by saying University West have the wrong investors, because I don't think their desires match what they are doing. You need somebody who believes in the project, who believes in your aspirational model, who believes in the very reason why you need to do this, if you're going to take money from an individual. And finding that person takes time. Finding those people takes time. And then negotiating what it means. You give me the money, you go away, I'll pay you the return on investment when we get there, in a time frame that you and I have agreed, but I don't expect you to be on my case telling me what I should be doing, because I know what I'm going to be doing, because it's what we've just agreed. So it's a very special person, and it's a real challenge to be able to do it, but let me tell you, there are people who are... I'm going to tell you a story. I come from a culture that tells stories all the time, but the story is that when I became the president of the University of Guelph, I was very clear with the board, there is one thing I cannot do, and that is I cannot go out and do a capital campaign. I cannot ask people for money. I'm a veterinarian by training, and the only reason that I'm not practicing with animals is I couldn't bear to ask people for money once I treated their animal. It just didn't seem to me to be a fair exchange. So I was very clear I wouldn't do it, but I'd find somebody who was going to raise money for the institution, and so they surprisingly appointed me, and I found this person to be my Vice President of Advancement, And she told me that I would love asking people for money. And I said, you know, listen, lady, there are some skills that I have. This is one of them I do not have. And she taught me how to ask people for money and how to assess in people what they actually want you to ask them. And to my astonishment, when I asked the first person for $1 million, and by the way, the secret is you ask and then you shut up. You leave a space because people hate space, and they will, if you are silent, they will fill in. So there's my tip for the day that may help you bring in a lot of money. And he paused, and then he said, yes, I think I could do that. And I almost, this was a very big gold CEO in Toronto, and I almost leapt out of my chair and kissed him because I couldn't believe anybody would give me $1 million. And then I saw he'd got tears in his eyes. And when you ask the right question and push somebody because you know this is what they want to do, they will cry. They will show the emotion that you have made the connection. And that's the person that you want to be your investor. Okay, there's a question over here. Yeah. Okay, question is buildings, infrastructure versus online. Compromise has to be both. You have to have personal interaction. You really need a space for people. Not everybody works beautifully online. Not everybody works 100% on face-to-face. But you need somewhere, especially if you're going to change the evaluations, you need something that has people contact. And it needs to be collaborative space. It needs to be space that people feel comfortable, you know, lounging about, taking their shoes off, all of those things that would allow people to feel comfortable. But you've got to have a really, really good online presence and effectiveness, and there's a lot that we've learned about how to do that effectively. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Summerlee. Oops.
Dr. Summerlee, an excellent job breaking it down, and you made my job so much easier, I tell you. A lot of people have asked those questions that Dr. Summerlee went over with, actually step by step. And I think the ROI that he talked about, 12 to 14%, I don't know. I've been actually, as a businessman, actually looking for that 12 to 14%. It hasn't come around yet. But if a university, a private university, especially the one that's a non-profit one, can get ROI at 12 to 14%, all my business friends will be very happy about that. Thank you very much. I think it's a big challenge to run a private establishment that's charitable. I think it'll take 5 to 7 years in our case. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
All right, we will be now taking a couple moments for a short break and assembling back for our first panel of the day. So I'll encourage everybody to grab a drink, use the facilities, take a stretch break, and I will bring you all back in a couple of minutes. So thank you.
My dad would be so proud. He was very I'm gonna go. So I'm very pleased to be here and love talking Sorry, go ahead. My name's Such a girl on the news. So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much.
No, don't be. We've met. No, don't worry, don't worry.
Maybe someday I'll be there. Because I very
tables. I did feel like 3 might be a bit much. But if you guys are good with it, you're comfortable, I'm good with it. Oh want to do a mic check with these guys? Can you tell me who you want? Start. You need everyone to shift in? Sorry. Yes. How much? Okay. Can I get 2 volunteers? Sorry. Can we do the mic check first and then we'll move it? Sure. I'm sorry, Tricia? So for media people, I don't have to. Ask the media people.
Otherwise, Mr. Sandhu said that you might session.
No, our media table. Media is an our media. There are 5 reserved tables. There, you guys stay here. Tell me who you want to start with.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Closer the better.
Closer? Okay. That's good? Okay. Okay, perfect. Great. Yep.
Hello? Yep. Okay. Test. Hello?
Open your finger, Nisha. From sport? Working out? Acha. Oh, nothing. Okay, just lie and say it's sports. Thank you.
Yeah, so everybody's good. As long as you just keep the mic as close as possible.
But I yell a lot. It's gonna be
That
like,
is good, because I can turn it down. I have a hard time turning it up.
oh, okay. Got it. Yeah. Like at least 2. Here, yeah. Don't compromise.
I'm turning them off.
Perimenopause.
We have actually, guys, the camera width is only so wide, so already getting caught on the induction here, so we need to, we're gonna move the tables over. Just perfect, guys. We have to squeeze this way because the camera lens is only so wide. And then I want to make sure you're all in frame and you guys want to come just look up. We're good. Okay, he's over there. And then if you guys take a seat again, I'll see if it's... And this is why you do panels after a break.
Yeah.
Let us know what's better. Yeah, I'm going to just check. And once you guys get seated, he'll let me know.
Literally just move your chair when I have one chair. Perfect.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Great.
Just came from home. So I was good. But I we will be beginning in about 5 minutes, so if you could grab the last of your drinks, do the last stretch, and we will get started.
I don't know what this is about, but like I've seen people students relax, even in dining there. This is almost like 8 years ago. And then of course we all brought out to get fun. And she was like, I mean, it's just that and she was just
Can you like 5-ish minutes? I'm just gonna do something.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Oh, I know the thing.
You said 5 minutes. Thank you. You'll be signaling maybe if we're going over. Yeah. I don't think I should, but yeah.
Check.
I'll turn it on. But if I take it off, then I feel it's a bit so this is
6 Is the yellow lighting okay, or did you want to change it?
The what lighting? No, it's fine. Oh, yeah. Chandeliers are fine. Yeah, they're good, actually. No. It's not bothering me though in live streaming. Sure, whatever. To be honest, it makes absolutely no major difference. Okay, give me like 2 minutes, let me just get the camera and stuff ready first.
back, everyone. I hope that everybody was able to grab a drink, say a few hellos, and we are ready for a very thought-provoking discussion on internationalizing higher education. Just as a matter of housekeeping, every table has a set of index cards and some pens. If you have questions for the panelists, I request you to use those index cards, write your questions down, and then when we get to the Q&A portion of our panel, a volunteer will come around and take those index cards from you, and we will pass them on and ask those questions on your behalf. So again, the index cards are to be used to write your questions down, and volunteers will come and collect them during the Q&A to ask questions of the panelists. And our panelists, our panel today includes academics, leaders from the forefront of Canadian education landscape. With us today, to my right, we have Tricia Best, who is the Director of the International Centre for Students at the University of Victoria. Sitting next to her is Jaskan Singh Benebal, who is the co-founder of We Care Canada, and it is an international student organization. In the center, we have Dr. Victor Ramraj, who is a professor of law and chair of the Asia-Pacific Legal Relations at University of Victoria. Next to Dr. Ramraj, we have Dr. Sharnjeet Kaur Sandra, who is a professor of history at the University of British Columbia, the University of the Fraser Valley, and of course, here at GNI as well. And at the end of the table, we have Dr. Pooja Parmar, an associate professor, faculty of law at the University of Victoria as well. I will pass it on to Dr. Ramraj to begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first panel. As you've just heard, my name is Victor Ramraj. I'm a professor of law and also the director of the Center for Asia-Pacific Initiatives, known as CAPI, at the University of Victoria. I'm very grateful to GNI, especially Jian Singh Sandhu and Dr. Sidhu for inviting me back to the summit and entrusting me with moderating this panel, which is jointly organized by CAPI and GNI. Before we begin our panel proper, let me take a moment with the other speakers this morning to acknowledge, especially this important long weekend, culminating in the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and to acknowledge and respect the Coast Salish peoples and elders whose territories surround the Salish Sea that I crossed to be here with you. I think it's fitting that as the panelists consider the internationalization of higher education, they will be engaging with the significance of indigeneity and decolonization here and around the world. And I was heartened to see that there's a keynote tomorrow on the topic of decolonization. In addition to questions of indigeneity and decolonization, this panel will probe the idea and practice of internationalization of higher education against the backdrop of, I'm sure everyone here knows this, the reduced numbers of international student visas in Canada. And I was surprised to learn a short while ago that Australia has now been following Canada's lead in limiting the number of international students. So this is in some ways a global phenomenon. And these are, of course, important policy changes. So alongside the national security motivated restrictions on research, which isn't the topic of the panel, the restrictions on international student numbers represents a profound challenge for universities that see themselves as cosmopolitan institutions committed to the free exchange of ideas and the free movement of peoples. So the questions: what does internationalization mean in this context? How do these recent policy changes affect international students? What are the implications for Indigenous internationalism and decolonization? And how should universities approach international student recruiting in these challenging times? Before I introduce our panelists, which in fact was already done for me, let me say a few words about the format. I will briefly just remind you of the speakers by name and affiliation. I will then ask them to introduce themselves more fully, explaining what they bring to the discussion on this panel in particular in no more than 2 minutes. And then I will invite each of the panelists to offer 2 or 3 high-level points that will frame our discussion today. We will then engage in a series of, in a discussion prompted by a series of questions that we have previously exchanged. So the idea here is not to give a series of presentations, but to engage in a cross-cutting discussion. We will allow some time towards the end of the 90 minutes for a moderated question and answer session, and then wrap up. So again, from your right to left, we have my colleague from the University of Victoria, Tricia Best. We have Jaskaran Singh Benipal, who is the co-founder of We Care Canada, an international student organization. To my right, your left, Charanjit Kaur Sandra, the faculty member at GNI, and another colleague of mine, Pooja Parmar, who is an associate professor of law and the president's chair in law and indigeneity in global context at the University of Victoria. So, on that note, let me now turn it to the panelists in the order that I introduced them to say a few words about what professionally and possibly personally they bring to our discussion here today. Tricia.
Great. Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you again to all of our colleagues and friends here for having us. I'm really looking forward to our discussion today. In terms of what I bring to this discussion, so part of this will be my, can everyone hear me okay? Is that, okay. Is my professional background, and so I have been working at the University of Victoria for the past 25 years. I am what is called a student affairs professional and have been in the student affairs aspect of the university for that time. I started as a counselor, and I was a counselor for 15 years, so my educational background is in psychology, bachelor's of psychology and a master's in counseling psychology, which I earned here at Simon Fraser University, and then moved into the international education realm in the last 10 years, and so first as associate director and then as director for the International Center for Students. So that professional lens is what I bring to this conversation, certainly from the post-secondary perspective and certainly around the student affairs. The other piece that I bring that will be part of my lens will be around international education. And so I do have lots of affiliations around this field. It is a really robust and very tight-knit field here in Canada. So I work closely with the British Columbia Council for International Education here in BC, as well as the Canadian Bureau for International Education, CBIE, which is a national body, as well as some affiliation and connections with international organizations such as the European Association for International Education, the EAIE, and the Asia Pacific Association for International Education. So that is part of the lens as well that I'll bring to these conversations. But at first and foremost, though, is my work and my care about students. And so at the very core of everything that I do, it is about wanting to make sure that students are having as meaningful and as robust and as thoughtful experiences that they can have. And I'll just say very quickly, personally, I do identify as a Black settler here's first generation. My parents were both born in Barbados, and so I also understand the lens through also immigration as well as what it means to be compassionate and be a part of a broader community. So those are some of the pieces that I bring.
Thanks, Tricia. Jaskaran.
Good morning, everyone. As Victor told me that we have to do it in 2 minutes. I have lots of things to say. So it's a good 9 years journey. I started as international student. I came here in 2015 as an international student, completed my study in Lagara College and did a post-degree diploma over there in business administration. Earlier, I had a degree of Bachelor's of Technology in Electronics and Communication Engineering back from Punjab. In year 2019, me and my 4 friends, we started this organization, Team We Care Canada. It's been over 5 years that we are serving our community, specifically international students coming from Punjab, all across Canada, and we have, by this date, we have Canada's largest international student organization, which is working a non-profit organization with 20,000 members and over 100 volunteers all across Canada. In this panel, today I am going to discuss and represent all the issues what international students coming from Punjab are facing these days in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Sure.
Thank you. So I'll speak very quickly about my connective role to the conversation today. So I teach sessional at the University of the Fraser Valley. I've been teaching history for about 5 years. I am a historian by profession, but in terms of the values that I bring to the conversation, I connect very deeply with the course that I've been teaching at the Nanak Institute of Global Studies for 3 semesters, Sikh Ethos and Social Justice in Canada. It is a topic that is very close to my heart because those values that this institute is named after, Baba Guru Nanak, is something that I do very much in the activist work that I do. And so to me, it's not just the name Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies, it's the values that we bring to the courses that we teach. And so social justice is the driving force of the work that I do. And I want to make sure when we're talking about international students and the abuse that international students face systemically at many different levels, that we bring those values of social justice and fighting oppression to the work that we do. And I'm grateful for the protesters who came this morning to remind us of those values. And so I look forward to the conversations today.
Thank you. Pooja.
Thanks, Victor. As was mentioned, I'm an associate professor of law at UVic Faculty of Law. I also hold the President's Chair in Law and Indigeneity in a Global Context. It's a research chair. I should also mention I'm also the Vice President of the Canadian Association for Legal Ethics. I teach and research in the areas of legal ethics and professionalism, property law, Indigenous rights, history and meaning of indigeneity in India and other parts of the world, legal pluralism, legal history. Along with my colleague John McLaren, I've also worked on a project on the legal experience of early Punjabi immigrants in BC and learned quite a lot through that project as well. In addition to my research, I also, I think, bring to this panel my experience as an international student at UBC 20 years ago. And of course my experiences as an immigrant. And I think lastly, as I was reminded last evening in the small gathering, that I think I also bring the teachings of Sikhi that I grew up with, especially stories of Guru Nanak and his travels. And so I think particularly sort of questioning truths, I think that's also something when I reflect on my work, I bring to my work and certainly hopefully will bring to this panel. So looking forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Pooja. And as you can see, we have a really deep well of expertise here on the panel to be discussing questions of internationalization. So thank you all for being on this panel. I'd like to take another round now and go to each of you in the same order and ask you to maybe highlight 2 or 3 points about internationalization of higher education that you would like to bring to the discussion. So, Tricia, maybe you can start us off.
Certainly. I'm thinking about this. We could talk about this for a long time, so I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible to keep the conversation moving. But one of the key points for me is that engagement with and having international students as part of our institutions is absolutely essential. We cannot be institutes of higher learning, institutions of where people are coming together to learn from each other, where we are trying to look at the world around us and try to figure out how we can be contributing in good ways. We can't do any of those things unless we have international students as part of our communities. And so that's so key, and it needs to be at the core of how we talk things through and how we look at the bigger picture. The benefits for having our international students be a part of our community are there's so many that I could talk about for the next several hours. I do want to name, of course, there's so much rhetoric and talk around, of course, the finance, the financial aspect of international students, and so that is the elephant in the room that I think needs to be named with the differential tuition. Absolutely, that is a part of where international students come. But my hope is that our focus is so much more than that. That is not the core reason why we want to support international students, and I think that's really key. And we'll get into a little bit more of that in a bit. The other piece is that the impacts of government, both provincial and federal, all of the changes in terms of regulations, requirements, expectations, practice, has such impact on the experiences of international students, such dramatic impact that can be so detrimental for students actually being able to do what they've come to do, which is to study, to build a life, to reach their goals, to be engaged in meaningful ways. And so those are some things that we're going to touch on as well, but I think it's so key that the impact is huge for our students, and especially when it's continually changing, as we have seen in the past several years. And then the last piece is, in terms of highlighting, is that we have tremendous responsibility in the post-secondary institutions to be supporting students in good, thoughtful, and ethical ways. And so it's not enough to welcome and to recruit students. Our responsibilities are to ensure that students are having meaningful experiences, supportive experience from when they first start in institutions, throughout their time in their academic program or whatever their goals are academically, to when they leave the institution and go on to their next stage in life. And so I think institutions have a huge role to play in that, in making sure that students are supported. That is a part of their responsibility. But it's also the responsibility of government, of community, of individuals who are also contributing to those institutions, as well as broader than the institution. How is the community also supporting? And so all these pieces are a really important piece.
In the last 10 years, it's a journey. It's a journey for international students, starting that Canada needs something. Canada needs immigration, Canada needs international students. And there were students, there were regions from in underdeveloping nations from where people wanted to fly to a resourceful country or resourceful nation so that they can get something, they can get a brighter and better future. That's a journey, that journey is full of hiccups, that journey is pre-COVID, post-COVID, and that journey started from a demand which was fulfilled by international students, and currently governments and authorities and even some part of community, they are neglecting international students. In my speech or in my 4 minutes, I'm going to shed some light on the stats, shed some light on this need and how it was fulfilled and how it is happening right now. So over the past decade, Canada has been actively attracting international students, particularly from Punjab, in response to its demographic crisis. Why demographic crisis? If we talk about according to Statistics Canada, by 2023, nearly 19% of Canada's population was aged 65 and older. Majority of population was going towards retirement, or they were not thinking for the future, majority of Canadian population, they were thinking that we are going to get retired soon, and they were not able to keep working for the longer time. It reflects an urgent need for a younger workforce to sustain country's economy. Canada's immigration policies, touted as pathways to permanent residency, have made international students a key demographic to replenish the workforce. Beneath these opportunities lies a more complicated reality. That reality I am going to touch upon with 3 topics, 3 points. First one being Canada's strategic use of international students to address demographic challenges. Second one, the challenges students face upon arrival. And third being the regulatory, logistical and financial barriers they encounter. First and foremost, if we talk about Canada's immigration policies. These policies, as I already mentioned, that these policies were meant to cater that demographic horizon, because the Canada's median age, it rose up to 41 years. By 2023, it is a report by Statistics Canada that they need more young people. They need dynamic people, specifically from a country like India, where the median age is 21 years only. So they introduced some programs such as PGWP, PR2PR, the Express Entry program. These programs showed promises. These programs showed some ways. They made some imaginary promises to international students to come here and settle. But what was the reality? The reality behind it was the need for Punjabi students to come over here, start their bright future, get some employment. There was a reasoning behind it. There was a survey by Economic Survey of Punjab which reported that youth unemployment rate in Punjab was 28.4%, which reflects that significant need of job creation in those industries was declining. Let's talk about the fast dream of residency. Many international students from Punjab come to Canada with the expectation that their studies will directly lead to permanent residency. This dream is cultivated through Canada's immigration messaging, but it often does not match the reality on ground. The reason I am saying is, there was a report from Globe and Mail which reported that approximately 203,000 international students are holding post-graduation work permit, which is going to expire in the next 15 months, and they do not have any clear pathway to get their permanent residency. Additional layer of exploitation exists within Punjabi community is some employers are taking advantage of students. To obtain permanent residency, students often need LMIAs, a letter for which anybody needs nothing to pay. But there are some employers which are doing this exploitation right under the nose of government and are asking for hefty fees, which is often exceeding more than $50,000. These employers charge students for fake job offers, leading to widespread fraud and trapping students in a cycle of debt and under-the-table unemployment. Other than this, there are some non-DLI colleges. Students studying in non-DLI colleges, not getting work permits, protesting on the streets, asking that they have got those racial remarks. These things are for real. These non-DLI colleges, they prey on students. They told them that, okay, come to our college or come to our university, we'll give you some pathways so that you are going to get the work permit, residency. But at the end, they are finding that their courses that is not registered with the government, and there is no way they are going to get the work permit. Moving on to the recent announcement by Canadian Immigration Minister, which says that a student studying here, completing diploma, completing graduation, they will need IELTS, they will need to qualify for IELTS and prove their English proficiency after completing the post-graduation diploma in studying the English environment. An international student has to perform multiple times and they need to prove their English qualification. First time when they come to Canada. Second time, probably for the first time, they might not clear. If they clear, second time for the post-graduation work permit. Third time for the residency. When this thing is going to stop? There are people on the ground who have taken 10 times, 12 times IELTS exam to prove their English qualification, but the point system, it is not working in the favor of international students. These are the things which need to be addressed by our community. These are the things which need to be addressed by our government. These are the things where the universities need to take stand as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And we will come back to many of those points when we come to the discussion. So thank you for highlighting them.
Yeah, thank you, Jaskarn, for your passion and your truth-telling, and thank you, Tricia, as well, for the context. When we talk about internationalization of higher education, I absolutely agree with in the tangent that Jaskarn was going on. We can't speak about it in isolation only to higher education. And so much of what I want to address are a couple of things. Dr. Summerlee very poignantly mentioned the unethics of post-secondary institutions, and he's 100% correct. Public post-secondary institutions are full of unethics and quite frankly around the abuse of the fees that they are getting from international student fees. So just as a quick citation, in 2019, there was a newspaper article and a study that was showcased saying that the 3 major universities in British Columbia, I think it was 3, definitely UBC SFU, made a profit of $340 million off of the tuition fees of international students. And I don't remember what the 3rd university was, but you can search it online and find what that is. My own university that I teach, in the University of the Fraser Valley, which is a much smaller university institutionally, and I think same year, 2019, made a surplus of $20 million off of tuition fees of international students. The unethics in these institutions that infuriates me lies in the fact that that money goes towards hiring, frankly, white administrators. It goes towards hiring people in positions of power who do not filter back to the international students. They do not create resources. They do not hire counselors who are from the Punjabi community. They do not hire staff and faculty in permanent positions, right? I'm a sessional. They don't hire the faculty who will create the empathy and understanding, who can understand these students who are majority from Punjab. It is a complete unethical system, and our universities are, feeding into that system. That was a stat in 2019. What really brought my attention to the unethics of universities was in 2020, March of 2020, when lockdown was happening, right, COVID, we started receiving emails and calls from students at the University of the Fraser Valley who were living in the local residence. They were Punjabi students, international students, saying, we are getting kicked out of residence, right? And colleagues of mine at the Race and Anti-Racism Network were getting emails. These students were told in an email, essentially, to leave the residence because of lockdown. And I think for me personally, that was a moment that reminded me of this unethical system of taking the money without any humanity afforded to these students. So one aspect, I want to talk about the unethics of these systems. I also want to talk about a bit of truth-telling in our communities as well. So we ourselves are engaging in abuse of our students in our communities, right? There's sexual violence happening against international girl and women students. And I say girl purposefully because these are young women who are 17, 18-year-olds who are being trafficked, right? There are abortions taking place, or there are children being born who are being adopted that I just found out yesterday into our communities. So we can't isolate just the unethics of what's taking place in terms of internationalization of education without talking about our communities and the complacency of our communities and our responsibility collectively as a Sangat to support our communities. These children are our children. They're a part of our communities, right? But we are dehumanizing them ourselves, and I'm all for truth-telling. And I look forward to speaking more about that as well.
Mucha.
Thanks. So what I'm hoping we can include in, I really appreciate all the points and agree with a lot that's already been said. But what I'm hoping we can include in our discussions like this one about internationalizing higher education is to think seriously about indigeneity in all its complexity in local and global contexts. Obviously with attentions to similarities and differences in experiences and histories of indigenous peoples in different parts of the world. So this morning, it was very heartening to see that GNI is already building connections with personal and professional connections with local First Nations communities. And so I'd like to learn more about what that is, what kind of meaningful exchange is going on. And sort of, are we asking questions like what are, for example, the Indigenous communities' views, First Nations, Métis and Inuit people in Canada, what are their views on internationalizing higher education? I think that's an important question to engage with. The other thing I'm hoping we can talk about is the need to center indigeneity in our thinking about international students as well. And I'm thinking about this mainly in two ways. One is sort of questions around engaging international students in meaningful conversations about Canada's colonial foundations and commitments to reconciliation, to provide resources that, do we provide resources that help students, international students, understand what their obligations might be as newcomers to these lands, whether they see themselves as settlers or guests. What are universities doing to center past and ongoing dispossession of Indigenous peoples, and everything from international student orientations to teaching curricula in all disciplines that will, are they helping create spaces for allyship? What do international students know about land acknowledgements, for example, or the significance of them, and do they have resources to engage with them meaningfully? I don't see a lot of that. Are there resources to help international students consider whether the specific actions they're pursuing in their work, in their studies, in their lives, whether they help maintain or dismantle colonial structures and relations? I think that should be part of the conversation. Because, how does one design curriculum for students who come from very diverse backgrounds from different parts of the world? Many from privileged backgrounds, some who've experienced poverty, some who've experienced other kinds of oppression, like caste oppression. Some have experienced separation from families, from extended families, those who carry generational trauma as maybe Canadian-born children of refugees. These are all people in our classrooms, right? So, students who face significant mental health challenges, and also students who believe in the stories of the opportunities a neoliberal capitalist state offers to immigrants. And then, lastly, students who identify as Indigenous in other places in Asia, in Africa. So that would be sort of, one question. And the second set of questions I'm interested in revolve around thinking about international students who identify as Indigenous in other parts of the world specifically, right? We don't imagine international students to be those people. And in the 2 decades that I've been in this country, over 2 decades now, I've not met a single Adivasi student, for example. I've met one Dalit student, at least in the spaces I teach and work in. And so I think those are relevant questions when we're thinking about internationalizing higher education as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So this is a bit of a warm-up. You can see that we have some very important and weighty topics. Also a lot of intersection and overlap among the topics and issues that have been raised. So what we did as a panel before meeting here was to try to cluster a few different themes that we can talk about as a panel. And so the first one that we'd like to begin with is a general question about the internationalization of higher education. And I say that with a little bit of trepidation because internationalization is a bit of a buzzword, and I think we want to sort of unpack it and understand a little bit better what it means. So the first set of questions I have for the panel is what internationalization signifies or means or signifies to you. Why are universities trying to internationalize, and We've had some answers to those questions or in terms of the pragmatics of institutional financing, but why else might the universities be trying to internationalize, and what are the benefits and drawbacks of doing so? So for this question, I've asked Pooja and Sharon to kick us off, but everyone is welcome to participate.
Okay, sure. All right. We're going to do this all day. That's a really important question. I don't know if I have a full answer in terms of, why universities are doing it. I think a lot of that has already been on the table by our keynote speaker this morning, by Sharon, by Mr. Venipal. To me, internationalization makes sense if it is informed by, and only if it is informed by principles of local and global equity. And that requires us to understand the extractive relationship much of what we refer to as the West has had with the rest of the world, the former colonies. So any kind of internationalization that is extractive or based on ideas of education as a commodity, I don't think that's desirable or sustainable. Whether universities agree with me, I think that's a whole other path to go down. But I think that's what I would say for now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The cynic in me, is more critical of the word internationalization. I think the word internationalization as a buzzword, as Victor very rightly said, has become a way to erase the inherent oppressiveness in internationalization. I think it's erasing and whitewashing a lot of the harms that are actually taking place under the guise of this thing called internationalization. I think people are very strategically becoming experts in internationalization and themselves leveraging an oppressive system to become powerful within an academic institution. These are the things that I'm personally seeing. So I'm very critical of the word. I'm more interested in the etymology of how words come to be. So as a historian, I'm super interested in when was this word first used, in what academic institution, or who created this word internationalization now that has been co-opted in every university. Again, what I feel is to just cause more harm without actually unpacking, who does internationalization benefit? And who does it, constantly harm? So I'm totally with Pooja here. I'm very cynical of the word, but I'm also curious where that word first came to be. Who started this word? Yeah.
Either of you want to get in on this discussion?
I think we're rightfully so looking at this with a critical lens to what we're talking about and how it can be providing a sort of a guise for acting in ways that are not ethical and for acting in ways that can be absolutely extractive and not actually creating spaces where people can be supported in good ways. So part of my understanding of the term internationalization actually was kind of coined here in Canada. And so there are multiple definitions of that, but I think for the purposes of our discussion, really what we're talking about is how are we engaging in global relations? How are we engaging? How does that impact things like research, like the experiences of institutions? How does that reflect in terms of the curriculum, the ways that courses are taught? When we're thinking about the lens of post-secondary, how does that all come together? But ultimately, when we're talking about internationalization or sort of global relations, I think it's so key that at the core of that is we're talking about international students in particular. International students are not a homogeneous group. They're a very diverse group that come with many different worldviews, perspectives, backgrounds. But the problem has been that the dial has moved too far to the place of talking about internationalization in ways that are more beneficial for the institution, more beneficial for government, either provincial or federal, and have moved away from the responsibility that we have where we are inviting people to come into this country. What are we doing to help those people? How are we actually helping students to be able to meet their dreams, to be able to meet their goals, to actually have the lives that they are espousing to have? So it needs to be looked at in a mutually beneficial way that I think that has been lost over time. So I appreciate that we're looking at this in a critical way. I think it's absolutely essential that we do, and at the heart of all of this is about how do we ensure that when students are deciding, when families are deciding to send students into these institutions, into Canada to be a part of the broader sort of post-secondary world, that the kind of goals, the kind of expectations, the kind of needs that they have are being met in robust and ethical ways, and that the focus is not greater on profit, greater on population building, and at the loss of what is really key for the students who are coming.
Get in as well.
First of all, I agree with all of the panelists about the term internationalization, that what it really is. We have brought people from other side of world to this side, so that in order to give them some exposure, in order to use these resources, but it has upside and downside as well. Upside being, everybody gets their exposure. Students studying over there in Punjab, students studying in underdeveloped nations, they are getting more resources over here, coming over here. But there are some downsides as well. People are forgetting their own culture. People being taught the Western culture only. People are forgetting their own language. These are some downsides of internationalization, according to my opinion as well.
So thank you for that first set of responses. I spent some time in Singapore and in Southeast Asia, traveled a bit in East Asia, and what really struck me visiting universities is often they would have the word national in the title, so National University of, which makes me wonder about universities as nation-building institutions. So I think in a lot of post-colonial contexts there was an idea that the university was a place for training a generation of local students who could then enter into government administration or the private sector and help build up the country. As an academic, I have a problem, I think, with that way of thinking about universities as nation-building institutions. I prefer to think of university as a cosmopolitan institution, a place where we can have a free exchange of ideas, where we can explore issues of importance to humanity, and some of them may have local and international or global dimensions. Pooja, I'm thinking of indigeneity, for instance, which has both local and global dimensions. It seems to me that if universities are cosmopolitan institutions, then we need to think in borderless ways, that students should come and be able to exchange ideas, and they should be able to go. They should be part of a global network of institutions where people think deeply and profoundly about the most pressing issues facing communities and facing humanity. So I wonder, again, thinking about this word internationalization, if maybe we need a different word. Maybe we need to think about making institutions more cosmopolitan in that more, I don't know if it's a progressive sense of the word. So if anyone wants to respond.
My problem with fancy new words is that it still doesn't address the systemic issues undergirding it. So even if we do, I love the idea and I totally understand, I agree with you, universities are in many ways nation building projects, but like I struggle with like fancy new words taking the place of anything when it's still going to regurgitate the same systemic oppressions and systemic harm. So until we are transparent about what is taking place on the ground, you can rubber stamp any name on it and it'll still be co-opted into that same oppressive system. I feel. I'm very cynical, clearly.
Does anyone think that cosmopolitan could signify something different? I'm sorry, maybe you have a different.
Well, no, just to say that, part of our challenge is that we're working with institutions that are still very much built on colonial practices. And so when you have a foundation that's built like that, I think it's very challenging then to make it different for the communities that are engaging. And so part of I think the work or the journey is looking at how we're going to dismantle these institutions in ways that actually start to topple colonialism. And so I think it's really challenging. You can only go so far, I think, with the ways in which the structures are now, to be able to talk about social justice, equity, to be able to be creating educational environments where there is inclusion in meaningful ways. And so I think this is often the challenge that we have in working with what we have, as opposed to starting from the ground up to build something different. I don't know if that...
You're thinking of building a university from scratch. Anyone else? Pooja, any thoughts?
I just want to agree with Shanjit on the point that who's using the word and why. Like, that's the question then, right? And if it's going to be co-opted just as so many other progressive ideas have been, then it's not going to take us anywhere different. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, I would selfishly like to continue on this point about the Cosmopolitan University, but maybe I'll try to smuggle it back into some of the other questions. So let's move on to a second round of questions around the restrictions on international students, which has already been highlighted earlier. And Trisha and Jaskaran, I wonder if you could say a little bit more, or if you want to elaborate on the challenges to the international student landscape in Canada, and in particular, how these challenges have affected the well-being and support for international students at the institutions that you're familiar with.
So we certainly have been in a time of massive disruption with regards to the experiences of international students, with regards to the practices and regulations around immigration that lead to students being able to come and to study with study permits and so on. Since I would say since COVID basically, so since 2020, the number of changes and reiterations and stop measures and different measures that have happened with regards to immigration have been absolutely mind-blowing in terms of the rapid pace of change, the number of changes, and to expect that our students can keep up with these changes and then be able to adjust their experience and their plans and their goals accordingly. We know that families take the opportunity to send students to study globally really seriously, that a lot of planning, a lot of years, a lot of resources, a lot of sacrifice goes into being able to create that opportunity for students, and then to be met with change and disruption and in there's often a disrespectful sort of approach can be just absolutely horrifying. And so absolutely there needs to be some kind of regulations, there needs to be some kind of process or practice to be able to have immigration go in good ways, but there's a limit to that, and the level of change has just been in my opinion, ridiculous in terms of how much this has happened. So since 2020, since the dealing with the pandemic, there's been a lot of change, and then in this past year, it's like nothing I have ever seen before in terms of how many changes have happened with regards to immigration. The announcements are coming fast and far, so quickly that people can't even adjust to being able to help students navigate these processes because they're happening too much. So the most recent and most, I would say, disruptive has been around the cap. And so starting in January of this year, for the first time ever, Canada introduced, so through the Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada, so the IRCC, introduced a cap on the number of study permit applications that would be allowed. The system then, the way that system was brought about was that the federal government would then allocate certain number of what was called provincial attestation letters, so a certain allotment per province, and then the provincial governments then would allot those to the institutions within the provinces. As you probably are aware, that when this was determined in January, it could not have been worse timing for institutions or people having to deal with the systems. There was such disconnect in terms of how this could be done in a way that could be conducive to students being able to feel confident in this system. So the impact of, so that's just an example of the kind of change that we're talking about. Most recently, it was reintroduced just a couple of weeks ago, that not only will the cap remain and will remain indefinitely, but now there's going to be a further reduction in the number of allotment numbers, so by 10%. And also now that whereas graduate students were formerly exempt from the cap, they're now included. So that means lower numbers once again. So I just give a little bit of the background to that, just to say that the disruption is massive for students, massive for institutions, and the problem is that for students, I'm going from the student perspective, and I know Jessica will talk more about this as well, is that there's one of kind of three things that can happen when these announcements happen. So the announcements happen, media picks up on it, there's a lot of rhetoric, people get stressed out, institutions go into a flurry, there's a lot of disruption. Often when the announcements are made, the details as to what actually this means are not happening at the same time. So what it means is that people are always in this place of confusion for a period of time before the details start to match up to the announcements. So at the crosshairs of this are students. So either students have to figure out, with hopefully support, whether or not the new regulations actually pertain to them. So that's one. And sometimes that means then disruption, stress, distress, and change for goals or the plans. So the second thing that can happen is they have to figure out, it may not actually pertain to their particular experience or their situation, but they have to go through the process of figuring that out. So there's still disruption, there's still inattention. And what also happens is every time these conversations happen in the media, there is a flurry of really negative, awful rhetoric around what it means to have temporary residence, what it means to have immigrants in the country. So there is a espousing of racist remarks that's horrific when you look at like the Reddit feeds or the social media. That happens every time these announcements are made. And so the challenge of, again, the students are in the middle of this, is having to figure out how does this pertain to them, whether it pertains to them, and then having to deal with communities and societies around them that are once again helping students to feel unwelcome, helping them to feel burdened, and reminding them once again that they're temporary residents, and it's hard to find a place of belonging and a sense of what they're here to do when that is part of the rhetoric. So it's a massive, massive issue that we have not figured out a way to do this in a good way. So I'm sorry, I took a bit of time.
Thanks, Tricia. Karen, when you initially addressed this issue. You really made it clear how the role that universities are playing in terms of supporting the workforce, the Canadian workforce. And as someone who has been in universities for several decades now, it strikes me that universities should not fall under the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, or whatever it is. That's a separate issue for me as a professor. Universities, including universities that have students from all over the world, are places of learning. And it seems to me that what has happened over the past few decades, I'm not sure, our historians could probably help us to track this, is that universities have become tools of immigration policy. And so I wonder, because you started in that place and we're talking about these restrictions on numbers, if you have any thoughts on that point or more generally.
Yes. The laws, okay, I'll talk about three aspects. The three major aspects which are being impacted with these laws. First one being student, second one Canadian immigration, third one being universities. Whenever any change comes in place, all these three portions, all these three aspects, they get impacted. Reason being, if there is a cap on students coming to Canada, universities, they need to generate revenue from other resources. Student being one of their major resource, international student being one of their major resource, as international students are paying almost 4 times the fee any domestic student pay to any university. According to STAT, it is approximately $36,000 per year. When we talk about additional revenues or additional resources, I'll share you my personal experience. I was in one of the Vancouver's university, and we were about to book a hall, and they told me that due to recent cap, they need to increase the price of halls. They have to hike the price of auditorium hall as compared to it was the previous year. So they doubled the price in order to generate more revenue. Universities, they are being impacted because of this cap. Not that much students are coming. The influx of revenue, it is impacted with it. Then the second part that Tricia addressed was about racism. There was an incident happened in Edmonton. There was a 19-year-old guy. He was a victim of racism attack. He was stabbed in Edmonton downtown because of that compounding racism, which is on social media, which is on ground, because of all the changes which immigration minister is doing these days. Any day he's coming to the media and making another announcement, another thing, just to put these stops on international students. And the false dream, which I addressed earlier, the false dream of getting that residency, it is being shattered. The reason is next year is election. Everybody is aware of that the narrative of stopping international student is, the major factor is the election, next year's election. And the question you have asked about the universities, yes, universities should be catering the academic needs and only those needs, instead of just being a revenue earner for a country. Yeah.
Thank you. Perhaps quickly, do either of you have a comment on this set of questions? I want to leave time. Okay. Well, let's turn to the third question. I think we'll leave aside the fourth one to allow time for Q&A. So our third cluster of questions relate to Indigenous internationalism and decolonization. And so, first of all, how does internationalization or the Cosmopolitan University contribute to these goals? What is the role for comparative perspectives on indigeneity and decolonization in education and research? And prompted by our discussion, Sharon, how does white supremacy and other forms of chauvinism and ethno-religious nationalism fit into this picture? So I'll ask the two of you to start us off.
I'm going to start with the question around white supremacy or systemic racism, which both Trisha and Jaskarn have very aptly and correctly addressed in terms of the rise in the alt-right movement here in Canada and the rise in anti-Punjabi international students in particular, South Asian international students in particular, feeding this momentum in Canada. So we know it's there. We know that there is a violence to the point of death taking place. We know that the suicide rates are high amongst international students. There are students who are trigger warning, like they are committing suicide, right? But this is not addressed, I feel, in our own community spaces well enough. So I'm going to bring us back to how white supremacy operates and systemic racism operates. Our communities themselves are using the rhetoric of those people, right? We ourselves, when we listen, sorry to say, to some certain uncles on the radio, are perpetuating the rhetoric of those people. Those people are taking our jobs. Those people are causing havoc. Those people are gangsters, right? Like there's this homogeneity in the way we are talking about international students, to the point that we are becoming the perpetrators of violence and harm against international students. That is how white supremacy operates, right? Like when we think about white supremacy, we think that it's only people in positions of power or whiteness that operates. The fact that we have so many people in positions of power in politics who themselves are feeding this rhetoric is a problem. And so I like to address both sides to say, on the one hand, we're trying to fend off racism against, the Sikh community in particular, right? Because of the visibility of a Gursikh who has a dastar, who has kesh, that is taking place. Videos of umpteenth amount you can find on social media. So we're fighting that violence, and then we're fighting our own internal violence that we are wreaking havoc amongst each other. So I know it's not easy to hear these truths because it feels like we are spilling our dirty laundry out, but I do feel like there's conversations to be had on how we call each other out on these behaviors that is feeding a system. It's feeding white supremacy overall. So I really want to just, remind people that there are resources out there. There is a documentary film that I highly, highly encourage people watch, fully accessible on YouTube. It's called Listen by Kahani Productions. It's a 16-minute documentary, mostly based around international students in Peel, in the Peel region of the GTA, Toronto. But everything that is happening in Eastern Canada, in terms of that documentary talks about the abuse of women, is happening here as well. There are resources there that are reflecting a mirror onto ourselves. And I think it's really important that we highlight those films, watch those films, talk about it amongst each other so that we can begin to dismantle on both ends the harm we are facing as a Sangat, but also the harms we are doing to ourselves as a Sangat. So that's the one thing I really want to emphasize. And then in terms of the conversation around indigeneity, because this is a whole conversation and summit around the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies, I would be remiss if I did not talk about my amazing experiences of teaching a course. So when we talk about decolonizing indigeneity, I feel like we assume international students don't have the capacity to forge relationships like that, to understand, to know the indigenous lands that we are on and the colonization that has taken place. That is not true. I have taught 3 courses again on Sikh ethos and social justice, and I begin with indigeneity. I begin with decolonizing. All my students were students from India, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. All my students loved learning about indigeneity, wanted to learn more about what has taken place on these lands, wanted to look at the parallel conversations to Adivasis and other, caste oppressed groups in India in relationship to indigeneity. We do ourselves a huge disservice by thinking international students are not capable of these beautifully intelligent, solidarity-driven conversations. They are so capable, but we are not doing a good enough job in teaching them. We're not hiring the faculty who will teach them well. So just to say that they're so capable and they're so wanting to learn about these histories, we just don't do it.
Music to your ears?
It is. You've actually really set me up really well in your remarks. So I won't, repeat some of what I would have said as well. I just want to say same. And then I think one way of this sort of, I do think it's really important to decenter whiteness as the reference point. And as we are thinking about our collective identities as, whether as immigrants or international students or Punjabis or Sikhs or, as we are doing all of this here on these lands, obviously, this thinking, these conversations, these imaginations are happening here, and they're also defined by certain politics, they're defined by memories of past wrongs, ongoing harms, they're defined by a set of commitments, and so they're very, very important. But I think at the same time, we need to constantly remind ourselves of, sort of what cultural or political ideas or what types of knowledges are being amplified and which are being ignored. I think that's always sort of an ongoing challenge. So obviously, and I think one way, obviously, as you've also rightly pointed out, is to decenter whiteness as a reference point. I think one way is also to center indigenous knowledges and epistemologies and ideas about ethics and justice, here and elsewhere. For example, to bring into conversation indigenous stories of law, justice, resistance to colonization, indigenous stories of ethics, with those that originate in places other than Europe. So your students who are interested in these conversations, right? How do we read those stories? How do we place them next to each other? And the aim would obviously not be to equate these decolonial or anti-colonial struggles as being same, but as being same as to indigenous struggles here, but to really focus on what types of ideas and practices emerge here as we bring these stories in conversation, by being attentive to shared experiences, by being attentive to shared histories, by being attentive to continuities in experiences of colonialism, without eclipsing the differences and the discontinuities across colonial and post-colonial spaces. What practices of allyship, for example, would emerge in spaces like your classroom by creating communities, whether they're political communities, thought communities, communities of practice, by creating communities that are not centered on European or Western ideas of solidarity or allyship or whatever. And so, last night there was some conversation about ideas for research. Here's one idea, which is what practices might emerge when we bring Sikh principles of ethics and social justice in conversation with indigenous practices and ethics of justice and social justice, right? So if anybody wants to take that and run with it, I'm not an expert on Sikh principles or ethics. So that's the kind of decentering that I'm talking about, right? That we have to change what the reference points are and what is the knowledge base that we are allowing to grow and revitalize.
Such interesting and provocative ideas from everyone. I think we only have about 17 minutes left, so I'd like to turn this to the floor, but just a technical point here. I wonder if we have a mic. Do we have a mic for
all the questions
the
are going to
audience?
come to you to say on them.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I guess we're collecting questions, and
There's a lot.
do you want to help me out? Read them for me?
Yeah, I think there's a lot. There's a good chunk. You want to choose them? Yeah. And then which do you want to answer, right? Well, I'll ask the questions. I'll try to be quick about this. Okay, everyone is very
very engaged. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's a great thing. So I have one from Gyan Singh himself, so I think that we'll start there. I'd like to ask the panelists, particularly our two law professors, if there's anything that they could commit to or talk about with respect to changing policy, and anything that GNI could do to help bring that forward. Loaded.
I'm just a moderator. Pooja, so over to you.
You're the policy guy.
You want to start out?
I mean, I was serious. You are the policy guy. I'm more the sort of let's open up the space for more questions kind of gal. But in terms of, would it be in terms of policies for universities?
Not for the policies that this panel introduces, you can take it to the government, both at the provincial level and at the federal level. For
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
That would be some tangible that we can carry forward into this.
For our online community and for everyone else,
Yes.
We're really saying what policies could we take forward to the government to support these students and really work together to implement.
Right. Yeah, well, I think for student support, more than the law professors, I think Jaskaran has lots of ideas in terms of, you know, what's happening on the ground and what needs to be done. I will only say that international students definitely, most certainly need support. I think they often find themselves here, whether because they've been promised by unscrupulous, you know, agents or whatever, or that there's something waiting on the other side, or they've been let down by universities because of lack of support. So definitely there needs to be more attention paid to how specifically these new changes are going to impact international students. And I think how they're going to impact universities as research centers. I'm surprised to hear what Tricia said, that the new cap includes graduate students. So I don't think that's a great way to be inviting top class researchers to this place, right? That's not gonna, in fact, this is the ideal way to turn them away. And so, so that would be one thing, yeah. I think there's things that require attention.
Okay, so you bought me some time, Pooja. I do have three thoughts,
Yes.
as it turns out. So I guess one thought is that if we roll back the clock 2 or 3 decades, universities were much better funded. And it's probably, you know, dreaming to think that we might reverse that trend. But the first thing I would suggest is to move towards more fully funding universities, so we make our decisions about international students and engaging in those ways free from pressures of budgets. So again, this is maybe dreaming, but let's dream. I guess the second point comes out of what I was saying before, which is that hard as it is, and I think many of you might disagree with this, but I think we have to separate universities from immigration. Universities can't be a conduit for building up a workforce. If we want to build up a workforce, let's think about how to build up a workforce, and it might involve immigration, but universities should not be the conduit for doing that. So I think we need to separate those two ideas. And then the third is, if we are truly committed to universities as cosmopolitan institutions, we need to move away from the idea that universities are grounded in particular national jurisdictions. So, and maybe this is a GNI suggestion, or a suggestion for GNI, but as you imagine a GNI university, I would encourage you to think in a borderless way. And you have a community that extends across the world. This is an opportunity to think of a university in a borderless way. Now, that's not to say that there wouldn't be physical campuses, and of course, online education helps, but I would conceptually think of the university as a cosmopolitan, borderless institution. So I guess I do have something to say.
Can I just add really quickly, I know that we have lots of questions, but so the organizations that I mentioned, so the Canadian Bureau of International Education, the BC Council for International Education, these organizations are actively advocating for students in terms of recognizing what these policies are doing, the impact that they're having on institutions and on students. And so I highly recommend a connection to these organizations and either running through partner institutions to help with that, and happy to talk more about that off the panel. But there are opportunities. There's a lot of advocacy that's actually happening right now because of recognizing the detrimental impact of these policies. And so certainly to be able to support that is really important.
Okay, there's some themes in our conversations and our questions, so I'm going to try and put some together. One is from Dr. Mohinder Kaur Goodewal online, and actually the other is, I believe, from one of our youth in the room, so it's important. So I'll start with Dr. Grail. The mental health of students is being impacted so negatively that they are dying by suicide and heart attacks. What steps can be taken to minimize? And the second question, what resources when it comes to mental health of international students do universities need to give that will support them? So really, I think this is just a theme around our international students and their mental health and what can be done.
To the two of you, I think you thought a lot about this.
Yeah. Actually, related to mental health issues are for real. The mental health issues are in people who are from 18 years to 20 years. If we talk about their psychology, female or anybody, any child, any kid from a village, they are coming directly to Canada without any exposure, and they are seeing lots and lots kind of exploitation over here. There is a different curriculum. The studying material is different, totally different as compared to Punjab or as compared to India. Over there, the exams are held once a year or twice a year. In Canada, every week something is coming. Some assignment is due, some quiz is due. That pressure. Second pressure they do have of working, that they need to work for 20 hours a day, 20 hours a week. And the next pressure is getting their residency. On top of that, there is a pressure of some kind of exploitation, then racism. What universities need to do, they need to provide mental health support in their own language, and also to cater these needs. The orientation universities do is, this is cafeteria, here you can go to library, that's it. Nobody teaches how to stay here, nobody is providing any supportive programs, neither government nor the universities. That's where the plan needs to be implemented.
So I'm speaking from the context of universities in particular, just to simplify it a little bit, but there's a tremendous amount of responsibility on universities to be providing mental health supports for students. However, part of the challenge is thought it's not just institutions alone. It needs to be in partnership with community. It needs to be in partnership with even government factors. It has to be an ecosystem of support for students in order for them to succeed and to have meaningful experiences. And so mental health is absolutely at the core of students being able to focus on the studies of their programs. But we need to have more specialized supports for students on campuses so that students can feel a part of belonging. They can, either whether it's around language or whether it's around culture, so that students can feel like people actually get them. There's a soft landing for students so that they can get the supports that they need. So there is absolutely a tremendous amount of responsibility. I can tell you from a perspective of our institution, there isn't enough support, there isn't enough resource, and it is seeing students struggle, which is it's horrific. And so it is a responsibility of the institution, but I think that we need to be working more in partnership so that there is more of a community of practice for these students to get more support.
Can I just add one quick thing as well? Nostalgia and like forgetting operates very interestingly when we hear about these stories. Just found I completely forgot about the young man who was stabbed in Edmonton until you reminded me. I heard about it and then something else takes over in the news and then you forget it. And so remembering the stories, remembering the stats around how many students are actually committing suicide, when you hear it, try to keep that memory in your brain so when somebody tries to say something that is xenophobic or racist, you're able to, you know, like offer an alternative truth and an alternative fact, because we forget so easily what is happening to international students. So I think just remembering the stories, remembering who is dying. Again, that documentary talks about in a funeral home, they saw an increase of 5 funerals per month, every month, because it was international students who were dying. And this was, again, in the Peel region. Are we hearing stats around children who are dying and needing funeral home access here in BC? I'm not, right? Like, we're not actively seeking out this information, or we forget because of forgetting. Systems make us forget. So I think that's really important to keep those stories alive, if that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. We have a whole handful of questions around a very similar thread, and so I'm going to go through them very quickly. When did education become commodity? When did it get mixed up with immigration? Okay. How will the neoliberal capitalist system change when we stop being exploitative and truly ethically sustainable? How will we actually support and advocate for our students before and after they arrive? The unethical charge of international fees does not in a small way match the funding allocated to support these students and their needs. International students policy was unplanned and was not for education but for open corruption at all levels. I feel that these students will leave with nothing. Why is there such a huge difference in the structure for Indigenous and foreign students? Can we term it as exploitation of resources of nations whose students are getting admission at higher education institutions of Canada? Can you please share your comments on the local and international agents that are monetizing our vulnerable Punjabi youth and their families in Punjab? What policies are being implemented to stop the exploitation of international students? Changing policies by government are due to the misuse of system by students and employers selling LMIA or governments charging for political gain. Can this be changed in any way? Over and over and over again, exploitation, exploitation, exploitation.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 minutes. So I'm going to invite the panelists to maybe take 30 seconds on one point that you heard that you'd like to respond to, also by way of sort of wrapping up. So maybe we'll just start with Tricia and go across the table.
Sure. I'll be very quick. So the theme around exploitation, I think, is essentially really core to what we've been talking about. Victor made the point of, as long as this is seen as a commodity, we're going to see unethical behavior. And so the question is really about how do we remove that so that we are looking at how to invite and welcome and support students in good ways. So I think at the core of that is, how does it not become about being profitable to have students as part of these systems, and how do we work towards that as collectively?
The only thing I wanted to add is we have to take the action as a one unit. We do not need to think in a way that these are international students, they are not our kids. We have to think about as one unit. If we are thinking as a one unit, that's how we are going to provide that ecosystem, that support system we are talking about. If we are putting one step forward towards international students and international students are putting another step, that virtual gap will be gone forever, and we need to rebuild our community. We have flown abroad, and we need to rebuild our community over here and provide that ecosystem to students in order to avoid this exploitation.
I have way too many thoughts, and I don't know how I'm going to dispel this into like a minute or 30 seconds. But the university project itself, coming out of the Enlightenment, is a problematic project, and we have to begin there, because we way nostalgize this thing called the Enlightenment and the project of the university. That's a whole other conversation. And so we assume that from its inception and foundation, the university is like this beacon of like ethics and learning and knowledge. Well, no, because the Enlightenment project is a problematic project based off of like, you know, black chattel slavery and like violence and harm. So first of all, I would like to just challenge this idea of nostalgizing the university. I would also like to say we need to bring back innovation into the university again, addressing our wonderful keynote, and see how we can support the amazing faculty, staff, students who do exist. Like, I don't want the theme out of those cue card questions to be we are in a state of just depressed state and everything sucks and nothing can be salvaged. No, like there are amazing people doing amazing things in our communities, in the educational system, but they aren't necessarily given the platforms to continue to do that work. So who are they? What are they teaching? What are the innovative practices that they are engaging in their own universities? And how can we as a Sangat, again, I use the word Sangat very specifically, how are we as a Sangat, a community, elevating those people in our spaces? How are we mentoring younger people to also become the new faculty? Right? We ourselves are somehow losing the value of education in our frankly, communities. We don't value MAs and PhDs, and we're going down other important tracks too, but you know, we're losing the educational, like the value in education. So how do we foster that and mentor that in our communities as well? So I think there's definitely hope, but we have to find ways to uplift those people, and especially women doing that work.
Would be a good, you know, helping, holding up women and supporting them would be a good place to end any conversation and start new ones. I'm going to use the whatever 25 seconds I have to basically say one thing, which is that I think Trisha, you and Jessica and you raised questions about, to me as a researcher, about the lack of research as well in this, right? So if we don't have this stuff documented, analyzed, and understood in terms of what is happening to students and why, it would be hard to come up with really good policy as a response to the problems that are. So I would say, fund research on these topics. That's really key. Nobody else is going to, so the people, right, the government needs to know where the money has to go.
Dr. Ramraj, if you don't mind, we made an executive decision in the corner that there was a positive, we'd like to leave on a positive note. So there is one last question, and just so that everyone knows, there were lots of questions. I think we had like 25 questions here, so there is no bad question. I encourage you all to grab our wonderful speakers during the break and ask your questions and have further dialogue. That's what we're here for. But I'd like to leave here on an end note, and you've got the engaged audience. So what have your personal experiences as educators, academics of color, in trying to balance curriculum and in colonial spaces and while practicing allyship to international students? And I think as the leaders in our community, that's such an opportunity to speak to best practices.
Anyone want to take that?
I'm happy to start. And I appreciate that we have just a bit of a pause in terms of, I know it's going to be very, very brief. I'm having such a hard time with that. But to say that I've been doing this work for a long time because it's a beautiful place to work as well. And so one of the most fulfilling parts of my role is to see students coming together, learning from each other, and developing a mutual understanding together. That does still happen on our campuses. And so how do we foster students being able to connect with each other is one of the more meaningful parts of my work, so that we are building community in really good ways. That still does happen. And so I do want to leave with that note of there are students that are finding each other, that are also building sort of the next steps in terms of what we can be building on. So that's a really important part.
I'm gonna
share a lovely story about one of my former students who took my Sikh Ethos and Social Justice core. Her name is Gurleen. She was an international student in Calgary. One of the most lovely students who took my class, engaged, passionate, but her interest wasn't necessarily what her parents were encouraging her to do. She's an artist. She's in love with ceramics and artwork. And so during the course of taking my course with her, we talked about art because one of my themes I did was like exhibits and curating exhibits. And this was more than a year ago, and now we're following each other on Instagram, and she's kept in touch with me about how she's now begun doing her own artwork and her practice in Calgary. And we're trying to figure out a way, hopefully, to get transfer credits, which we're trying to do, I think, still, so that the course she took with me could be transfer credits, right, at the University of Calgary. It's a small story. I adore this young woman, and she went with something that she was passionate about that isn't necessarily something we teach our children, right, like art. And she's flying with it, and she's doing amazing things. And so again, you know, when we talk to these young people, we realize that their passions are just infinite. And I think that's where my hope lies.
Yeah, and I am just going to say I couldn't do the work I do without seeing so much promise in our students and the, you know, young people who are in my classrooms. Like I've seen over and over again, you know, examples of solidarity, of helping each other, being there for each other, having difficult conversations. It's not easy. It's a very difficult thing to achieve in the diverse classrooms that we have, but it's doable. And I think it's doable because of the young people who are coming into our class, or at least I feel I'm fortunate for the students I have and get to teach. Yeah, there's a lot of hope for me in what I see in my classrooms.
Great, thank you. And that's a lovely way to wrap up this panel, although we do need to bear in mind all of the challenges as well. So, okay, so let me just end with a few thank yous. Thank you very much to GNI for enabling us to put this panel together. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Dr. Sidhu. Kian. Thanks, Trisha, Jaskar, Jai, Pooja, and thank you for being such an engaged audience. I'm sure those questions are just the tip of the iceberg, and there were many more questions. I hope discussions and questions and challenging will continue. So, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have a big hand of applause for thank you. It's a wonderful panel. Thank you so much, every one of you. I think you bring a lot of experience yourself, and I think there's a lot that you could see how engaged the audiences were. We loved every minute of it. A couple things I'll use the Punjabi, so if it's okay with everyone. ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਕੁਛ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦੇਖੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਪੈਨਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੀ ਨਿਕਲੇਗਾ। ਜੋ ਕੁਛ ਅੱਜ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹ ਐਨਾਲਾਈਜ਼ ਹੋਣਾ, ਸਾਡਾ ਸਟਾਫ ਨੂੰ ਐਨਾਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ। ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਉਹ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਦੋਨੇ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇਗੀ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦੈਟਸ GNI ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਗ ਰੋਲ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਰੋਲ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਚੁੱਪ ਬਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਐਕੈਡੈਮਿਕ ਹੈਲਪ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ ਦੇ ਅਨਲਿਮਿਟਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਟੂਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੋ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਵਾਕ ਓਵਰ ਟੂ ਆਵਰ ਆਫਿਸ or call our office anytime you need help. Please, we're all there to actually help you. Thank you very much.
We just have a small token of appreciation for all the panelists today. Dr. Sidhu is bringing it over for us. Again, thank you very much for not only your insightful, thought-provoking discussions, the questions that you shared, but also sharing parts of your own experience. I think that's really meaningful for those of us who work in education, to be understanding the experience of other educators and some of the challenges that they face. Thank you.
If we could just ask the panelists to get together for a quick photo.
We will be breaking for lunch now, so I will give you a 5-minute warning to come back to your tables for the presentations for this afternoon. So please take a moment to grab some lunch, have some discussions, and of course, if you do have questions for the panelists or any of the other speakers from this morning, please catch them during the lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, we should have, but whatever.
Yeah.
everyone could please take their seats, we will be beginning shortly. All right, welcome back everyone. If you could take your seats. We will be beginning this afternoon's session with a couple of presentations first, and then this group will sit down for a panel discussion. We do ask that you make use of the index cards, just like last time, to write down any of the questions that you might have for any of the 5 presenters. And we will try and get to those during the panel discussion. We'll focus on Q&A for the panel discussion itself. So our first presenter for this afternoon will also be our moderator for the panel afterwards. It will be Dr. Govinder Singh Gill. Dr. Gill earned his BSc in Agriculture in 1981 and his MSc in Plant Breeding in 1983 from Punjab Agricultural University before completing his PhD in genetics at Kansas State University in 1990. He remained at KSU as a postdoctoral researcher and senior scientist before joining the University of Nebraska-Lincoln as a cytogeneticist and assistant professor. In 2002, he became the first Vogel Endowed Chair Professor at Washington State University, and Dr. Gill has published over 200 scientific papers, and his research spans multiple countries. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Gill to speak on Sikh scientists' contributions to global wheat production. Dr. Gill.
ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਭਰੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm not going to thank Baljit. He's a friend, so I don't thank friends. But yeah, he gave me this opportunity. But I'm just amazed at this event that is being organized. And in our small house, and when people get together, we talk about all the time. Sikha ne kadon university banani. We got to do that, and I'm so thrilled to hear that there's actually a plan doing it, and just want to say we will always be there to do whatever our part in that. So today what I will do, this is going to be a little bit of a technical presentation, because I don't want to give you just empty words. I want to actually show you what we are trying to do, and that the focus will be sort of food, nutrition, energy, security. So it's a pretty diverse group of speakers in there. And well, I'm trying to stand here so that I can point, but I can stand here as well, right?
After this, I can't see.
All right. Okay. That's fine. So before I start with talking about what I'm going to say, just a little update. There will be 3 little bit longer presentations in this session, 2 smaller presentations, and then we won't have any question answer session in between, and then the panel discussion will be all about answering your questions, less talking on our part, more answering your questions. So that's the plan. Okay, so I have been a university professor ever since, and we do publish a lot of papers, and I did that. And about 10 years ago, one day I was asking, what have I done for people? I have published so many papers. Universities have become paper publishing machines. Administrators go after us, show us more papers. And then you see a report like so it was published a few years ago that 85% of the data cannot be reproduced. So I made a decision. I said, well, we will continue, and I'm not bashing papers. That's a very important part of being a scientist, because that's a peer validation of what you're doing. But then I said, well, I want to see impact of my work while I can still see and I'm still around. So I decided to make the transition that, okay, do the research and take it all the way to help farmers, because farmers are my focus. So you will see everything I do will have farmer focus. And I want to just give a pitch for this new organization we are starting. I'll talk more. Sadka, that's even more specific to farmers. So I have listed several of our companies because I believe the innovator is the best person to take it to the farmer's field. If I publish a paper and leave it to someone else, no, that's never going to happen. That's at least what I think. So my research, we do research at university, and then all these are several of our companies, each doing different things. So I'll focus my presentation on giving you a couple of examples that what are we doing to solve problems, and they're mainly agricultural problems, farmer problems, and so I know sitting here and with our stomachs full, we don't think much about what's going on with the population. We hear it all the time. Oh yeah, we are going to be 10 billion. But what does that really mean? I was showing this slide to my children, and my son, the youngest one, he said, it's not going to be 2100. We will reach 10 billion much earlier than that. And I believe him, because I think so too. It was only a few years ago that when we crossed 7 billion people. And I encourage all of you to check Google's population ticker. It will scare you. It absolutely will scare you how fast, how many people we are adding every day, right? So population is increasing at a very, very fast pace. And look where most of the increase is going to be, either Africa or Asia. Population is not going to increase in Europe, probably not in South America or North America. It is increasing in Asia and Africa, the 2 continents, where we already have enough problems. Soils are deteriorating, water quality is deteriorating, and then we scientists like myself stand, oh, we are making this progress, that progress, and this slide is humbling, okay? So if we look at the Guinness World of Record, we can tout, okay, 17 ton per hectare is the highest yield reported in wheat. Great, we can be very happy about it. But what are we harvesting? About 3 tons. Right? Okay. How much you think we were harvesting 15, 20 years ago? About the same. Hasn't changed much. That is so unfortunate. All these scientists like myself, we think we are developing new varieties. Yes, we are. I have 3 varieties from the WSU and several from our company. New varieties are coming, everything's happening, but the yield is not really increasing, right? So this is what I would like to focus on, that we are only harvesting about 18% of the today's variety potential. And every time someone asks, okay, where should the money go? Oh, let's put it into breeding. Yeah, let's put it into breeding, but closing this gap, we don't need to push the yield potential. We already have potential. But we need to realize it. We need to find where are we losing all this crop. Because why it's that important? There will be no new land, right? We are done. Agriculture land will not increase. When we reach 10 billion, they all want houses. They will all want roads, all want infrastructure, right? And where is it going to come from? I remember coming to Surrey about 20 years ago, and you all know how it has changed. How much agricultural land have we lost? And it's not going to stop. It's going to continue. So we will have to produce higher amount of food on the same or less land and water resources. So the best part is the encouraging or good news is we are only harvesting about 17-18%, but we are still putting same amount of inputs. So if we keep the inputs the same and increase this what we are harvesting, yeah, we can make it happen. We can feed the population. Okay? And this is again a bit depressing slide. Okay? So this is on the top is corn, and the below are wheat, rice, and soybean yields. Okay? If you see soybean, we are kind of actually losing yield, not gaining over the last several years. But even in other crops, except corn, in every crop, we are pretty much stabilized or stagnated. The yields are not really increasing, so we need to do something there. Corn, one can argue, okay, because most of the corn is industry, so maybe industries do better job, which I strongly believe. Not because maybe my personal bias, because we are getting more into companies, but the big difference between wheat, rice, and corn is corn mainly is done by private companies, and wheat and rice mostly university and government organizations developing. So that sort of is not very encouraging to hear that that government, I mean, we all know that the government organizations are usually not as successful as the private ventures. So what are we doing? So I will give you, depending upon the time, give you 3-4 examples. So my theme here will be universities are great places to do wonderful research. We definitely need to invest in basic research as well as applied research. But when people talk about applied research, they think that applied research is selling products. No, there is a big gap between getting the research done and taking that product into the marketplace. University professors are pretty bad at it, right? Now about 90% of companies started by university professors, they fail, mainly because they know how to do excellent research. They really don't know how to take it to the farmer's field. So we are really trying very hard to take whatever we do in our field, in our lab at the university, and then take it to farmer's field. And then the university commercialization departments, don't get me started on it, they are probably the worst departments anywhere in the world, right? They sit on your patent, they sit on your applications for years just to slow walk it, and then by that time you lose interest. But that's a separate issue, right? But we are trying to work around that. And with that, I'll just talk about one of our technologies I would call new dwarfing gene technology. And don't worry about the terminology of it, but think back in 50s and 60s. This is what our weeds looked like. Someone like me could hide in that wheat. It was 6-foot tall wheat. Okay? So it was a never-win situation. If it rained good, crop was good, it would fall flat on the ground and you harvest nothing. If the year is bad, and then you won't harvest much anyway, right? And so that's sort of what we call pre-Green Revolution. And then comes what we call Green Revolution. And it was shorter wheat. It was actually developed at Washington State University. Dr. Borlaug and Simmet get unfair credit for it. Actually, Gaines variety was developed at Washington State University. Dr. Vogel, and I'm honored to be the first Vogel chair named after him. He invited Dr. Borlaug to Pullman and showed him what he had, gave him the seed of Gaines, and then Borlaug took it to Simmet, and then the rest, as they say, is history. So what happened there was we reduced the height, and that made it possible to put fertilizer and irrigation to the crop, then it would not fall flat on the ground. How did we do that? Was manipulating one very important hormone, plant hormone called GA or gibberellic acid. Okay? I'm sure you all read stories and listen how important hormones are for humans, for plants, for animals. And what did we do? We compromised our wheat for GA. So these dwarf wheats were unable to perceive or produce gibberellic acid. So they were sure they were dwarf. So we saw the doubling or tripling of the yield, but that made wheat super susceptible to abiotic stresses like heat, like drought, like salinity, because GA, so this is a bit busy slide, is in the middle of all these processes plant has, that is dealing with stress, GA is needed. Dealing with salinity, GA is needed. And what did we do? We just compromised our wheat crop. Not only wheat crop, we did the same in rice. So because of that reason, both crops are super sensitive to abiotic stresses. So a few years ago, and this is just some data showing that the dwarfing genes, that old dwarfing genes. So this first panel is without any dwarfing gene, and then as we added more dwarfing genes, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but in any case, the idea of this slide is that as we added more dwarfing genes, it made wheat crop super sensitive to drought stress, or we later found heat stress as well as salinity stress. So our project, first initially funded by National Science Foundation, so this is one of the examples I'm going to give, that the initial research was done at Washington State University, and then after fighting with them for years, we got that technology into our company. We started a company. In fact, my daughters, the older two, they were instrumental in starting that company called Gene Shifters. So the idea was, let's find a different way to shorten the plant's height. And we found that. And the other problem with the initial dwarfing gene was the same dwarfing gene all over the world. 90% of the wheat crop around the world has the same dwarfing gene. That means they cannot, in India, when I was young, like 10th grade, long time ago, I harvested 10 quintals with my own hand in my field. Last year, the same field, we harvested 17 quintals only. We are not increasing production, right? And we never sprayed anything, now 3 sprays are common, right? So we need to do something. So all 90% of the wheat around the world has the same dwarfing gene. So our company has developed a different dwarfing gene for different environment. That is, for high rainfall area, different dwarfing gene, low rainfall, different dwarf. So now we are in the process of adding these dwarfing genes into varieties, replacing the old ones. and then we are seeing massive improvement. Like one of our varieties from the company topped the yield trials in the state of Washington. And then again, I will say something about the companies. Yes, there we have few companies. So far in about 10 years, every single person from older kid to younger, even when Jashan was very young, everyone helps. No one gets paid. We haven't taken a single cent out. The objective is to develop this organization and but focused on the solving problems. So we are trying to take this technology into Egypt, into India, into Pakistan, into Bangladesh, and all those countries. And so the focus is global from the day one. And I know the companies can't run without money because we don't get taxpayers nothing, right? So we got to make revenue, generate revenue, but the focus is not to make ton of money. The focus is to actually solve. And I strongly believe this is the way for a university professor. It's very hard work. I can tell you stories that how hard we all have to work to do that. In any case, so that's just one example. And this is simple showing the one on the right, your right, are the lines, the current varieties. And when we apply a little bit of drought stress, they wither and die. The 3 panels that has stars on there, those are our new wheat lines that have a newly developed dwarfing genes. Under same drought stress, they do just fine. So we believe that in conditions like India, we should be able to cut 1 to 2 irrigations. You can imagine how much water we will save. In area like Saskatoon, Saskatchewan and Pullman, or where this rain fed, we expect significant yield advantage because the water is limited. Whatever water we have will produce the crop. And one study we did in Egypt, I don't know how many of you know about Egypt. It depends upon Nile River, no other drop of water anywhere. If something happened to Nile, they're dead. They don't have any water even to drink, right? So there on wheat, they put 6 irrigations. So our new recommendation is coming that with 5 irrigations, they can harvest same yield. So there, if they follow our recommendation and our varieties, they will save 20% of water. And I expect the same result in India and Pakistan and other parts. So this is just one example. Won't bore you with the detail that our dwarfing lines are also making wheat very salt stress. So as we add more fertilizer and the salt and pH and everything is changing in the soil, not for the better, for the worse. So we need to develop crops that can adapt to it, and then these lines we are developing do just fine. And just another very interesting technology, a different company, Biotech Naturale, is addressing this. So when you drive on the road, you see all the grass growing. That grass is relative to wheat. Okay? You look at it, you won't find any disease there, because any grass that couldn't survive would be dead. So point being, the wild relatives of crops, they have tremendous value in them, that they have valuable genes that we can use in our crops. That is not a novel technology. People tried to do that from 1950s. Okay? So why hasn't it been useful? The reason is, and okay, I promise this may be the most technical slide I would show, but I don't, maybe there are more. So there is a process called recombination that is in any living organism, a eukaryote. There is a chromosome from father, chromosome from mother. They reshuffle the genes, and then the progeny get mixture of those. But when we make a cross between a crop and wild relative, those chromosomes don't undergo that shuffling. So what happens? Each chromosome has about 4,000 to 6,000 genes. We get all of them when we only need one. So all the efforts in the history, they did a wonderful job, spent 10 years, transfer a gene, which is a chromosome, and publish a wonderful paper that we have found this wonderful gene from a wild relative crop, but then breeders say, keep it away from me, I don't want to touch it, because it has bad 5,000 genes more, which I don't want to deal with. So we have developed a technology where we can make that shuffling happen between wild and crop chromosomes. Okay, how did we do this? We found this gene. Well, we didn't find this gene. The gene was found in 1957 that controls that process of reshuffling, the pairing process. So we actually cloned that gene, and this is just kind of what gene looked like. And then we use this very slick process. And this is actually being used for human health also. That is that we call gene therapy. That future looks like you go to doctor's office, they will rub something on your nose, and then the problem is solved. And then the viral vector, the virus will take that gene into wherever it's kidney or brain or wherever it's needed and fix the ailment. We are doing something similar in wheat, that we want to manipulate that gene, so we put that piece in the virus, rub it on wheat leaf, it does its thing, and then it induces that reshuffling. And this is just kind of showing red is from wild relative, green is crop. If we don't do this, they will never mix, right? Either we get the complete red or complete green. See how many shuffling we have recovered, and this is in our company, right? So now we can just transfer single gene, which is shown here. This is actual example that we transferred the single gene on a very, very small segment. Everything else is crop, but we transferred a gene. And then later on, we have shown that this technology works in pretty much all crops. So we are just aggressively pursuing that in chickpea, and won't go into it. There is a very dangerous disease in chickpea, shole, that is, once it comes, ascochyta blight. पता नहीं पंजाबी च की कहंदे चांदनी ते नहीं होंदी है वही कहंदे right? Crop is gone. The moment it comes, you won't harvest anything, and there is no cure for it. Even the chemicals that were sprayed, the fungus has become resistant to it. So even the chemical doesn't work anymore, right? So we have found a resistant gene in one of the relatives of chickpea, and we are transferring this into chickpea, and again both into kale shole and chitte shole, because this is very, very, very important crop for, especially for Sikhs. We have a lot of history. Pujyogdam, right? Our Sikh fighters use this, and now we are finding out that that has the one of the best protein balance in shole. So we are trying to solve this problem using this technology, and this is just sort of same. And then coming to, I will go quick. How am I doing the time? Okay, all right. So I will take a little more than 2, but so anyway, heat tolerance. This is a big project, and people talk about climate change. Some say there is, some say there isn't. I don't care. We are losing crop to heat stress today, right? This is all the reds, that's where the heat stress is today. I want to solve problem of today, not what happens in 100 years or 20 years. Those will happen, but we need to address this today. We are losing a lot of crop to heat stress, and this is shown that we took data from 2 varieties. As soon as the temperature goes up during flowering, the yield dips of the same variety. Serious problem. So this project is funded by USAID, Indian government, $17 million project, and we are trying to develop varieties, and I'll try to go quickly. These are the objectives, and then this is all done naturally. We got material from along the equator looking for resistance. We did find that. and that's what we transferred. And this material, this is like, you would never believe these plants were grown at 40 degrees throughout, and they do just fine. This is the material we found, and we have our varieties in the advanced stages in India, in Pakistan. One of our varieties topped the Nepalese yield trials in Pakistan 2 years ago when it was really bad heat stress. Our lines were the only ones that did not show shriveling. And in fact, their center minister was there who visited our trials, and he just really popularized. So they are commercializing these there. And so anyway, very quickly, this process of photosynthesis. So this is the only source of energy on Earth. Sunlight captured by plants converted into biomass. Highly inefficient process. Only 1% of sunlight falling on the plant is being captured. So we have, again, won't bore you with the detail. We have found, and we have a patent pending on it, we have found a way to increase that photosynthetic activity, especially under heat stress. So now we will be commercializing this technology through the company if we successfully make agreement with the WSU, which is a challenge by itself. But so this is what we will do. And I will skip this and go directly to this part. So this is one of our, I say, best inventions, and all of my kids are leading this. So the protein, even the milk protein, is imbalanced to what humans need. Right? So when you check that what gets excreted, a lot of protein gets excreted, whereas the living organisms don't like to excrete protein. The reason it gets excreted is all the excess amino acids that are not in balance, they are excreted. They put a lot of pressure on kidneys, and so plant protein is highly imbalanced. So most of it is excreted out because few amino acids that are in deficiency, they become the bottleneck. The rest of them are excreted out. So we have developed this technology called amino balance, that this perfectly balanced for human diet. Now we are working on developing the same for animal feed, and then this technology is, we are just pushing very hard to commercialize this. And by the way, this work was not done at WSU, it was done by the company. And then the rest 2-3 minutes I will just talk about Sadka. This is a non-profit organization that we have started. The objective here is using research and development, solve agricultural problems. The first one we have picked is rice straw burning in our part, in India, mainly in northern India. And government keeps saying they have a solution, they don't, right? When they ask farmers to plant shorter duration crops, farmer end up taking 10 to 15% yield hit, which is not good for farmers. So we think we have excellent solution for it. Not only we will stop the burning of the straw, we will convert that straw into animal feed. Right now, rice straw cannot be used for animal feed because it has too much silica, 17%, and then animal gets sick. And this is the project we have been trying to get going with the Gadwasu and with the Baljit's help and another gill. You know the gills, we always think we are doing good work. So now the new Vice Chancellor of Gadwasu is also gill. So we are working with them that not only we stop burning of straw, but also when we convert it into good animal feed, the farmers can actually sell it and get money. And then the next phase of this project we will increase protein and iron zinc in the straw that will improve health of animal as well as of milk, right? And I don't know how many of you are following the news happening at Tirupati Mandir, where they found lard in prasad, right? Because most of the desi ghee being sold in India has adulteration with animal fat and other. That's a big scandal there, and now they're just checking. So the reason is more demand for milk and milk products than what is being produced. So feed is the number one problem, because no farmer like to produce fodder, and then we think that this will solve that problem. So I'll end it here, and I welcome all of you. We are always looking for partners, and especially with Sadka, I think that we have a good approach to solve this rice straw problem. The government there in Punjab or India do not have any solution right now, so we are going to aggressively work on it. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. I will give an honorary mention to the fact that I also was a Gill before I got married, so let that be put out there. Our next speaker for this afternoon is Dr. Kuljit Singh Grewal. Dr. Grewal is an assistant professor at the University of Prince Edward Island's Faculty of Sustainable Design Engineering. He established the Future Urban Energy Lab for Sustainability in 2021, focusing on sustainable neighborhoods, energy design, and net zero approaches that integrate engineering, architecture, land use, planning, and policy making. Dr. Grewal earned his PhD in mechanical engineering from IIT Roper in 2018 and has a Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering and a Master's in Engineering in Thermal Energy Engineering, from the Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. Dr. Grewal will be presenting on energy sustainability in built environments, the path from policies to implementation.
All right, thank you for the great introduction. So I know this is post-lunch session, and post-lunch sessions are always challenging to engage, and Dr. Gill set a perfect stage, engaging well you also. I will try to maintain the stage at the same level, that same energy. So I joined University of Prince Edward Island if you don't know Prince Edward Island, it's the smallest province in Canada on the eastern side, east coast. So I joined UPI in 2021 and I established Future Urban and Energy Lab for Sustainability. So that's what you can hope in today's presentation. So I will be going over the research lab introduction, and then urban ecosystem and sustainable energy, what it is, and then tools and automation, solar access and resilience, and I was also on International Energy Agency Task 63 on solar neighborhood planning. I was co-leading one subtask. So I will be touching on few of those activities as well. Then I will be talking about hybrid sustainable energy infrastructure and then initiatives in PEI. PEI stands for Prince Edward Island. And then I will be talking about a living lab that are recently founded in Prince Edward Island, where students are learning in a real life context. So this is the overview of my lab. My lab is basically an interdisciplinary research group that blends urban planning, architecture, and a couple of engineering disciplines as well, and then policy making and economics. Because nothing is core these days, right? And future is interdisciplinary. There is no choice. So that is the base of my faculty as well at UPI. So our faculty is focusing on sustainable design engineering, which is a blend of different disciplines. And my research group particularly focuses on high performance building, design, future urban design, clean transportation, and sustainable energy design. And we are targeting a couple of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals set by UN. So this is the overview of the activities that we are doing. So we are focusing on energy efficient mixed use buildings. We are focusing on energy oriented urban design and how we can integrate hybrid clean energy resources like solar, wind, biomass and all those sort of resources into microgrid sort of infrastructure. And so a lot of new buildings that are being built in Canada, they are built as per building code, but the older buildings built in Canada were not built as per building code. What does that mean? So building code is a minimum energy standard that newer building has to achieve now. But the older buildings are not very energy efficient in terms of energy conservation within the building. So we are ultimately, to strike net zero, we have to strike a synergy between new buildings and existing buildings. So we are looking into that business. Then hybrid energy mix. We are also integrating hydrogen and new resources into the hybrid energy mix. And the biggest problem with the renewable energy is that renewable energy is non-programmable source of energy. What does that mean? We can't really control solar generation, right? Sun will rise in the morning, sunset will be there in the evening, but meanwhile, if some cloud is there in the sky, so solar energy will be hampered. So that's why it is not programmable resource, unlike the central grid infrastructure that we have right now. Similar situation is with wind. Wind is also non-programmable source. So weather uncertainties are critical if we are talking about 100% renewable energy reliance by 2040 or 2050, whatever the goal is. And then we are focusing on co-creation. Co-creation is the key thing. If we are not involving people in the process of designing net zero neighborhoods, then it will not going to sustain. So that acceptance has to be done through co-creation that we are focusing on through living labs. And the other thing that we are focusing a lot is automation of energy modeling. Right now, energy modeling process. So energy modeling is a process to quantify energy use. What is our hourly energy use profile? And so when we are peaking in the grid, when we are at off peak, and based on historic data, how well we are predicting future. As I said, renewable energy is non-programmable. So we have to predict energy demand accurately if we want to have 100% reliance on renewable energy. So we are working on a couple of automation strategies as well for energy modeling. We are deploying artificial intelligence into the process as well. And then apart from this, my research group is also focusing on optimization in various systems like clean transportation, sustainable agriculture, and water management as well. So just to give you some crisp what I'm talking about is, for example, if you consider a building, just a house or a single detached house in Canada, then there are a couple of factors, those are impacting energy use in buildings. For example, what is the shape of building, size of building, what is the layout of house, if it is a south-facing house or north-facing house, what sort of energy systems the house is having. For example, if you are using natural gas for water heating, you are using natural gas for space heating, if you are using heat pump, if you are in Eastern Canada, oil furnaces are more popular, so people are using furnace oil for heating houses. So there is so much of diversity in energy systems, and that all govern the energy demand. And then what is your facade design, like what is your wall insulation value, what is your roof insulation value. It is absolutely critical in cold climates like Canada or North America, where most of our overload is heating load. 60% of energy in Canada is used for space heating in buildings. So that's why building envelope insulation values are really critical. And what is the type of use? If it is a commercial building, residential building, institutional building, demand profile will govern by that. For example, if you are going to work during the day, then your demand will be stagnant or lower during the day and then peaks up in the evening. And it would be opposite for an office building, where the the demand will be peaking during the day and stagnant during the evening or lower during the evening. Now when it comes to neighborhood, there are a couple of other factors that adds on. So it is, whenever we are talking about energy efficient buildings, it is not just only about buildings. It is about urban design as well. So other factors also come into play. What is the density of houses? Like that will also govern the airflow within the neighborhoods. That will also govern solar access within the neighborhoods. And then what is the layout of the neighborhood? If it is east-west neighborhood or if it is south-facing, most of houses are south-facing. Why I'm keep talking about south-facing? So we live in North America where equator is towards our south, right? So sun is following that path. So most of the energy from sun that is coming to earth in North America or in upper hemisphere is from south. So all solar installations in North America are south-facing PV installations. Even if you are having a big south-facing window in your house, that is also passively heating your house. So that is called solar passive heating. So even that will cut down your heating demand in house. For example, I am having a south-facing window in my living area, and we never turned heat pump on during winter because sun is heating our house. So that perspective of renewable energy is missing. Whenever you are talking about, hearing about renewable energy, it is about generation, but it is beyond generation as well. Right? So then ultimately, when you are focusing on building level, then your economics is limited as well. Solar panels are expensive till date. The cost is getting good, but the cost is lower now, but still the cost is high. So it is not feasible. But when you are moving to neighborhood scale, then the economics is viable because municipality or utility can get higher discounts for solar installations. So that's how neighborhood design option would be more practical. And these are the economic insights. For example, if you are installing it on individual scale and utility scale, you see the cost difference. So this graph I have took from NREL report, National Renewable Energy Lab. They are doing wonderful work in energy sector. So you can see the economics. If you are considering neighborhood scale or bigger scale, then the economics is more viable to have renewable energy. So here are a few objectives of sustainable urban design. So first and foremost is energy efficiency of buildings and their systems. If we are using high performance building as well as more insulation value, this is governed by building code now. Canada recently launched National Energy Building Code, NECB, and they set tier level programs. So tier 1 would be absolutely basic energy efficiency requirement that has to be met. And then tier 5 is net zero energy ready buildings that has a particular high insulation value. So, and accordingly they are having this tier based program. And then passive design, as I said about solar, like south facing windows, those sort of passive design strategies could dramatically help conserve energy. For example, another example, if you are having a south facing window and that south facing window may be heating concrete floor in your house. Concrete will be storing that energy because concrete is a thermal mass that can store energy and release energy at a different time. So those sort of strategies can be integrated in passive design. Then optimal energy demand profiles. One of the strategies in renewable energy that people are doing demand response manipulation. So utilities are now installing devices in houses to control demand. For example, I can give you a couple of examples. First example is from Prince Edward Island. We have a city of Summerside. It's a small municipality that holds around 30,000 people. And they are using the ceramic tiles to store thermal energy. So when renewable energy is abundant during the day from solar or wind, they are storing that energy or dumping that heat into those ceramic bricks. And those ceramic bricks will be complementing the heat load or serving the heat load during the evening. So what it does, it shifts the peak basically. So for example, if once you are at home during the evening, then you will be turning on your heating, right? So if you are having some thermal energy storage that stored your energy during the day, then that energy storage will serve that peak. So what does that imply? That it will reduce peak in the grid. So the biggest challenge with the electricity or energy is we don't want peak in grid. Whenever the peak is there, problem arises. So to smooth that peak is the key goal. Then maximum on-site energy generation or renewable energy generation is the key thing. And I want to stress, like, solution is not only solar, not only wind, not only biomass, not only hydrogen. It would be mix of energy resources. And how we can optimally mix those energy resources is a challenge. Because to control multiple energy resources, and those are distributed energy resources, is challenging. Because right now we have centralized generation and centralized distribution. So for example, if some nuclear power plant is there in Ontario, then it has a centralized generating energy, and that is being distributed by the grid. Now, future model will be more distributed. There are a couple of challenges with central model. Central model is good, fabulous to control, but the biggest challenge is power outage, because we are running very long power lines. Those are prone to damage and energy outage, especially in extreme weather events. We had Fiona in 2022 in Atlantic Canada. That was a hurricane. And we lost power for 5 days in my house. And even some households lost power for 20 days. 20 days without power. It was fortunately September, so it was not that cold. But still, energy is a basic need, right? So those sort of problems are there, and that's why the distributed energy will be the future. And then resilient communities, how we can strike energy resilience situations like Fiona or extreme weather events when we are trying to be more resilient about that. And so I will be skipping few slides. So this is to model the energy demand. Basically, it is not that straightforward, because not all the load in Canada or anywhere in North America even, it is not 100% electric load. So there is oil consumption, there is natural gas consumption, and all those other consumptions are there. So it is not only electrical load. So that's why we need some alternative approaches to model that load. One of the approaches is building energy modeling. That is my focus area. So basically we are not only modeling buildings, but modeling neighborhoods. So this is one of the examples where we have modeled a mixed-use neighborhood. It is a mix of single detached houses, primary school, supermarket, and a couple of small restaurants. And then there are dedicated energy modeling softwares where we can input this geometric 3D model, and then we can set up insulation values, we can set up energy systems and everything, and it will simulate for us and predict load as per weather data. So those simulation platforms can be used for energy planning and energy forecasting that we are using. Now, how precisely we can do that, that's a challenge. And we are automating the process. Right now, geometry going into building energy modeling or urban energy modeling is pretty much manual process. So we are trying to automate this process as well, so that the replication of the process would be much more faster. Because if anything can't be scaled, it is of no use. So my focus is to prioritize scaling whatever we are developing. Then I'm also involved in the International Energy Agency task on solar neighborhood planning. So this task is actually now ended. So what we have done in this, for Canadian neighborhoods, we have developed a couple of archetypes, like most repetitive patterns of neighborhoods. So we have developed archetypes of those neighborhoods, and then we have studied like how much energy. So this was these blue bars representing baseline demand, what they were having. And then the next bar is if we are improving building envelope insulations, then how much energy can be saved? It is like pouring water in a bowl with hole in it. So if you are pouring water in a bowl with hole, then all the water will be drained, right? Similar concept is there with houses. If you are having poor insulation, then all your heat is escaping, and then you are dumping more heat into the system. Then this is the example, and then this is the example how we can mix energy resources. So through energy modeling, we are able to generate hourly energy demand profiles for those neighborhoods. And then we have studied how we can optimally mix energy resources together to strike net zero. And what are those optimal capacities? So then, we have systematically have done this through optimization algorithms. And this is another example of energy resilience that I was talking about, vulnerability of buildings, like if they are prone to power outage, and if power outage happens, how sustainable they are. So then we have quantified that sustainability using a vulnerability index that can be used for energy planning. And I want to touch on initiatives in Prince Edward Island. Last year I started this project of assessing net zero potential of a small town called Georgetown. It's in Prince Edward Island, having around 300 buildings, and it's a big project funded by provincial government. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to model Georgetown to predict energy demand profiles. So we are considering historic weather data for that. We are using building use data. We are using occupancy data, how buildings are occupied. We are using GIS data, like all those maps and 3D geometric information that is out there. And energy system data, what kind of, if they are using oil heating, wood furnace, or whatever the energy system is. Then building envelope data. Now the big challenge is that this data is nowhere available. That's the biggest challenge with energy modeling. There is no standard database that holds all the information. So for that, we have to strategize that data collection process, because data is asset in this century, especially with all this machine learning. Data is very valuable. Then we are trying to plug all that data into energy modeling software and try to energy model those neighborhoods. And then we are trying to calibrate all those models with available data from utilities. Now this is the second phase or second objective of this project. Then we will be, once we have the baseline energy model, then we can play with it. That's the biggest advantage of having energy modeling strategy. So once we energy model, have baseline energy model, then we can see how much energy saving can be done by building envelopes solely. How much energy saving can be done by heat pumps. So we can we can generate tons of scenarios, play with it. Then the main challenge that we are targeting is how economically we can do that. People often talk about retrofitting, renewable energy, everything is damn costly right now. Deep retrofitting is very costly in Canada. And how we can cost effectively do that, that is my motive. That's what we are targeting with this project. So then we have started this project, and then I'm proudly saying that Georgetown is a living lab. How this is a living lab? Because students are working with community. They are collecting data with community. They are working with public sector. They are working with industry. They are collecting real life data, playing with real life data, and then making difference on ground. So this is the picture of community engagement. We are engaging the community with the different sessions where we are explaining them what we are doing, and then how they can help us to collect data, because we can't solely collect data. We need community to feed us data. That would be the rapid process that we can generate. And then we are flying our own drones to collect geometric data. And then we are feeding that data to some of the in-house artificial intelligence-based algorithms that will automatically process that data. I want every process to be single-click process. It would not be any manual labor that we are intending. And this is the example. So we have flown two drone flights, one in November, one in March, just to capture 3D point cloud of Georgetown. And with this data, so LiDAR is a laser that is pointed from drone, and then where the laser is pointed, that point will be converted to RGB. Well, basically a point cloud will be there. So how does that look like? This is the two flights that we have took, and we have also done thermography of the neighborhoods as well. And once we have the data, then we want to fit in our building models into that environment. So this is how we are creating models out of that drone data. It is a fairly complex process that we are simplifying through machine learning or artificial intelligence, and then we are placing those models into the environment, because environment is important in energy simulation. If you have tree in front of your window, that will be also impacting your energy performance. So mimicking that actual environment would be important. And then this is how we are fitting geocoded building models into the environment that we have created. And then another thing is important, which is windows and doors. I will take 1 or 2 more minutes. I know I'm running out of time, sorry for that. But this is the problem with professors, we can't stop ourselves, right? So please bear with me. So then windows and doors are also important things that will be impacting your energy performance. So then we are flying our own drones to capture all that imagery. And then we have trained machine learning algorithms to automatically detect those windows, and it will extract all that from imaging and impose onto our building energy models, basically. So again, the automation is key, scaling is key. So this is the example. So these two center models are actually building models that our algorithms are generating automatically. And these are the images of actual buildings. So you can see how accurately we are able to regenerate those models. And there is tremendous amount of work that my team has put together for this. And we want accurate representation. And this is the fire station in Georgetown. And then another thing is to collect data. We don't know all the buildings, what are their insulation value and all those things, right? Then we have launched this community-led data collection process last winter, where we invited community members. We put together small kits with thermal infrared cameras and a couple of other instruments. We trained community members. We had community champions in the community, which those community champions, community collected data and feed us data about their buildings, about their energy systems, about thermal imaging, outdoor thermal imaging, indoor thermal imaging. So this is kind of crisp of all that data collection, how we were training them, and these are small kits out here. You can see the mouse cursor pointing. Then this summer we have created this machine learning algorithm again that only takes that thermal imaging that the community has done and all the environment parameters. It will take all the data, process that automatically, and predict insulation values of building envelope. So user only need to feed thermal imaging and environment parameters. That's it, and it's a one-click process as well. And we are fairly comparing with energy audits. So we have data for energy audit as well. Energy audit is purely qualitative process that energy auditors are doing. They are predicting insulation values based on their experiences and knowledge of construction, but we are actually predicting insulation values with data. So this is data-driven approach that we are taking. This is no more prediction or qualitative analysis and turning out that qualitative analysis to quantities. And then wind is also going to impact. So this is, we are also simulating the wind flow, how if wind is flowing from north, south, at what speed, and how much it is impacting the energy performance of buildings. And we are also counting that in our artificial intelligence model. So these are a couple of acknowledgements for all the partners on this Georgetown Living Lab. And this is my team of graduate students, undergrads, and postdocs. And I acknowledge funding from NSERC, MITAX, NRC, and a couple of other industrial partners. So that said, thanks for bearing with me, and I apologize for out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Graywall. I've never been so interested in a topic that I actually know so little about. And there's, again, so many questions because energy sustainability, planning for the future is becoming a growing concern in our communities in Canada and all over the world. And this has shone a light on some of the ways in which we need to move forward. We'll go straight into our next presenter, and our next presenter is Dr. Jasvinder Singh. Dr. Jasvinder Singh is an associate professor in the Department of Plant Science at McGill University and an associate member of the Beeler School of Environment. He completed his PhD at the University of Sydney and the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization in Canberra, followed by his postdoctoral studies at the University of California, Berkeley. His research focuses on genomics, molecular breeding, and biotechnology. Dr. Singh will be speaking to us today about food and nutritional security, the contributions of Sikh researchers. Dr. Singh?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introduction. I believe we are in good hands. First of all, I would like to congratulate Sardar Gyan Singh ji for your visionary work, because this is, as Dr. Kulwinder Gill said, it's needed, very important. And why I said we are in good hands? Oh, we have engineers here. I am sure when we will make our GNI campus, it will be energy efficient. Thank you, Kuldeep. And also, it is very good for me, sometimes bad, because I can't match my presentation, what just Dr. Kulwinder Gill did. But why it's good for me? Because he set the stage so that I can talk about a little more easier for the food security. So anyway, for next few minutes, maybe a little bit more minutes, I will first present you what we do at McGill University for food security. There will be some technical terms which I will try to skip, but I think I need to show you. But in the next part of my presentation, I will provide you information that we are not only driving taxis. Our people have big contribution for food security and nutrition security. They have done so much that no one can able to do it. And I will show you some of the great scientists who actually contributed a lot for food security and nutrition security. So with that, I will go to my first slide. So as you can see, we need food security for the food, and Dr. Kulwinder Gill already mentioned about wheat, which is one of the key crop. And we have to think about food security, or we are thinking for the food security from the day one, because langar is one of our main element in our culture. And then nutritional security. So what we eat, is it nutritious? Nutritious enough so that we should be healthy. Anyway, what is food and nutritional security? I took from a World Food Summit definition that is, I will read because this is a quote: physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food for all people at all times. And I think this mission matches pretty much with our Sikhi. And what are the main dimensions? There are three main ones, but we can say the four. For example, availability of food, access to the food, utilization of the food, where nutritional security will come. But all of these three things dimensions should be very stable. So that's how it becomes four-dimensional world. So I don't think I need to explain this particular slide. Dr. Gill has shown in a very nice way, but I can remind you again that yes, population is growing and we are a little bit behind, and so there's a big challenge for us. So basically, why? Because my lab is working on small grain cereals. The reason is because cereals are a part of the food security. They are major crops which are involved in the food security, because vast majority of the calories which we are consuming directly or indirectly coming from the cereals. So, but I believe we need to increase more than 75% of our food in next 25 years. So it means we have a big challenge, and there is a big challenge on us. And I'm glad you have chosen this particular topic, because sometimes we never think about it, because especially when we are living in Canada and we go to any time and go to the grocery shop and take food and eat in any season, right? But we do not know how much hard work behind it. So the food security is the key. So what are the challenges for us? Dr. Kulwinder Gill again mentioned about the heat, and so we are expecting there will be 20 to 25% or even more than that yield decline. We were talking about the stability, but there may be a decline, as he mentioned very clearly, with the same field, due to the climate change, biotic and abiotic stresses, because with the climate change, there will be an issue not only for the abiotic stresses, but also some different type of diseases. So then what we can do about it? Can we do the same way as we were doing before? Just to develop varieties a traditional way, which is important. But at the same time, we have to identify new things so that we can speed that up. I'm sure, I also see in Dr. Kulwinder Gill's slide, I'm not delivering your talk again, but I want to focus on some of the important key points, because basically he mentioned something about the speed breeding. So basically we need to devise new technologies so that we can match the demand. So some of the things are, for example, you might have heard about biotechnology, which is a very broad field. You might have heard about genomics. You might nowadays, I think even in a few years, or maybe it's still going on, that people can provide you a blood and they can extract your DNA, and there was whole genome sequencing, and based on that they can predict, they can tell you what if you are predisposed to any diseases or something like that. So the same way in plants, actually we can judge which plants are good or which are not good, or what are the good genes or what are the bad genes there. So to understand those and to use those, functional genomics means we need to decode those genes or those alphabet so that we can use them to improve the yield and improve the food security. From where our inspiration comes? We all know our inspiration comes from Guru Nanak, who started with the 20 rupees and started that langar, and I think this is an initiation of food security, and our inspiration is coming from there. So now I will turn your attention what I do, or not me, means my lab, or we do in our lab, just to understand that. So I'm more towards the molecular or genetic side, where we try to identify important traits, important means even problems, and also then identify how we can improve those traits. For example, quality is a trait, disease resistance is a trait, coping with the abiotic stress, heat, drought, salt is a trait. So we want to identify the genes so that they can cope with it, Just like, again, I'm quoting Dr. Kulvinder Gill, that he has shown that in his company, some of the varieties are better than others because they have introduced some of the genes. But I'm bringing you towards the other side, that how we can find those genes and then in the end, so that we can use them. For that, there are some traditional ways to do it. I will just show you very simple slides. Although there will be some technicality, transposon system, or nowadays you might have heard CRISPR-Cas, right? Gene editing, right? Some people are very much scared about it. So means these are some of the new tools, which are very precise tools by which you can, help the food security issues. So you might have heard sequencing, as I just mentioned a minute ago. You may, if you check the literature, every genome, every crop is now being sequenced. So sometimes I also feel that why tomato is tomato and wheat is wheat, and barley is barley, and they are very close, some of them very, very, very close. So there is something in their genome or genes which make them different, right? So people still not know how it's happening, so nature is developing that. But when you sequence all those genomes, right, we get some good information. That's why my lab also interested to do some sequencing. The sequencing is that I'm involved in an international PAN or consortium. The reason was until 2018, we don't have any information about sequencing of oat. I will tell you within a minute why oat. So then there is some full genome sequence happened. But in the meantime, now we made a big team, international level. We have now sequenced all 30, 40 genomes to see which line is better than the other one. But when you have those sequences in your hand, but you still not know, you need to decode it. But before I tell you how we decode them, I want to mention something about why. Because it has some relationship with the nutritional security. Because oat has multiple uses. We can use as a grain, forage, fodder, silage, whatever you want to use. But important thing is it has beta-glucan, which is a dietary fiber. And it is now known that this beta-glucan or dietary fiber is very, very important to reduce cholesterol and reduce high blood pressure. In addition to that, oat has lot of other, antioxidants, which you can see on the slide, but I will not mention it. So, when you want to, you have information in your hand, the sequence, the whole genome sequence. If you want to type it, there will be many books you can type from sequence. But what those sequences are, A, T, G, C, 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 T. What we can learn from them? Yes, we can compare them where all the information is known, but we want to decode them, what actually those sequences are saying to you. For that, you need to devise some technology. And one of the simple one, which I call is transposon technology, which has happened in 1950s. Even at that time, we don't have any sequences in our hand. For example, if you see, there is this colored gene here, right? We know this particular sequence is giving us a colored gene, but if we interrupt that gene with something, we call it jumping gene, for example, the color is changed. So it means by using this technology, if we can interrupt each and every gene, we can find out the function of every gene, right? So that's the first technology we started in my lab. And then after that, I may not go into the details, but we have, some of my slides actually now changed because the background is already changed. It was a blue one anyway. So those genes we identified which are involved in root length or salt tolerance, and there are some other genes we identified which are actually involved in the reproduction or flowering. Because with the heat, there will be effect on the fertility. And if your flower or spike is not fertile, then you will not have any yield. So we have to find those genes, and we successfully found those genes. So, and then once we have genes in our hand, now I will give you one example. we did lot, we used many genes in many ways, but I'll give you the very recent example, which is very recently published, so to make our oat crop even more nutritious. So the example is, the oat is the crop which have very high oil, but the oil composition is not very good. So if we change the oil composition, it may be even more healthier. In order to introduce those healthier genes, good genes in that, first of all, my wife is here, Rajwinder, she actually developed this system, how to introduce gene into a cell, especially in oat, very successfully. So in this one, we start, from the seeds, and I will not go into the details. Maybe if you have more questions, you can ask her. But basically, my point here is that using this kind of technology, we developed that if we have cells in our hand, more than 20% cases, the gene is introduced. So we are very lucky. So then we tested it very recently. We have some genes which can change the composition of the oil. It can make the oil more healthy, and for this, and you can see on your slide, and which is in the red cover, so that there is a high oleic acid. So now the oat we have developed will have high oleic acid. High oleic acid means it will be great for heart disease. It will not even, for example, if you put some seeds, sometime after a few days, you can see smell because of the oxidation, right? It's called rancidity. So it will reduce the rancidity as well. So we made the oat even more nutritious. So now I will turn your attention to the second type of technology. First I mentioned transposon. But the transposon system is a very random. It will jump in here, from here to here, here to here, not necessarily in the gene in which we want it should transfer. So then we have to devise a new technology which is even more precise, that we want to knock out, or we want to delete, or we want to modify a specific gene with a specific way, and that's called gene editing. So the gene editing, I'll show you some example why we need it. 10,000 years ago, agriculture started, right? Domestication. So in 100 years, we developed many different varieties, breeding, and then when we develop a new variety, what Dr. Kulwinder Gill has shown, that it takes many, many years with the traditional way, 20 years. But they also have developed some speed breeding technology by which they can reduce its time. For example, with the speed breeding, it might go to half. But with the gene editing, you can even develop that thing within 2 years or within 1.5 years. And also, the problem which he mentioned about the wild sources where there is a combination of many, they have developed a different type of technology. But at the same time, you, based on your understanding on the sequences, you can precisely tweak and fine-tune your gene for your own purpose. So, in a way, if I want to summarize this, the gene editing is the targeted alteration of the DNA sequence within an organism. It means we are not bringing anything foreign, right? So it means, in simple words, this is my own definition, tuning and tweaking of genes which are already present in that particular organism. Okay, so it has a very big potential. So I will give you one example. I have cut many slides, others already. So that it has a potential that we can even increase the yield by using gene editing. So it means it will be very useful for food security. So even we can change what we learn from the wild species or primitive species. If we know that the primitive species that they are very resistant to diseases, and we know why they are resistant, then we can just tweak or fine-tune our gene just using this way. For example, here I'm showing that if there is 2 amino acids, some are present, then it is susceptible, and if you change them, it becomes resistant. and what this system is. So I will try to simplify. It is more genomics. For example, if you have all the DNA, the genome in your hand, and you have to create a surveillance guide machinery that you have put something there so that it can just like if you think about, there are some cameras they put inside you and it takes all the pictures and you know what is happening. So what you can do is you can put a surveillance machine that it can find the target in which you want to fine tune, right? And then it makes it cut there and change its sequence, and in the end you test it. Oh, now it become better, or it become more nutritious, it become more resistant. So this is sort of a surveillance machine, and it is actually finding its match, and when it finds its match, it cut from there. Then the system, every organism have already a system to repair. Once it's repaired, then it is actually edited. Anyway, so now I will show you some real examples in where we are successful in the gene editing in my own lab at McGill University. So, again, there was a background change, and when you transfer from one computer to another computer, it changes. So that's sometimes a problem of technology. Anyway, so pre-harvest product. How many of you have ever heard pre-harvest sprouting? Because we grow wheat. Anyone? Great. So pre-harvest sprouting is actually sprouting when spike is before we harvest it. It's already sprouted, because then when there is a rain, or especially in the prairie region, when there is a snow, and then immediately after that it's melted, and then it sprouts within that spike, and it's not useful at all. So basically, my lab is working a lot more on that. We identified some of the interesting genes there, and a few years ago, and which we believe can save millions for the farmers. We can also, and it was pretty much highlighted in the media. So now with the same gene, we are editing it to make it even better with the gene editing, and we successfully did, in collaborating with the companies. So our plants are gene edited, and as well as they are tolerant to pre-harvest sprouting. So another example is that if once you have a dough in your hand, and after some time, after a few hours, you can see it become brown, right? So with the gene editing, it is a collaboration with CIMET, and we were able to change its quality. No, it will not be browning. My student, Mehtab Singh, great student. So basically, he is the first one who was able to do gene editing successfully in oat. No one else can able to do in the whole world. And he successfully did it. And I will not go into details, he confirmed those things. And what he found, that he can make the normal oat to the forage oat. And now, actually, this is unpublished. It's already submitted to the very prestigious journal. So it's all done. So another case is few years ago, we found a gene which can associated with dietary fiber, and one of my master's student, actually, her name is Kelly K. She successfully edited the oats to make the different type of diversity in fiber in oat. So idea here is to summarize this part is that we have included a new tool in a toolbox so that we can use those tools to develop new varieties and help the food security. Okay, now I will turn your attention to the contribution of Sikh researchers in food and nutrition aspect. Again, the slides are, I think, weird because all my background has changed. So the first one is Dr. Gurdev Singh Khush. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about Dr. Gurdev Khush. Many, very few, right? So Dr. Gurdev Khush's contribution are huge. He should have won the Nobel Prize, but he won the World Food Prize. So it is interesting that the person is from our community and we do not know about him. And what he did is, he played a big role for food security by developing very high yielding rice varieties in the world, right? And many people, I don't know whether you can read or not, I can read, from here, because it's a quote, while his name may have passed the lips of many, his life's work passed the lips of almost half the mankind. So that's a big contribution. That's from a Sikh researcher. And so next one, you can see quickly, but he got every biggest award ever created in this universe. He got all those awards. I will not go into details. And we are also fortunate enough that we were able to give him an honorary degree at McGill University. Second is my mentor, as Dr. Darshan Singh Brad, and who is a pioneer breeder, plant breeder and a biotechnologist. What he did, what Dr. Kulwinder Gill was saying, that bringing the gene from wild to the cultivated one. He did a pioneer work, bringing genes from wild species in rice. So he was a very humble man, so in a way he is my father-in-law as well. So he was a very inspiring person, and he was a very good human being. So he has also very important recognitions here. Somehow I cannot see because the background is changed. I should have checked my slides. But anyway, so he also got many international awards. So now I will tell you another person. Anyone heard about Surinder Singh? Few people. I'm glad you heard Surinder Singh. So Surinder Singh is a scientist in CSI Rockland Industry, Canberra, Australia. And the molecular biology which I do today, he taught me in 1 month when I worked in his lab. And this photograph, what it indicates, so he is actually not representing India here. You see, he is representing Australia in G20. What a recognition, right? And what he did, he engineered fish oil type, so that kind of type of oil in canola. It's not from fish, but that type. So that's his pioneer work. And he also developed some super high oleic safflower, the oleic acid ode which we have produced. He sent some of his constructs to develop it. So, and then he was ranked the top 10 translational researchers, by Nature Biotechnology. He got many different awards. If I have to say, then there will be a long list because I have only 1 minute left, but it may be more than one, by the way. So anyway, so he also got the Lifetime Achievement and the gold medal from CSI Hero, and he was inducted in National Academy of Science in 2019, and very recently, few days ago, he won the Eureka Award. It's a very high profile award. So now, another one, again my background is different here. Anyway, so Dr. Trilok Sahota, he is the only Sikh and non-white person who was inducted in a Hall of Fame in Ontario. He revolutionized the Ontario agriculture. He brought many different type of varieties, helped farmers to increase their income. He also got many different awards, and there are very big contributions from him. And the last one, actually, my student Mehtab has good genes because he's Mehtab's dad, who is now retired, but he developed some sort of technology so that we can use less nitrogen, less fertilizer, and someone from the Cambridge University wrote about him, about his innovative technology, and he got also a very prestigious many awards. But some important thing I want to mention, he could be a great person as a speaker because he is a great Gursikh as well. He is actually running a NGO on Atam Pragas where he teaches, he tried to, improve people's Punjabi and, all the Gursikhi as well, and he's now developing a new school in India. So with that, I believe I want to introduce my team. This is my team at McGill University, and there are many people with whom I'm actually collaborating, and also thankful to some of the funding agency. And basically, we have to thankful Pavan Guru, Pani Pita, Mata Tat Mahat, Dusra do daidaya khele sagal jagat. In the end, thank you very much for your attention and Waheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. I'm going to move on to our next presenter, and our next presenter is Mani Singh Sandhu. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Crown Nut Corporation, a prominent player in the almond and fruit growing industry across the United States. The company boasts a diversified business portfolio spanning several states. Mani holds a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering from San Jose State University and a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. Now I know why you guys are all sitting at the same table, because Berkeley and mechanical engineering, so I get it now. Before joining the family business, Mani gained valuable experience working with the U.S. Army defense contractors as a mechanical engineer for 6 years. And in 2012, he transitioned to Sandhu Brothers Farms and Crown Nut Corp, where he took on the role of COO. I'll pass it on to Mr. Sandhu.
All right, good afternoon. Sat Sri Akal Saਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ. Thank you, Gyan, for inviting us to speak at this summit. So I will, my slide? Okay. I will just give you guys a brief introduction about myself, my family, and the businesses that we run. All right, so I went to college and studied mechanical engineering. I got my bachelor's from University of California, Berkeley, and my master's from San Jose State University. And I took that knowledge and I went to work for United Defense Contractors. I worked on military vehicles. After that, I went to a life sciences company and worked there for many years. And after working for these companies for many years, I decided, hey, I'm making money for somebody else. And here, my dad, my chaches, they've grown this big business of farming and buying up property, buying up land. So, why don't I go make money for my own family and apply the knowledge, the information that I've learned at home. So that's when I transitioned to Sandhu Brothers Farms, almond farming, food processing, and also land development. And I'll talk a little bit about those companies and how they're aligned. And by doing that transition, I helped my family with the global distribution of food and enhancing food supply, because we're growing almonds. A little bit about my family. So we're a big family, Sikh family, and we practice the Swandh, which is giving 1/10 of our income, anything that we make, to charities, to schools, hospitals, wherever it's needed, whatever we can do to help, we go and do that. And part of that process is also Mike Sandhu, my chacha, he started winter jacket drive in honor of the Sahibzades. So we have an annual winter jacket giveaway, where we give away tens of thousands of jackets, coats, blankets to our communities in honor of our Sahibzades martyrdom. And recently we've also given about $100 million worth of land and resources to bring a university campus to our community to promote education and to promote jobs, because we live in an area outside of the big cities. We're kind of out in the country where it's a little less developed and less served. So we try to help where we can. Okay, so a little bit about our beginning, where we started. Humble farmers from California. My family started back in the 1970s as vegetable growers in Punjab, and then they immigrated to California, and we started doing large-scale farming of almonds in the 90s, because California is a perfect climate for growing almonds. It's Mediterranean climate. And to the right, you're seeing a picture of almonds in bloom. I don't know if there's a lot of almond farmers or you guys have been to almond orchards here, because it's kind of a cool climate, but you're seeing almonds during bloom on the right in the picture. And so the result of all that effort of farming and buying up properties for farming is that currently now we operate about 65,000 acres of land with crops that are almonds, walnuts, pistachios, and cherries. but 99% or 90+% of our farms are almonds. We're almond growers, or as my cousin likes to say, we are the almond kings of California. We're one of the largest family-owned farms in America, and we're also vertically integrated, which I'll talk about in a second. But before I do that, I'll give a little bit of introduction, a little bit of information about almond life cycle and sustainability. And so at the top there, you see almonds in dormancy, essentially. They wake up in early spring, February, March. You have bloom. That's when we go ahead and start fertilizing and watering the trees, and then you go into a growth stage of the almonds. And come summer, June, July, you'll have what's called, when the kernel inside that hull has matured and split. It's called hull split. So you're seeing like the hull the green hull on the outside, on the top, but it's split. And then you see the shell of the almond, and the almond is actually inside and ready to harvest. So that's when we go in with shakers, sweepers, and start harvesting the almonds. And then it goes on to the next step, which is processing, basically hulling, shelling, taking the kernels out of the shells, and packaging it, cleaning it, all that good stuff. Then it gets shipped to all over the world and stored. And on the right, I've highlighted some of the sustainable farming practices. So as farmers, we've done a lot to reduce the amount of water that's used. I know this is a big deal, water. There's a big water shortage everywhere. But farmers have done a lot to reduce the amount of water that's applied to the trees by using microjet irrigation, drip irrigation, which is what also something that we've done. So all our farms are drip irrigated. So we reduced a lot of that, no flood irrigation, none of that stuff. And even when the crop is harvested and taken over to a processing facility, there's a lot of organic material that never goes, you don't just eat the almonds or ship the almonds and sell that, but the shell, the hull, all that stuff, that organic material gets used. We take the shells and we actually throw them back into our fields because they're good for moisture retention, or you can use it for animal bedding. The hulls are actually used as animal feed. So in dairies across California, people can use the hulls for feeding the cows. So basically nothing goes to waste. This is our next company, which is the next logical step after you have enough production and a lot of, we basically plant billions of almond trees, and once that crop comes in, instead of giving it to somebody else to harvest, to hull and shell and, lose money over there, we started our own almond hulling shelling plant, which is run under a groundnut company. And that's used for hulling, shelling, and packaging of almonds. And then we export what's packaged, the almond kernels, all over the world. India, China, Europe, South Africa. Our Indians are already pretty familiar with almonds and, almond oil, using that for, centuries. So we know the benefits of almonds. But we export all over the world. And like I mentioned, once these almonds are in the processing plant, they do go through this hulling, shelling process, but nothing gets wasted. Even, the branches of the trees, they can be used for biomass. Okay, as everybody knows, the amount of land in this world is fixed, population grows, so the value of your land will naturally increase. And as part of that process, we've been in development business as well since we started buying up property. And currently, this is one of our big projects that we're working on in one of the cities, and it's a big $8 billion budget project to basically build out a city and have residential, commercial, and industrial zoning build out of this entire city. And as a part of that effort, we've already built a wastewater treatment plant for the city, and we're in the process of building a fire station, water storage facility, park, and other amenities like pools and community center for this city. So these are all part of my family's efforts in not just adding to the global food supply, but also adding to housing development, industrial development, and commercial development for, whether that's going to be schools or hospitals or housing for people. We're doing what we can on our end. And that's it.
Our last speaker before we get to the panel and you'll get a chance to ask questions is Janpreet Kaur Sandhu. And Ms. Sandhu is the Chief Executive Officer of Mangal Capital Inc., a family-owned holding company which specializes in agriculture and real estate. Under her leadership, the company oversees the cultivation, packaging, and global distribution of cherries to over 20 countries, including major retailers across Canada. Janpreet spearheaded the recent multi-million-dollar expansion of Sandhu Fruit Farm, launching a state-of-the-art cherry packing facility. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the University of British Columbia and a Bachelor of Business Administration in Human Resources from Okanagan College. And I welcome Ms. Sandhu to the stage.
Thank you. Wow. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Gyansing Uncle for inviting me to speak here today. And it's quite amazing to see how much knowledge we have here today in one room from all across the world. So thank you for that. So today I'm just going to talk a little bit about my family's organization and a little bit about the Sikh community's contribution in the fruit industry. So our company, it was started off as Sandhu Fruit Farm. It was established in 1986, founded by my father, Balinder Singh Sandhu. He began by selling fruit locally, and eventually he found that it wasn't economically sustainable. So he created a network of retailers here in the Lower Mainland. So he began trucking fruit down to the Lower Mainland, creating connections with retailers, and distributing the fruit that way. Eventually in 2011 actually, he installed a cherry packing line, and this enabled him to package and sell his fruit both domestically and export globally. So in 2019 is when we created Mangal Capital Inc. So actually, the company we created is actually under my Dadaji's name, Mangal Singh Sandhu. We never got the chance to meet him, and we wanted to honor his legacy. He was a prominent businessman back in India as well, created lots of land, made a name for himself, so we wanted to do something to honor his legacy here. So in 2022, very recently, we made a large investment to build a new packing facility. It's a state-of-the-art facility which basically streamlines the process of cleaning and sorting and packaging cherries using technology. So there's no more manual sorting, everything's sorted through 3D optical imaging. So we pack cherries for almost 50 other growers in the Okanagan Valley. And I'm very proud to say that a majority of these growers are from the Sikh Dharm. We can pack up to 6 tons of cherries per hour, so that's almost 13,000 pounds. And we are projecting to pack about 5 million pounds by 2025. So I have a short video. I don't know if it's going to play, but we'll try. This is just a short video of our operation, just to give you an idea of what we kind of do. So this right here is the infrared technology, which basically where within seconds there's about 30 photos taken of each individual cherry, and basically with the photo technology you're able to detect the size, the firmness, the color, and any defects of the cherry, and they're sorted accordingly. Okay, so basically my role as a CEO, I build financial forecasts. I review different strategic acquisitions with the other exec members, monitoring day-to-day operations, working with our team to ensure that we're able to execute a good morale within the company. And this industry is a male-dominated industry, so you won't see a whole lot of women leading in this industry. So I'm proud to say that I am one of the only women leading this organization. Thank you. But with that, you can face many, many challenges because of my age, because of my gender. I'm often questioned and challenged, but it's a challenge I take up, so it's okay. So the contributions of the Sikhs in this industry, and so I just want to highlight that in the Okanagan Valley alone, we grow about over 26% of Canada's fruit production, which consists of tree fruits such as apples, cherries, pears, apricots, peaches, nectarines, and other tree fruits. And we produce about 95% of Canadian cherries, which is huge. In 2019, the tree fruit sector operations and capital investments directly and indirectly contributed about 162 million to BC's GDP. 98 million of this was a contribution to labor income by employing almost 2,500 individuals. So contributions of the Sikh community. So more than 70% of the fruit growers in the Okanagan Valley belong to the Sikh faith, and I see their same uncle sitting right there. I think this is largely due to the fact that we come from farming backgrounds back in India. So naturally, we've kind of adopted the same sort of career paths. Additionally, more than 80% of the packing facilities like ours are also owned and operated by Sikh families. So we have peach wines, apple wines, and there are also, a lot of them are owned and operated by Sikh families. So that's quite a good achievement. And it's funny because I was trying to find photos of some of the Sikh growers and packers that we have in the facility, and I can hardly find anybody. So it made me think that, the individuals that are highlighted in the news or they're published on the websites, it's not the Sikh community. So that was something that was quite interesting to find online. There's not a lot of photos of us up there. So where does our fruit go? So our fruit goes domestically. You can find us on your shelves here locally at Fruitigana. And you can find us at your Costco on King George. And across many retailers and wholesalers across Canada, all the way internationally to countries such as Japan, South Korea, UK, Malaysia, Dubai, India, and so on and so forth. So long-term contributions. I think it's rewarding to see that there are more and more second-generation farmers that are now getting involved, which is exciting to see because I think as a younger generation, we're able to put in that knowledge that perhaps our parents lacked to take the organizations to a higher level. So it's good to see that the next generations are starting to take over the family businesses and basically take their knowledge and expand the businesses, and so that we're able to, secure food production. So that's good to see. Also, through many years of being in this industry, we've noticed that all these customers that we have coming to visit us over the years, they're starting to learn more about our religion. So, we have customers that bring us lunch and they make sure it's vegetarian because they know we're vegetarian. They ask questions about our religion. They try to get to know us, right? So that's really rewarding to see. And overall, I think our community is always looking to find ways to lead in the industry. So I think we're doing a good job at it. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Janpreet. It is definitely an honor to see young women like yourself as leaders in this space, because when we were growing up, it was very hard to find, and not just for Janpreet, but also the professors, the doctors that presented earlier, and Manny as well. When we were growing up, there wasn't that exposure to academics that we could look up to, and to see all of the excellent work that's going on all over North America and across the world by Sikhs is a great thing, not only for my own children to see, but future Sikhs to see as well. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. I will call all of the speakers that we just had, so Dr. Grewal, Dr. Singh, Dr. Gill, Janpreet, and Manny back to the stage. This is our opportunity to have this panel together, and for those of you who have questions and you've written them on your index cards, we've got a couple of them already at our booth. If there are any more, the volunteers are coming around to pick them up from you, and we will try and get through as many questions as we can, keeping in mind our schedule.
So this session we'll just devote specifically to your questions. So if we don't see too many questions, then you will end up listening to us more. But it's better that you just ask questions, then the panelists will address those. So I see some questions.
Yes, I've got one here. This question is for Dr. Gill from Dr. Barnjeet Bass. We know the sustainability challenges caused by the Green Revolution in Punjab in the 1960s, i.e. excess use of water, pesticides, and fertilizers. How has the research changed to ensure farming is sustainable?
So I will first give you a blunt answer. No, it's not sustainable. It is right now. Farmers, so the land holding is going, I'm specifically talking about Punjab now since the question is regarding Punjab. Land holding is going down. A family is trying to make living off 2 to 3 or 5 acres. So they have to maximize the outcome, and fertilizers are subsidized, seed is subsidized, chemicals are subsidized, so they are overused. We are moving in that direction, but very, very slowly. So that is a big challenge. I do not see a lot of effort. There's a lot of talk about it, like Punjab Agriculture University is doing a good job, but the impact on the ground, I do not see that. We are still heavy on fertilizer, heavy on chemicals. So sustainability will have to be addressed. I don't know how we are going to get there, but we do need to get there. I don't know if I am answering your question.
Thank you. These next 2 questions are basically written by me, I feel like. Over the years, we've noticed an increase in diseases, including inflammatory bowel disease and celiac disease, which is gluten intolerance, in the mainstream community, and quite significantly in the South Asian community. Being a community that has historically been wheat dependent, do you think the quality, variety, or gene editing has been a factor for the spike of these diseases in the South Asian community? There's another question that I believe is asking sort of the same thing, genetically modified foods and the increase in health issues. Whoever would like to start with that.
I would request Dr. Jaswinder Singh.
First of all, thank you very much for asking this question. First of all, I want to clarify. Everything is genetically modified. Conventional breeding, what we create varieties, the genes are shuffled when we cross 2 parents. Well, the way we do is more natural, sure. But GMO, we can introduce directly the gene in which we are interested. Yes, we call them GMOs. But I do not believe that gene editing is a GMO. Not all of the gene editing is GMO. They are part of the gene editing is GMO. The reason why I believe in that, because we are only fine-tuning the genes which are already present in the organism. We are not bringing any foreign genes, number 1. Number 2, so basically this is happening all the time in the nature, that for example, if those crops or plants are in the natural habitat, and they change, and there's evolution happens, and then the similar type of change we speed it up or expedite that change by the gene editing. So that's the first clarification. Now coming to the celiac disease. Well, I have a very different type of opinion about the celiac disease. Well, I saw there are some very few days ago actually, there is I think this from Spain, there is a news that they have created a gluten-free type, the gluten, the wheat which is maybe not creating celiac. So I don't know, they haven't tested it yet, but I think they claim it. But I'm sure you may mention something about it too, but I can tell you my own opinion. This is because if someone can be inspired by that opinion, because one of my friend who had a very bad celiac and it is turned to cancer in the end, and I promised with him that, I will work on that at some day. Very lovely person, great person, good person. So basically my thinking is that when he was in India he never had celiac, or there are two reasons. Either testing was odd, or maybe something else is going on, which I'll talk about later. But even Dr. Gale mentioned that in most of the 99 or 95% varieties are similar all over. Yes, they grow in different environment. That's a key point, different environment. So basically, I feel if I want to work on celiac, I want to also involve the human factor here. For example, this is my own theory, and it's not tested. It's my personal theory that probably there is a methylation or epigenetics. I know they are very technical terms, that where you born, your genes are reset, and basically, there is some sort of your own body's genetics also affecting in a way that some people get celiac, some don't, and it also associated with where you live and where your life is actually happening. So this is personal view. I may be absolutely wrong. So I need to test different varieties. I want to test the methylation status of those people and want to try to connect them that if there is any correlation. This is my own opinion.
And I will just very briefly add to it. So I hear a lot about, oh, this is gluten-free. What is gluten? It is protein, right? Protein is good. Protein is not bad. So the problem is that about 1 in 20,000 people are allergic to one type of that protein, which it gives you celiac disease. And people are trying to fix that epitope, that where the reaction comes. The unfortunate part is if the ladies, pregnant ladies especially, are gluten-free, their kids are much more likely to be celiac because they will never get exposed. So this can become a massive epidemic. Get educated. So my good friend who is an expert in food allergies, he said there is not a single food in the world that someone is not allergic to. Celiac just gets bad rap. So 1 in 10,000, 1 in 20,000 people, those people should not eat gluten, but everyone else should eat gluten, right? So that you don't become celiac or your kids do not become celiac. And same thing goes GMO. Our own DNA, human DNA, about 30 to 50%, depending upon which number you believe, is made up of viruses, bacteria. We get genetic exchange all the time. Plants have DNA from viruses, DNA from bacteria. That exchange, the horizontal exchange, happens on daily basis even today. I'm not saying that GMOs we should not regulate. Yes, we should. We should be careful, but be sensible, right? That is, as long as they are tested and proven. So far, not a single death because of GMO foods. We have been eating for more than 30 years. Can you say that about everything? Can you name a drug that doesn't have side effect? GMO, we do not have a single case where someone have actually died. So be sensible, be careful, but be sensible.
Thank you. The next question is for Chanpreet and Manny. It's sort of like a two-part question. One, did you bring any almonds or cherries with you? Asking for a friend.
I was looking for that.
No, I'm kidding. The challenges you face, Chanpreet, you can talk a little bit about being a young woman entrepreneur in your business and the challenges you faced, and Manny, as a young person getting into such a huge industry, building a corporation, if you could talk about some of the challenges about that.
Yeah, for sure. So as a young woman, obviously, it's not just that I'm a woman, it's also my age. People look at me and they think, she doesn't know what she's doing. But if you visit me, my office, my name tag says boss lady, so that's where you'll find out. But no, I also do construction. So I'm used to the stereotypes. I'm used to the men looking down on me. I'm used to them questioning me. So I'm always facing challenges. But I think that's kind of why I think my brother chose me to be in this position, is because I'm resilient and I'm just willing to work through it. So, and no, we did not bring any cherries. And I'll tell you why, actually. I missed this in my slides, but it relates back to what the presenters were talking about in their slides. We've been facing quite a bit of issues with climate change. So a couple years ago, we were also hit with that same heat wave, damage to cherries, introduced spider mites and other insects which basically ruin the crop. And this year, we had spring frost, which basically wiped out our entire peach crop, nectarine crop, some other stone fruit crops, and cherries. I believe there was probably only about 25 to 30% crop throughout the whole valley. So climate change is real.
I did not bring any almonds because I came from the United States and Border Patrol probably would have taken them. So I didn't want to take that chance, but next time I will, now that you've asked me. As far as challenges, I was actually lucky that I had a family that had a lot of experience, running businesses, growing business, buying land, all that stuff. So I had a big knowledge base to learn from. So I was lucky in that regard. But I think the challenge was just work-life balance. My father, my chache, they're old school. They worked 3 jobs when they came here, back in the 70s, 80s. So they're always used to go, work. And me coming from an engineering background, working in the corporate world, I was like, 9 to 5, I'm done after this, but not when you run a business. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week, the buck stops with you type of lifestyle. So that was really the only small challenge that I had to kind of get through. But I was lucky that I had a big family and they had, a lot of good information to give to us.
Thank you very much. The next question, I'm just going to ask each of you to comment, maybe 30 seconds or so. This will be our last question. I do have all the other questions here. I will make sure the panelists get them, and hopefully for those of you who asked the questions, you can catch them during our break, which is right after this session. So if each of you could spend about 30 seconds just commenting on the hopes of either reverse migration in using sort of these brilliant advancements in food securities, green energy, sustainable energy, reverse migration in the sense that we will be seeing the patterns of immigration changing, or if you're looking at North America, the involvement of young people in these industries, so in farming or in energy or urban development. What do you think, what the future holds in the specializations that you are all working in?
I'll go first. I think, so immigration is a huge part, actually I shouldn't say immigration, but foreign labor is a huge part of our industry. So we entirely employ all of our labor from Mexico, and a lot of other farmers I know in the valley, they bring in their labor from Caribbean countries, Mexico, and India. So foreign labor is important to us. In terms of the future of the industry, I think it comes back to trying to get the next generation involved and trying to show them that, this is a successful industry, you can do well in it, you can excel in it, because I think a lot of children just growing up think that, it's farming, right? We like to call it child slavery when we're growing up, right? It's work, but you don't really see it as a career for yourself. So I think it's important for the older generation, or us individuals who are starting to leave the industries, to show the upcoming generation that there is success in this industry, and it's up to us to continue to make it grow.
if I understood correctly, you're talking about the reverse migration means people can go back to Punjab and do things. Well, I have a very different type of views about it. I believe people who are already here learning new things and if they really want to go back, they should, but I don't think they should sell their land, I'm not sure what kind of political landscape will be after 2-3 years, but at least, because our farmland is going down and down, small and small, at least, I really appreciate when Mani was mentioning about my chachajis and other things. This is so beautiful. So why can't we, our own chachajis and other things who are actually in the farming, and they can use that land, don't sell it, and we can guide them so that they can be prosperous as well. So it's a sort of a more political question that whether reverse migration should happen or not. I'm not 100% sure that if I can answer correctly.
I can't either, because I usually prefer to stay away from things that are not in my control, like one regulation change can change everything, right? But what I would do, what I would comment is worldwide trend in farming. It is very concerning to me. When I was in India, I used to hear, oh, these US farmers, they're doing so well. Not everyone is like Mani. Not everyone is farming on 65,000 acre almonds. So those farmers do great. But most farmers are suffering all over the world, let it be US. So because of that reason, the average age of farmers is increasing in US and worldwide, right? So the machinery is becoming expensive. That's sort of pushing farmers to like bigger farms. Smaller farmers are not being successful. And second, I don't know, is it the wealth or comfort? The next generation are not trained to do physical work as growing up. Child labor, because they get tagged, oh, why are you making your kids work? So if you're not used to working with your hand, you will never become used to working with the hand, and agriculture does require working with the hand. So reverse migration, even if people go back from here, they're not going to go back to their villages. Very few will. Mostly they will go to Delhi's and Bombay's and Hyderabad's and those places where they get jobs. So I don't know if that reverse migration will actually help agriculture. I'm all about agriculture and farming. So everything I want to do has to have a benefit for farmers, not industry. So I think I'm taking more than 30 seconds, and I don't even know if I answered the question. But that's sort of my take on it.
So I think this is a universal problem. It starts with migration or reverse migration, whatever it is. Every nation, including India and China, they are going to suffer with demographic challenges in future. And migration is the part of game, whether it is reverse, like one way or two way. And the amount of technology change happening right now, especially with artificial intelligence, it would be greatly impacting everything. Every single thing. And they say in the next 5 to 10 years, AI will be billion times more powerful. Billion times more powerful, affecting most repeated jobs. For example, you can see self-driving taxis. Those jobs are more repeatable jobs. They are going to be replaced by AI for sure. And least impacted skill would be agriculture, or industry will be agriculture. But we can't, and the thing is, we can't isolate ourselves from this AI and these changes. We have to adapt ourselves with all these changes. And that sense is somehow missing, particularly in our community, to be honest, because we are not working pretty much on our skill development that we have to do. We have no choice. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second what John Preet and Dr. Gill said. There's a labor shortage. We hire contractors from basically Mexico who come do temporary work in the United States for all the farm labor because nobody else wants to do it. Everybody just kind of wants to wake up and have an iPhone and Ferrari given to them, and it's not that easy. Farming used to be cheap. It's not anymore. It is very expensive. You know, cost of everything has gone up, and that's the same thing for us as well. When you have to plant, when you have to fertilize, have water. If you don't have water, don't even bother, right? So in order to even succeed, you have to either go big, you have to have a lot of land. If you're just going to be farming 100 acres, that's great. It's more recreational. If you want to make money, if you want to be able to succeed and get to get to the next stage, it does require a lot of work. And I agree. Our kids, I know nobody wants to do manual labor, so it is difficult. And the only way is to show them by example, to lead them by example. Maybe show them, like my chachi and my dad, they worked hard, and they kind of showed us the way. They kind of showed what, working hard and doing it the right way, you can succeed. And by looking at them and learning from them, it's for us. I am kind of in a good place where we can. I like to work hard. I like to be able to say, hey, earn my own stripes, and look at what my family did, and I want to be able to carry on their legacy. So, in this case, working hard and being able to have a good example, good role model, and whether it's in our family, in our cultures, we have a lot of knowledge in our culture when it comes to farming. Farming we were good at. That's why we came here, and we were good at that, and that's how we succeeded, is because we knew what we were doing. And to have that knowledge transferred down to us, my generation, the next generation, to show them that this can be done and this is how you do it, because your grandparents, your great-grandparents came with nothing in their pockets, and now, look at what they've achieved. It's doable. It just takes work, and you have to be able to put in that work.
Thank you very much, Manny and John Breed. That's sometimes difficult to put into words so much experience and so many different things, challenges, successes that you face. And even as academics, we know the professors have done so much research and have such diverse portfolios that sometimes it's hard to encompass all of that into the answers to the questions that you give and even your presentations. But we thank you for taking the time to be here with us today and sharing the knowledge that you did through your presentations. And on behalf of GNI, Dr. Sidhu and I just want to give you a token of our gratitude.
You guys all just want to get together for
Closer together. Perfect. Let's be here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
We will be moving to a very short break. I'm going to be very tight on time with you, so you've got about 9 minutes to go and get a snack, stretch, use the washroom, and I will start in about 9 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need this. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if I was supposed to start back up. Yeah. We should talk about anything that I
You better go clear. You better have I know, yeah. I know that. No, I bet it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started.
You're the boss here. Fire the question.
I think I'm just looking for one more panelist. All right, our final panel for today will be on the most discussed topic in my household, that's for sure. Canadian political landscape, looking at democracy, polarization at the global, national, and local levels. And on this panel, we are joined by our summit co-chair, Dr. Baljit Singh. As a reminder, he is the VP of Research at the University of Saskatchewan. To my right, we have Ramneek Kaur Johal, who is an award-nominated journalist, host, and cultural commentator known for her incisive analysis and thought-provoking commentary. She's currently serving as the associate editor at Press Progress, where she focuses on uncovering systemic inequality, the rise of Canada's far right, and the challenges immigrant and diaspora communities face. Next to her, we have the Honourable Wally Opal. Justice Opal is a renowned Canadian lawyer, former Justice of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal of British Columbia, and a dedicated public servant. A law graduate from the University of British Columbia, he became a judge of the County Court of Vancouver in 1981 and was appointed to the Supreme Court in 1985. Opal later served on the Court of Appeal until 2005 when he transitioned into politics as the Attorney General of BC and Minister of Multiculturalism. Next to Justice Opal, we have Charlie Smith. Charlie Smith brings over 3 decades of experience in Vancouver's media landscape. He has worked with CBC Radio, CBC TV News, BC TV News, now Global News BC, and various private radio stations throughout his career. In addition to these roles in broadcast media, Charlie has edited a business magazine and contributed to numerous other publications. He spent about 17 years as the editor of the Georgia Straight and taught journalism for 7 years at Kwantlen University College, now known as Kwantlen Polytechnic University. So welcome to all of our panelists today, and I look forward to a thought-provoking discussion on the Canadian political landscape. I'll pass it over to Ms. Johal.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's really wonderful to be here. I'm really excited to be moderating this conversation, and I must say honored because we've got some incredible panelists up here, and I feel like there's some big shoes to fill. But alas, we're gonna do the best that we can. Since we already had the introductions, I think we're just gonna dive right into it. I think when we speak about the Canadian political landscape, there's a lot of directions we could go, but particularly when talking about democracy and polarization, I want to look at the state of Canadian political affairs, the threats to democracy on a national and international level, the polarization on social media, which I'm sure we're all seeing lots of, and the increased vulnerability of Sikhs in Canada and globally, which I know is front of mind for many of us. It's going to be a very vibrant and full discussion, so without further ado, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to ask questions targeted to some individuals, and then others will just be open, and then you folks can kind of dive in as you choose. So to get started, I'm going to start with Wally here. There is a potential election coming up in Canada. We also have elections happening down south, I think that's clear is the level of polarization. I
I feel like things have gotten worse, and I don't know how we've gotten to this level. I often think that I don't recount it ever being this bad, but maybe I'm looking back on the past with rose-colored glasses. But I love your take, Wally. What's so different about the polarization and the moment that we're finding ourselves in right now, and what do you think is driving this?
Well, there's no easy answer to that. It depends on what country you're talking about. The Americans have got a huge amount of polarization, and they've always had polarization. Canada, on the other hand, we've been a more even democracy in that we haven't gone to extremes. A lot of that has to do with our historical background. The United States, for instance, had a civil war. They've had racism problems, so they've had unequal treatment of people, large segments of population. And what's happened is that those people who have not had an equal chance to participate in a democracy haven't been treated the same. It's always been said that the Americans are a melting pot and we in Canada ought to be. That's a misnomer. If America is a melting pot, somebody forgot to tell the black people and the Hispanics and all of those people who were excluded from the American mainstream. But what's happened is that every democracy has its challenges. And in America, certain factors have taken place. Donald Trump, and before that, a classic example was when Barack Obama was elected president. Everybody thought it was a great, joyous occasion, except the Republicans. And the Republicans were asked, Mitch McConnell was asked, he was the leader of the Senate, how do you feel about Obama, the first black person to be elected as a president? He said, we're going to do our best to bring him down to make sure he's a one-term president. So that indicates that the fact that the objectives of democracy and policy are thrown out the window. It's more about politics. And inevitably, where you have polarization, it means that we have discarded or compromised the principles of democracy and equality, and we're more interested in political ambition and political outputs. And that's what happens. And I think that we have some remnants of that here in Canada. We're seeing some of it by some of the extreme statements that are being made in this provincial election. But overall, we're quite fortunate in that we've had a more or less equal landscape when it comes to political discourse, unlike the Americans.
Microphone's off. My microphone's off now. Thank you for that, Wally. Was there anything that Charlie or Lajit, you guys would like to add? Or
I think, is my microphone on? One of the things that I worry about with polarization is also majoritarianism. Is this kind of majoritarianism which we've seen in India play itself out in some horrific ways over the past few decades. And I worry that the polarization, that we may be morphing toward that in North America. And we're seeing it in the United States, where Donald Trump is largely supported by white people. And there's enough of them, and this kind of majoritarianism, if you could just cobble together, a few more in the Latin American ancestry and Indian ancestry, that maybe he can get over the top. And I think the majoritarianism is also taking place if you look at it through the lens of poverty, where we have some really serious problems with people living in the streets, often as a result of trauma or using drugs. And it's almost like the media and some political parties are using them as almost punching bags or punching down on them, rather than looking at them as our fellow citizens. And So this kind of creeping majoritarianism, which, you know, you in the audience are high, you know, you've lived it in many cases, the most deadly consequences of it. I do worry that we may be seeing that on the rise in Canada, and it's something to be alert and aware of.
I'm just going to leave it on now. It's fine. Thank you for that, Charlie. I actually do have a follow-up on that thread. Speaking of polarization, we're seeing it a lot on social media, and I doubt you spend as much time on there as I do. And for your sake, I really hope you don't. But what we do see on social media right now is a continuation of this level of division and polarization that we're seeing in politics. I recall seeing a tweet from you where you made a comment about wishing there were better replies on social media. I'm sure we all do. And if we could name things for what they are, like rage farming included, although this is a very tough question, as someone who's been in media for a very long time, how do you think we break through all of this noise that we're seeing online and all of this division to actually have nuanced, meaningful conversations?
That's it. I'm hoping the Substack replaces X as the medium of choice on social media, because they're moving in that direction. And I actually think that may result in more enlightened discussion by people who participate in that venue. It's called Substack, if you're not aware of it. But I do believe that you know, the rage farming, which is this term, which Ramneek knows obviously, and many of you may know, but it's this idea of using social media to stir up the pot and get people angry. And then it can also, the algorithms can kick in, and it becomes self-reinforcing. And it's something that political parties, political operatives use to maximum benefit. And I think my solution to some of the problems with social media is to call them publishers under the law. In the United States, under the Communications Decency Act, Section 230, that all of these social media companies have immunity from liability for what the users post. So if you're the owner of Facebook, or you're the owner of Twitter, and somebody puts something hateful or defamatory, you're not liable. But if you put it in the New York Post, or you put it in the Vancouver Sun, you are liable. And it creates an unlevel playing field. And I believe that that needs to be amended, and I think in Canada we could benefit from having legislation that would just simply declare these social media companies as publishers, and I think that would go quite a ways towards cleaning it up.
One of the odious parts of the negative aspects of a democracy where we have the freedom of speech as a foundation of our Constitution is that it gives immunity to all the misinformation and the obscene stuff that you see on social media. It's awful stuff, and the people who purvey that kind of garbage are immune for any kind of time of accountability. Look at some of the horrible things that have been sent during this federal election in the U.S. About the Democratic candidate. They can say whatever they want about her, and whole racist stuff and awful stuff, and there's no accountability.
Thank you for that.
Trump Social needs to be called a publisher under the law.
Thank you.
Or Truth Social.
Biljeet, did you have something to add?
Thank you very much.
Your mic.
Is it okay? Thank you very much. I've just really thought-provoking remarks have been made. I want to take a slightly different tack on polarization in the society. Polarization is a symptom. It's not the fundamental cause. Fundamental cause is the human anxiety about something. In the US, there's lots of literature and lots of articles written on it. I'm not saying something very profound and new here, but the reality is that Trump did not happen in isolation. Trump did not occur in vacuum. It is the erosion of a way of life which gave respect and dignity to people who were building things in companies, who do farming in the rural communities, who work in mining,
and their way of life has been disrupted either by global trading practices where manufacturing moves from one place to another at a blink of an eye, or people get disenfranchised when we make a major policy change from one way of life, that is fossil fuels, for example, over to a different way of energy without providing transitioning support to large number of people. So there is going to be some expression somewhere about those anxieties. They may be polarization, maybe Trump, maybe somebody in Canada. The second point I want to make is that consensus-driven way of doing things or polarized way of doing things are again built on a very fragile coalition among few willing partners, which can be broken down very quickly by a couple of very disrupting events, which could be pandemic, which could be a recession, or which could be a political figure rising up and tapping into those anxieties within the minds of the people. The example that I will give in a minute, which I might come later on, is the disruption of Canada's consensus on immigration, which has been built painstakingly over a period of time, and it has disappeared in the last 4 years, which tells us that when we work on something to achieve consensus, it requires very meticulous work over a period of time to maintain that consensus. Otherwise, we get all the things that we have been talking about in the media, polarization, very vicious attacks on your opponents, and really projecting other people as the others so that you can victimize them in so many different ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I want to talk a little bit of a topical example, and I think it follows the thread of social media and polarization, definitely. But we've seen I'll give some numbers to the issue, but a rise in online slurs against South Asians and Sikhs. It's actually increased by 150% since January 2022. And according to Stats Canada, the number of hate crimes targeting the South Asian and Sikh community has grown by 143% from 2019 to 2022. We're seeing the World Sikh Organization has reported a number of hate crimes against Sikhs, and we're seeing the online space increasingly polluted with racist vitriol against the Sikh community and other members of the South Asian community. So this is an open question to any of you, but in 2024, one would imagine or one would hope that we would be making progress, and I think that there's much of an illusion in this country that we are, but we still have so much division and so much targeting, and it's clear that Sikhs and South Asians are vulnerable in this country. Why is this, and kind of where do we start in terms of tackling this? Biljit, I'll start with you, if you don't mind.
The biggest protective mechanism against any type of negativity are the institutions that we build. Institutions moderate polarizing debates. They bring them to a center. They create nuance. They create complexity. They give voice to people who generally don't have voice. So building institutions that are robust, that are driven by evidence, that are driven by a desire to create a better society is one of the biggest protection that any community, any country, any nation can have. When the institutions are eroded through one or the other reason, that's where the protections fall apart. You can see it anywhere in the world, in a developing country or in a developed country. You can think about the Nazi Germany, you can think about incidences in this country about the treatment of the indigenous peoples because there were no institutions to protect them. So I always go back to the point, what are the institutions in our country that create that platform, that create that space, that create that protection for everybody. And I will come to my point later on to expand a bit more on that, that the universities are even more important today than they were 20 years ago or 10 years ago to be that type of institution in this country to build the debate in all its complexity towards a better future for everybody and to reduce the discrimination or the hate crimes, and just you can name any of those things, but they happen only in the absence of institutions which give rise to better policy, better discourse, and better voice to everyone else. Thank you.
Charlie or Wally, did you have anything to add to that?
You're talking about racism and how we combat it.
Yeah, I'm talking about kind of, we're seeing a rise, at least
Yeah.
online and also in terms of online harassment, but then real life kind of racism. The question was a two-parter of why is it that we're seeing this much division and racism, and kind of what are some steps to actively tackling or starting that conversation?
Yeah. First of all, I don't think there's any easy answer as to why we're seeing more of it. Usual answer given is economic conditions and all that kind of stuff. I think it's much more simple than that. The COVID, the pandemic, somehow led to an inordinate amount of racism. So I don't think there's any easy answer as to the cause of it. So how do we combat it? The hackneyed expression that's answers how it's given is education. Well, wait a minute. Do we need education to combat racism? I mean, do we need to tell people that it's wrong, morally wrong, to make racist comments against people and to practice racism? No. I think that we, as a community, have done a lot by the accomplishments that we have made. I mean, I want to congratulate you for what you've done here today by having this conference, and we celebrate our accomplishments. And I mean, I grew up here. I was born and raised here. When my parents came here, they weren't allowed to vote. They weren't allowed to vote until 1947. And we weren't allowed to be in professions. If I was the same age as my father was, I could never have gone into law school because the legal profession was restricted to those people who were Canadian citizens, and we weren't allowed to become Canadian citizens. So we've come a long way, but having come a long way, we haven't eradicated racism. It's still there, and it's obviously has a harmful effect on all of us, but particularly it's harmful to our children. And so we need to do something about it. And as I said, I think that we get out there and we do the things that we're doing, do the positive things in the community so that they have to respect us. If you look at what we've done here, I don't think there's any community that's accomplished so much in Canada as the Indo-Canadians. Because you look at the accomplishments, and we've had a premier of this province, we've had federal politicians, we've had cabinet ministers, we've had educators, we have leaders in community, agriculture, and that really is the best way, I think, to get out before the community and let them know, look, we're here, and you know what? We're more than equal. You look at what we've done. I think that's what we do. We need to instill pride in our communities, in our young people, so that they don't become the victim of racism, and so that's what we need to do.
I want to actually go back to something that Dr. Singh, you said, talking about immigration and changing attitudes towards immigration. I thought that was a very interesting point, and I was hoping you could potentially elaborate on that and kind of what you see happening with these changing attitudes towards immigration, kind of what that's been caused by and also what that's created.
Thank you very much. If I may, I want to add a comment to Wally's point about sense of pride and dignity and sharing the achievements that we have, that the community has made. But still, I do not want the institutions to be off the hook. As the citizens of this nation, it is the responsibility of the institutions to which we contribute for their building, for their strength, to come forward and protect everybody in this nation from the crime of hate, racism, or anything else. So that point I really want to elaborate again, the importance of the institutions in protecting the rights of everybody. Yes, we do our bit as a community. At the end of the day, we are still 2 or 3% of the country. Why would we be victimized even further that we have to make our case over and over again that we deserve to be treated like everybody else? We just demand that that's what it is we are going to do. That going back to the immigration piece, if you remember, I mean we all remember, the Canadian immigration system from the 60s were built on a system of points. It's a very simple explanation, everybody knows it. But the beauty of the system was, it was built through a consensus between Prime Minister Lester Pearson and Prime Minister Diefenbaker. The government changed. One Prime Minister decided to go that route of immigration, who was liberal. Then the Conservative government came on board. They took that piece and they built into an immigration platform that allowed the people to apply and be judged on their merit and point system. So that was the liberal and conservative consensus in this country to create an immigration system compared to the American system where there's no consensus on this piece. So over the last 50, 60 years, through a robust policy, through a robust system, we were able to maintain that consensus among major political parties and the leaders in this country that immigration is good for the nation. Over the 60-year period, we brought millions of new immigrants to the country. They did a remarkable work in this country. They made impact in every field and every way of life, and they raised their families. Hence, the respect that new immigrants and the new Canadians have in this country today. Once institutions lose sight of a robust policy, as has happened in the last few years, one way or the other, that leads to where we are, where 70% of the Canadians believe that immigration is not good for the country. So that again comes the role of the institution that build policy, create policy, enforce policy, but at the end, who is suffering? As Wally said, it is the minorities. It is the Indo-Canadians. The hate crimes against them are not coming out of a vacuum. It's coming out of a supercharged debate around immigration, and that is an outcome of a dysregulated, mismanaged policy. I am a senior university administrator. I know that if I don't deal with the policy, all types of bad things will happen in the university. I have understood that. So I think in this country, the immigration story is going to be a defining story for the next few years, and I hope that we all put our hands on the deck and bring some coherence back into our system. Otherwise, we may not be too far away from what happens in the States when it comes to these types of debates. So, thank you very much.
And I'll speak about the media because you're mentioning an institution and the media is an institution. Australia's Race Discrimination Commissioner in his final speech in 2018 basically said that the media in Australia is monetizing racism. And this is how it works, is if you write something, put something on a website that's racially charged, it will get eyeballs, people will read it, they'll pass it around, they'll comment on it, and then what happens is when you get more web traffic, so I'll give you an example of the Georgia Strait, where I worked for many years. If you had 10,000, let's say it was $20, you'd get $20 for 1,000 page views for an article through what's called programmatic advertising. So it was computers buying ads from computers. It happens. Trust me on this. So okay, if you write an article and lots of people like it and you get 1,000 page views because there's 4 ads, it's $5 per 1,000 views, and there's 4 ads there that float in automatically. Well, then if you get 100,000 page views, then you can multiply it and you're up to $2,000. Well, then if you get 300,000 page views, you're up to $6,000. Media's in real trouble, broadcast and print, because the advertising is migrating from those avenues to digital. And on the digital sphere, you have the Google and Facebook, and now Amazon's getting in, gobbling up 80% of the digital. So they have no money, so they need page views. And so what's happening is, and then you look at Fox News and you wonder, why is Fox News doing what Fox News is doing? They want to get eyeballs. And I've had real concerns about the real estate coverage. Anyone who works in real estate knows there's a multitude of causes behind rising real estate prices, which can be everything from supply to sustained low interest rates to intergenerational wealth transfers to municipal zoning. There's a bunch of things, but in BC we had the media going on and on and on ad nauseum about the Chinese, and then they would conflate foreign. They'd use this term foreign money. Well, if you're a landed immigrant and you're invited into the country and you have to have a certain amount of money to come into the country, because if you can't support yourself for a year, you're not allowed. And then you decide, oh, I'm going to buy a home, and you might have brought the money from your other country, and then the media's screaming to the rafters about this. It's so unfair, and it's disgusted me. And so basically the problem, as I see it with the media, is monetizing racism, and sometimes it's done without even racism in their hearts. They write a column. If Douglas Todd writes about religion, which he did for many years, he doesn't get very many page views because it's not that sexy of a subject. But if Douglas Todd starts writing about how Chinese investment is influencing real estate prices, his editor's going to be thrilled, because he's going to get maybe not the editor, the publisher, he's going to get so many page views on the website, and they're going to monetize it. And these media companies are in really serious financial trouble. This is Chorus share price. Chorus Entertainment owns 38 radio stations, 15 television stations. They own the global network. They own CKNW, the most important media outlet in the province in terms of influence, and their share price, last time I checked, was 12 cents. And it's just cascading down, and that's because of the movement of advertising. And the same is happening in newspapers. So we're seeing monetization of racism in the media, and I think that is also contributing to the rise in hate crimes.
Thank you. Wally, do you have anything to add on kind of the state of immigration and attitudes towards immigration currently?
The irony is that these things come in waves. I was born and raised here. When I grew up here in a small town in Vancouver Island, there were something like 3,000 Indians, Sikhs, in the province. In fact, my mom would tell us that if we saw an upper on the street, we used to go and say Sat Sri Akal, because there were so few of us. But since 1968, when the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government liberalized the Immigration Act by making it a merit application, point system, instead of a quota system, the immigration numbers increased. And that's when we became a truly multicultural community. That brought with it not only skilled people who came here that Canada needed, but it also brought the inevitable racism, because the people weren't used to so many Chinese and Indians on the street. And so now we have something like 350 or 400,000 of our people in the province. So a lot of the people see us as a threat. And so in the 70s, there were actually fights that took place in South Vancouver, near South Memorial Park, because the locals thought there were too many of us. So that's when racism probably was at its highest level. So because they saw us as threats. And but a lot of these things, as I've said, they come in waves. And I think that what we need to do is address them in the way that I think we have. But I don't think laws in themselves will do much. You can't legislate hate, and even though there are laws that we need to punish those people, convict those people who practice racism to the point that hurts people. But most of all, we need to be concerned. We're talking about racism. We need to be concerned about our young people so that their self-esteem is not destroyed. And we can best do that in our homes by instilling pride in our communities, educating our kids, and organizations like this are really good because of so much has been accomplished by the people in this room.
Thank you for that. I kind of have a follow-up question, because I know we've talked about, you know, our community amassing success and reaching prestigious positions, and I think that an unfortunate reality is that doesn't make you immune to what we're seeing in our country. So how do we simultaneously, you know, celebrate the massive strides and leaps taken by Sikhs in this country, while also acknowledging the vulnerability of Sikhs that we're seeing right now on a local level, on a national level, on an international level? Open question to whoever wants to start with that one.
Okay. Now, can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was waiting for the brilliant Baljeet answer.
No worries. I was just mentioning how we're talking about and celebrating the massive strides being made by Sikhs in this country. But how do we, at the same time, acknowledge the fact that there is an increased vulnerability of Sikhs at a local level and global and international level? And how do we kind of manage those two things hand in hand, because they are happening simultaneously?
They seem to be in conflict. We're a multicultural country. It's a part of our Constitution. We have encouraged people to come here, people from other cultures. And the philosophy was that we need to celebrate our differences, unlike the American melting pot that I spoke about earlier. So we need to do that. But that comes with it the inevitable racism. And so we have to tackle that. And that can be tackled in various ways. And I've mentioned some of them. It can't be ignored. But we need, education is a part of it. But as I said a moment ago, look, who needs to be educated to say that harmful racist comments are going to have a detrimental effect on kids? I mean, do you need education to say that? I think a lot of that has to come with our own homes, and I'm talking now about the multicultural communities. But so we have to do that. It's always going to be some kind of a struggle. We're not going to have a racist free country. That's a reality in my view. But at the same time, we can mollify that by doing a lot of the things that we're doing, by instilling pride in what we're doing, accomplishing things, going into the mainstream and become professionals so we can contribute. And we're doing that in huge volumes. In the United States now, the largest per capita income are the Indians who will come from India. So we contribute so much worldwide. Wherever we've gone anywhere, we contribute. And we need to make that known to the community at large. And we have to advertise that and talk about what we do out in that community. And we need to tell our kids that so they don't become victims of racist comments.
I also think we need to educate the media. I can speak about the media because that's the area where I've worked. And I've been very troubled by the lack of curiosity sometimes. And sometimes the reporters are so busy and they're assigned to do things. And we've just had it's like crime central on the news. It's really easy. The police have figured out how to work the media and gobble up the airtime. And then what do we lose what's the opportunity cost of that? Because it's excessive. And so the issue, I think, is in journalism schools, like when I started teaching at Kwantlen, and they wanted me to teach investigative reporting, and I can do investigative reporting and find court documents and all of that. But I looked around, and nobody in the program was teaching how to report in a diverse society or teaching about diasporas. So I took that on myself, and I said, okay, you see someone who looks Indian, where are they from? Of course, most of the students didn't know, and they needed to explain, okay, they might be from Trinidad, they might be from Fiji, they might be from East Africa. And then you can talk about the different faiths and the history. And what I really feel is, and I think the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Issues can actually play a role in that, in maybe getting reporters out for sessions to learn more about the history of Sikhi or the history of India, which can sometimes inform what's happening here. Like when you had, basically with Modi and the BJP, you have this, it's Veer Savarkar reincarnated in the government. And nobody in the media knows who Veer Savarkar is unless they're Indian. But this is something that is important to know and to understand how 1984 led to Ayodhya, led to Gujarat, and why people might be living here because of what might have happened there. And there's so little awareness of diasporic populations, and it's not just the Indian, it's the Chinese, it's Latin America, and so We have a very parochial media in Canada, for the most part.
There's one other, sorry.
And then the problem is we're in a city that has the world. And so we need more world understanding. And I think when the institutions, you talk about the universities, I think the media has to do better, and then that also comes with educating media workers.
I was going to say there's one other area that spreads racism, and that is some of the social issues that take place in our own communities. My son's a criminal defense lawyer. He said to me one day, "Hey Dad, how come so many of our guys involved in K-files? K-files are domestic violence files." So what that means is that why is there so much violence against women in our community? And that's a reality that we have to accept that. And when one of our people get charged with domestic violence, it's on the front page of the province. So, and it's regrettably, when a person in the community at large gets charged with that, it doesn't make the same type of headlines. It's when gang violence takes place, inevitably it's somebody from our community. And so when you see a Punjabi name as a victim of gang violence or an author of gang violence, then we attract headlines. So what's the answer to that? Well, I think maybe within our homes, and we're Sikhs, let's teach them family values. Let's think about equality, dignity of women, all of those factors that are relevant when it comes to the criminal justice system. I've spent all my life in the criminal justice system, so I sort of come to this with a bias, because I see a lot of this stuff. And I think we are in a position to address that. That often leads to racism because people get a misconception of what we do when it comes to women. And so those are factors that we need to look at ourselves and address.
Thank you very much. I want to pick on the last point about, so there are some anchors in life that hold us steady, irrespective of the challenge that we might be facing, economic, racism, discrimination, and not getting what we deserve in a given competition. So one anchor is our family, where the values of Sikhism and the robustness of the philosophy we can talk about and talk to our children, our young people, and talk to ourselves as to where do we come from and what is the worldview that we bring wherever we are. So that is the first piece. The second piece I always believe is the tool which provides anchor is the education, not educating the other people about who the Sikhs are, but really educating ourselves in the most modern ways in the university. It could be humanities, a PhD in English or quantum physics or breeding or whatever it is. That is the most important tool in a world where knowledge changes so quickly. As Professor Summerlee was talking this morning, the knowledge has become from finite to infinite. So the question is, how do we make our way through this complex world? That's what actually the root is quite my bias. My bias is that the root of everything is that sometimes we are vulnerable because we do not understand how do I deal with it. And how do I deal with that? The mechanism for that comes from A, having education, a modern education somewhere, and building a life and a successful career out of that, whether it is 2-year diploma in plumbing or heating or versus a degree in law, having that piece in our hand to understand that. Out of that, within the university and colleges, we build a bridge, we build a network of friendships, colleagues, and they usually will come from a variety of backgrounds in a classroom in English 101 or Biology 302. Somebody sitting next to you very likely may be born somewhere else. That network and friendship can only be built in a university setting, in a college setting. You cannot build it in your neighborhood. We cannot build our friendships at the workplace because everybody is competitive. It goes away. So when our kids go play hockey, they play badminton, they run track, they were in the university, that experience is actually one of the biggest buffer and the protection that you can have. That's what I felt in 35 years in this country, that the education that I got in the university, the friendship that I built, is I always tell young people, this is what you need to have, work on it, and this will always give you a way out in a difficult situation as to how you are going to deal with it. So universities are the institution that we need to respect. In our community, we do not respect education to an extent other than making money. We need to understand the value of the knowledge and the academics and the school teachers that our community produces, the professors that our community produces, the people who work in the policy files in federal, provincial and the city halls. We need to respect those people. They may not be millionaires, but they may be doing some of the most valuable work to strengthen our community. Unless we change that perspective, we will always be vulnerable to a variety of things that will come at us. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to, similar to this thread of talking about vulnerability, but I want to shift gears a little bit because I think it would be remiss to have a panel about polarization and democracy and not talk about transnational repression and foreign interference, which are things that are making Sikhs more vulnerable in this country. So, we have active disinformation campaigns, we have attacks on our democracy and electoral processes, we have media in countries including India calling for interference in Canadian elections, funds being funneled to candidates. And this is open to any of you, what do you think is the most pressing thing for Canadians to be paying attention to right now when it comes to interference of other nations, and also specifically when it comes to foreign interference, the vulnerability of Sikhs in this country, which has been at the forefront of many conversations?
One of the things that troubled me was we were going on and on and on in the media about Chinese interference when nobody has been convicted, but there's evidence to suggest that another foreign government actually shot and killed somebody on Canadian soil who was Canadian. And to me, I've been watching over the years the role of, what the Indian government has been doing, and I'm not an expert, but I'm probably better informed than many people in terms of having a sense of what's going on and having a sense of what's going on in India. And it always bothered me that there was, India gets a free pass because they always say it's the world's largest democracy. That doesn't mean it hasn't been meddling in Canada, at least since the 1980s. And I think the media is so, and it's also part of this whole Indo-Pacific thing that Canada wants India as an ally to go against, to contain China. So India has something like 1.3 million people in its army, so it's vital. So you got Australia and Japan and Taiwan and even Vietnam has problems with China, and understandably so for what some of the things China's doing. But at the same time, I think this has given India a free pass in the media, and even it took something as extreme as what happened very close to here for the Canadian media to wake up. But even when I go back to 2018 and the Prime Minister's trip to India, and Jaspal Atwal is photographed beside the Prime Minister's wife, and the media just automatically assumes, Atwal's a Khalistani, and because he had done something, many years ago, but nobody even asked, well, is it possible that this guy is actually now a friend of India, and that this happened for reasons that some people might have wanted? That question wasn't even raised. But if you looked at the online radio station he was operating, it's feasible that what I'm saying isn't devoid of reality. I'll just put it that way. But the Canadian media doesn't even, they just automatically kick into gear and make assumptions based on just what they believe, and they're not skeptical enough.
Yeah, actually, I do have a follow-up for you, Charlie, on that. I think one thing that I have personally kind of noticed as well is that Canadian mainstream media has done a poor job of following both foreign interference, but also issues that are relevant to the Sikh community. from political polarization, online hate. Why do you think it is that, I know you mentioned a little bit about kind of this lack of curiosity on the part of the media, but why do you think it is that there is such a broad silence about issues that seem, impossible to ignore?
I think people are they're so busy, and the staffing and reporters are asked to do many more things. I used to have a lot more time, you do stories, but now you have to do social media posts. You have to, like Richard Zussman, the poor guy is just run off his feet. and I think that's a factor.
I think also that we take our institutions for granted. We take our democratic process for granted. And democracies can be fragile. And you can look what's happening in the U.S. now by a change in government, what's happening, where you got courts that are actually politicized, and people who are, one of the candidates for the presidency in the U.S. wants more power. And those are things that we need to be vigilant about. And I think that when we have an election coming up, we have another one probably within a year, and so we need to look carefully at what the candidates stand for and make sure that we participate in the democratic process. Canada's done fairly well over the years. We've been moderate, sort of level, and we haven't gone to the extremes that the Americans have. Part of that has to do with our institutions, our judges. We have a constitutional monarchy here, where we have a court, Supreme Court, we have the legislature, and we have the cabinet. And ultimately, if there is a law that's passed that's contrary to principles, this court has the power to set that aside. See, in World War II, we know that the Japanese were interned and concentrated into camps because Japan was at war with the West. So that could not happen now, because the law that was passed at that time, taking the Japanese out and putting them in camps in the interior, that would circumvent the charter. So we've come a long way when it comes to that. So, but we need to take part in our democracy. Democracy's far too fragile, and we need to take part in elections. And Indians are pretty good at that. We participate. We elect a lot of people. I remember when Mo Sahota was elected to the legislature in 1986. It was a huge event. And since then, Herb Dollywald and a lot of these people have become federal cabinet ministers, and there's no shortage of our people who run for public office. And that's good. We have to take part in the democracy so that we can circumvent and keep vigilant against interference that may take place.
Thank you very much. Again, that brings us to our participation in building institutions. Our engagement in building institutions in this country, whether media, the elected bodies, universities, or any of those things. But the Canadian system, this is my unpolitical, I'm not a political scientist, so I have to state that first. I always believe that the Canadian system is very open to control by a small group of people. Compared to the American system, where the Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate and the President may not be from the same party. So you are forced to do a bipartisan deal making. That's what the senators do. That's what the current President, Joe Biden, was so good at. In Canada, everything is these days concentrated in the Prime Minister's office. Once you have majority in the Parliament, the opposition can give you all the great suggestions, but they may never be implemented. The bill still will pass if you have the majority in our Parliament. It means that you could pass any types of bills. Yes, they may not get the assent, they may be struck down by the courts at some point. But again, in a country, in a type of the democracy that we have, the system we have, I think it's very much open to one person rising to the top and controlling it, and still running everything under the garb of democracy, but doing everything that may not be democratic. So therefore, going back to the point that Mr. Opal has made, It is our fundamental responsibility to get educated, engage in the process. I think our political engagement is quite, I don't know what to describe it. I don't know how many people strongly hold a view that I'm liberal or a conservative or an NDP. We just shift. We just shift all the time. That's why we don't get the type of respect, despite having that large a number of elected leaders in the provincial and the federal parties, because they know these people don't really have a clear view as to where they stand. So I think it begins with the education piece, educating ourselves, engaging in the process, making sure that the interests of ours and every other vulnerable person are protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just looking at the time, this is my final question for all of you, but I'm going to pose it to each of you. And you've posed some solutions and some suggestions throughout this conversation. But what's clear from this conversation is we're definitely at a crossroads as a country. And if we are at a time where things feel more divisive than ever, where do we go next to at least begin to walk in the same direction, if not as a country, because that is a bold ask, at the very least as a community? Wally, I'll start with you. Where do we go from here?
You mean our community,
Yeah, how do we respond to this division, and how do we start to kind of move towards shared goals and walk in the same direction?
Education. We need to educate our young people. We need to take part in their school activities. And so we really need to do that. We have some kids who are falling off and having problems with the law and other things at our high schools. Our parents need to take interest in that, and we need to take guidance from the people in our community, people like yourselves, who are wise and know about the vagaries and all the things that can go wrong. Kids are vulnerable, and there are a lot of distractions. And I think if we do that, I think we're on the right track. Most of all, we need to participate in the process, in the public process, in the democratic process. And let's hold our politicians accountable to, so that if they don't give answers, you go in after them and get answers. And make sure you ask those questions now that elections are coming up.
Thank you. Charlie.
The media is wilting before our eyes, and I think what all organizations and people need to think about is becoming their own media. And this is not as challenging as it might seem. The barriers to entry are very low. You can create a Substack account for free, and you can write articles. You don't even have to know how to build a website. And I think, what I find interesting is Providence Healthcare, which operates some hospitals. They saw that the media was wilting. Nobody was covering science because it's expensive. So they created their own newspaper called the Daily Scan. And they send it out to their donors. They write articles about their research. And they're basically getting their message out. I think UBC does an outstanding job in that regard too. And they can get their message out to their 350,000 alumni or however many they have. But a lot of organizations that have the capacity are not looking at this structurally and saying we need to create our own media. I actually think the Sikh community's done a fantastic job with, there's a whole media ecosystem there, but it's also vulnerable. And so that's one. The other thing that I'm optimistic about is actually our higher percentage of foreign-born in Canada. We're at 23%. The US is only 15%. And as a result, I think it might explain why the Conservative Party is not kind of going down that really hardcore Trumpian line. And that's kind of left for Max Bernier and his People's Party of Canada. And I think we actually benefit from immigration because the Indian community in particular and the Sikh community has been complete leaders in protecting human rights. And I've often even just said to friends that if it weren't for the Sikh community, we would have a lot more racism because you just look at the number of people, everyone from Harsha Wali, to Hari Sharma, to just scores of people who've been leaders, the BC Organization to Fight Racism. So, I think it's also because Sikh values are also human rights values. There's a real overlap there. So my solution is let's have more immigration from Punjab.
Thank you very much. I think the positive point I want to make is in the universities, there are 97 in the country. There's a movement for the last 10, 15 years to get back into the communities. There was a period starting from early 80s till about the early 2000s. The universities went away from the communities. They began to do very shining programs, research programs, and all the things. They did not do community engagement as it needs to be done, as it was done. In the last 15, 20 years, the communities, the universities have mobilized their students to work with the communities, give talks in the libraries, talk about artificial intelligence, all the political debates in the country, provide education in the indigenous communities. I think that force for good, mobilized through millions of undergraduate students in the country, could actually provide the type of education, race relations, and the open-mindedness that Canada has been proud of, and we can continue to be proud of, despite all the things happening in the country. When we look at Europe, look at the war going on there, look at the rise of the far right in Germany. I think our far right rhetoric pales in comparison to what is happening in Hungary and all over the world. So still we remain a pretty shining beacon of good light for lots of people to see, but we need to guard it, we need to grow it, and we need to really put our effort into that. And I believe that the universities have a fundamental role to play, and Guru Nanak Institute, as we are building it up now, will play that role very actively in the next decades to come, because that is the foundation from the values of Guru Nanak Dev Ji that we are setting in place, and the future is going to be bright. Mark my words. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to open up the floor to some questions.
Difficult questions go to these two colleagues.
Again, if you have questions, if you could bring them up to the booth, or one of our volunteers will come and get them for you. The first question I have is from Uncle Ajit Singh Sahoda, and I believe he's asking, looking at the definition of democracy and our ideals around democracy, and possibly changing this idea of world democracy, especially when it comes in relation to the treatment of minorities. What do you think the relationship is between declaring yourself a democracy and the treatment that is offered to minorities within your country?
Well, a true democracy means there's equality for everyone. And we know that while we are a democracy in that we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that's the ultimate law of the province, but it doesn't always practice that way, and that's where the ugly specter of racism still exists. And I think we all realize that while we've come here and we've accomplished so much as Sikhs, as Indians, there still is racism. And there are no easy answers to combat it except education. When I say education, I mean let's educate ourselves. Let's make sure that our kids have the self-esteem and that they can look at themselves with pride and they don't become victims of racism. I think that's an important thing to do, and we have to, and that deals with women in our community, all of those things that need to be done, and hold ourselves up high. And we've done so much as citizens in Canada. We don't need to apologize to anyone for our contributions in Canada since our people first came here 150 years ago. So, let's not forget the Komagata Maru and what happened at that time when they wouldn't let our community, our people come here. There were There was a prime minister of the country at the time who said, this is a white man's country, and the brown man really isn't welcome here, and the brown man isn't suited to live here. So we've come a long ways to there, but it's still not perfect. And we have to, democratic principles are fragile, so we have to keep guard on those and be vigilant to make sure that our democratic rights aren't compromised, and that we're not the victims of racism, and we combat and strike out against racism.
Thank you for illustrating all the problems in democracy, the real democracy. I'm the person who asked the question. I worked for the Diversity Commission for the last 40 years, and I came here to Canada in 1969. And when I came here, I see people, anybody with a turban, Hindu. They don't know the Sikhs are not Hindu. And when, just a small example, my father came, I moved to Ontario, and he was the army officer, and he started working as security guard, and he was waiting for a bus on the bus stop, and a white person came in, and he said, "Where are your camels?" He thought he's from Arabia because he has turban. He immediately told him, "Oh, where your mother's left the sheep." And he was just rubbing his ears and went away. We come from a country where racism is instilled into caste system, high caste, low caste. And here we are grateful to people, politicians like Peter Trudeau, who brought in the Charter of Rights. And I remember when there was this same-sex people applied for exemption, and University College supported them. And in our community, they were raising objections to us. And our leaders told them, "Look here, you are getting your rights under the Charter of Rights, and you can't deny the others getting the rights under the Charter of Rights. They need to have that too." One thing, there's a poster there with the 6, 7, 8 declarations from municipalities across Canada. We have a very nice lady, Anne Lothian, a Scottish lady, girl, beautiful, intelligent. He wrote a letter to all the municipalities from Nova Scotia to townships and municipalities that 14th of April is the 300th anniversary of the Khalsa. Please declare that as a Khalsa Day. This was a thing to educate people. So we were surprised. All the municipalities of Canada in French, in English, big, beautiful certificates declaring Khalsa Day, 14th of April, and we have those there on the posters. So this is the way education works, and I think we are much better than any other country, whether it's India or USA or wherever.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next question, if we could quickly comment on, and I think Ramneek has touched on this earlier in your questions, around social media. The government regulation or the possibility of the government stepping in to regulate social media to hold individuals accountable for the things that they post online. And I know you touched on the racism, but also misinformation, I think, is very important. So quickly, if we could have maybe the media personalities start off.
You want me to answer?
Sure.
I just think call the publishers, and then you don't even need to have, because if the government regulates the social media, then it'll just cause all this hollering about, oh, it's censorship and it's this, and then the government will look bad, and it'll look like, oh, poor Elon Musk is a victim. But the reality is, say, we want a level playing field. Why should the Toronto Star operate at a higher level of accountability, or the CBC, than Facebook or X or YouTube? And if you just said, we're going to, and in Australia there was a court ruling that said, yes, it was a defamation case, where they said, yes, Google was a publisher in the eyes of the judge. And then Google was held liable for defamatory content about a lawyer. We've got a billionaire, actually, in West Vancouver named Frank Giustra, who's going to court against Twitter, it's X now, Elon Musk, and it's before the courts, where he is making the argument that they're liable, and they wanted it moved to California because that's where they would be protected by the US legislation where they're not liable. But there's a real open question whether they should be liable for their content in countries outside of the United States. And I would love to see, Elizabeth May supports this idea, who's the leader of the Green Party, because she understands it. Just call them publishers and then make them liable. And if they say, well, we can't afford to police our content, say, well, isn't that what AI is for?
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. I think one of the things that so from law experts that I've spoken to, there was a case actually in Chilliwack recently where a woman was actually arrested for inciting hatred and harassment of racialized folks on X. She's since been released, but her court date is pending. And that raises the question of, how do we crack down on this? And is it actually feasible to go after individuals? And the answer I received was that one of the things that we can do is to apply pressure on social media companies. It's to be determined how cooperative they would be in this case, but to put greater impetus on social media companies to actually meaningfully monitor the content that is being posted on their platforms, because that is exactly where a lot of these networks of hate, far-right networks, are being actively fostered. And so whether it is just one individual who may be arrested for that, there's thousands of individuals supporting her in the hate that she's spreading. And the sad reality is she can just make another account and continue with impunity. So I think there needs to be greater pressure on big tech and social media companies as well to really crack down in a meaningful way, so that these people aren't just reinstating their accounts and continuing to incite this type of hate and harassment.
Yeah, and they're not regulated by the CRTC either.
I think it's important to remember that so the media companies rely on freedom of speech, but freedom of speech, like all rights that are enshrined in our Constitution, is not absolute. There still is a responsibility, and the old adage, freedom of speech doesn't mean that you can yell fire in a crowded theater. So there are restrictions on freedom of speech, and I agree with all the comments that there has to be some kind of accountability where that speech becomes hateful and becomes harmful, and much of it is hateful and harmful.
I've said it better myself. As someone who works in marketing and communications and has many of these dialogues, I've worked with all of you in different capacities. I think storytelling, as we talked about earlier, Charlie, you said having your own media. We are all our own platforms right now, right? So storytelling, I think, has a huge part in what happens next, because if you see one version of a story, we can very easily say it's someone else's responsibility. Oh, they should look at the other side. Well, who's telling the other side? So if you have that other side, if that is an opinion you hold, share it, right? And I think that's exactly where this is going. I see it across media, I see it across politics. There is a push to a bit of a simpler, more localized, talk to your neighbor type of life. So I would like to thank all of our panelists today, Ramneek, Wally, Charlie, Dr. Baljit Singh. Thank you so much for a very riveting and thought-provoking conversation this afternoon. We would just like to give you a little token of our appreciation before we wrap up today, and if I can ask you all to take a quick photo with some of our board of directors. And then for everyone who's here, we're going to do a quick summary of the day because there are so many details and there's so much information that we've been able to soak up today. So Dr. Sukhpal Singh will come up and do a brief recap. And then we will wrap for today and see you all at dinner. I will hand it over to Gurjeet. Oh, they're going to take a quick photo.
Last week, मेरा backpack क्योंकि zippers टूट गया मैं क्या नवा backpack लेना आला मिल गया आज thank you.
All right, if I can get everybody to just look over here really quickly. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Nice to meet you. No, my dad was,
Okay.
my dad was a professor.
Thank you for what you've done. Put it all together.
Can you just move it a little bit? She's nerding out listening to your answers.
As we move into our last speaker for today, who's going to very graciously summarize some of the discussions we've had today, just going to introduce our summit co-chair, Dr. Sukhpal Singh. Dr. Sukhpal Singh is a professor emeritus of medicine and biomedical sciences at the State University of New York at Buffalo. His research focused on understanding and combating neurodegenerative diseases, and he used to run an annual summer-long research program at Cambridge University in the UK. Dr. Singh is a 1984 genocide survivor. He is a founding trustee of the Sikh Council for Interfaith Relations. He is a key promoter of interfaith harmony and has represented Sikhi in many forums, including delivering a prayer on peace and harmony along with Pope Francis. He is a regular op-ed writer for the Washington Post and the Huffington Post, and it's with great honor I present to you Dr. Sukhpal Singh.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you have enjoyed today's discussion greatly, and I'm encouraged by a comment that was just recently within the last 1 minute made by Dr. Baljeet Singh. He was hoping to get a new backpack and he got it today. And I just want to make it clear at the beginning, I've been for a long time hoping to get a new car. So next time, when we are all here, please bear a witness to what I have been hoping for. Thank you very much. Now, welcome to all of you. You have been here, of course, but good evening. And I know that many of you have come from faraway places, from India, from England, I don't know directly, but maybe some of you from planet Venus or even beyond. So either good evening or good day or good morning, depending upon what your body clock says. One thing which I got from today's discussion in terms of summarizing it is about the long-term goals of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. We all know the Institute has really achieved great heights and really done great work in the last 2 years that many institutes have not been able to do in 2 decades or even more. And of course, it's a great thing to pat around backs, but I would like to quote an Urdu poet, Dr. Iqbal. He says, "Tu shahi hai, parwaaz hai kaam tera, tere samne asmaan aur bhi hai." He says, you are a boss, you are a falcon, it's in your blood, it's in your DNA to keep flying higher and higher. And you have many other asmans, skies to conquer. And Guru Nanak Institute started with the goal of not just being an institute as it is now, but also developing into a university. And today's discussion and what you would see tomorrow bears a great witness to that. So today we started with how to build an excellent university, and Dr. Summerlee, of course, gave us great advice on how to build university. Of course, he started with a very important point. Why to build a university? How to build it? What are the challenges that you face, whether it's financial challenges or administrative challenges, challenges in getting accreditation, recruiting students, and of course he mentioned some of the very important other challenges. For example, the nature of education is changing, the nature of societal imperatives is changing, the nature of students is changing, the nature of how students interact with the world, whether it's media or anything else, social media, other media, that's changing, and how to address that and how to conquer those challenges in a way that they don't actually become challenges but give you opportunities, they develop into opportunities. And then we saw something really remarkable in terms of what a university needs to have. Universities or other such higher education institutions, they need an ability to make decisions in a totally unexpected situations that arise and how to deal with them in a wise way when you had no idea that they're going to be there. And we saw a great example of that when a Palestinian group came here and raised their concerns about what was happening there. I'm not going to say much about how it was handled because all of us were there, but I will just make one point. The next time the US Congress holds a hearing on how to make peace within Ukraine and Russia, or how to handle Palestinian versus Israeli things, I'm going to recommend a panel led by Gyan Singh, Dr. Summerlee, and Nisha Hoti, because the way they handled that situation was really amazing, and actually we all ended up learning a few things rather than being disrupted from that. For any particular university or any institution of higher education, there are several important components to keep in mind. Among them, some of the most foundational things to keep in mind is education, research, and also interaction with the rest of the world, the societies around you, so that you can not only give them a feeling of the pulse that you're developing, but also benefit from a mutual interaction where both the sides benefit from each other. And that's outlined the three sessions that followed from the concept of setting up a good university, and these related to an internationalization of education, to research actually being conducted in practice, and then interaction with the political system, and of course it involved interaction with many other aspects of the society surrounding us. In terms of the international panel, before I actually go into that, I can imagine that all of us have been sitting here for more than 782 hours, and I don't want to take that much time to summarize things, so I would very briefly outline a couple of things from each of these issues. So among internationalization issues, we discussed, it was a very lively, very interacting and very interesting panel. We discussed the challenges that both the universities and the students, the international students face. And in fact, that brought up the university's motives in bringing the students and linking between immigration and educational motive, which of course makes things even more difficult. And we brought up issues that the international students face, which include challenges with respect to not getting even enough guidance, not only at the orientation, but also other times about their immigration prospects, about their career prospects, about their employment prospects, and almost everybody, not everybody of course, but many of the people, many of the segments of society try to exploit them. And the universities try to exploit them, the political system tries to exploit them. Political system of course has its own political exigencies like election systems and many other things. Employers exploit them, and the students get abused, even to the extent of some of the students getting sexually abused, and also many students committing suicide. That's actually a very shameful chapter on the society, not only in Canada, but also in America. And it was also brought up that some of the challenges that the universities and the societies face are being faced by other countries, including Australia, where they're also trying to now limit students coming in from other places. And of course, mental health issues are quite prominent. Even in America, as you can see, the Surgeon General made an appeal about the mental health issues of the students and young children, of the youth, that are not being addressed very properly. So from education, we moved on to research areas, and we had really great contributions being outlined here. Dr. Kulwinder Singh Gill talked about moving research into the field so that actual practical level on the ground, you can use those things. Then of course he talked about bringing in wild type genes from wild type varieties into the varieties that we consume, and of course I would not go into technical details, although I found them quite interesting because my own field has for a long time been both diploid genetics and molecular genetics and related areas, so I could relate to them very well, and I could see directly what the influence of these things were. Dr. Kuljit Singh Garewal talked about energy efficiencies, and we realized many things that in our ordinary life we have not even contemplated on, like the building designs, the south-facing buildings and their importance, how to design windows and doors and so on, how to have energy efficient buildings, but also make arrangements to store energy from sources that are not always 24-hour present, like solar energy and so on. Dr. Jaswinder Singh talked about food and nutritional security, and he moved from gene shifting, which is one type of approaches that are used, to actually gene editing, which is a great approach that has been developed recently. It's already being used to treat diseases like cystic fibrosis. It is being developed to a good practical extent to things like neurodegenerative diseases, including Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And of course, plant systems give you great variety of things that you can do there. Dr. Maninder Sandhu talked about his family business, and we all talk about American dream and Canadian dream and so on. This is a great vivid example of what you can do starting fresh and what kind of things you can achieve. And he also talked, among other things, about technical innovations, including use of microjet irrigation and drip irrigation. So actual research being used for actual purposes that are really very good. And Dr. Chandpreet Kaur gave us very significant idea about what they have been in her family has been able to achieve. And I really like the video. We don't generally get to see things in actual happening. And of course, and for the women to get this much prominent roles in life, it's very, very heartening. Many of you might know, or at least some of you, that this has been my passion to work on the issue of women and empowering women, because despite all that we talk about in our Gurbani, we really are lagging behind that area. So that's great. The only complaint I had about her is, as was mentioned initially, she produces 6 tons of cherries in an hour. I think the number of hours we have spent here, we could have each gotten 1 ton of cherries each, just for sitting here. That's a great achievement, of course. I mean, those points aside, I think this is really a very great example of when you get determined to do something, when you are determined to do something as colossal as that, you can do that. And all of us can take quite inspiration from that. Then we move through the Canadian political landscape. When I was about a month old, I had made a very clear decision that I'm never going to be involved in any politics. So I can't give you my opinion. I can't even tell you what the conclusions were, not because of my that 1-month-old decision, but aside from that, because I realize, as we generally realize in our regular life, everyday life, most of these issues being discussed here, they're very complicated issues. It's not easy to make one viewpoint versus another and then come up with the feeling what is right and what is wrong. So I can tell you briefly what kind of things we discussed, but I can't give you what the conclusion was, because I don't even know if there was a particular solid conclusion. One thing which came up again and again coming from America that's of relevance to me, that there was a good comparison between America and here, and we are bombarded with all that discussion every day and every hour. There was discussion on hate crimes being increased here as well as in America, including the hate crimes against Sikhs. The Sikh Coalition recently talked about FBI's report on very significant increase in hate crimes against Sikhs in America. There was discussion on building healthy discourse and building organizations and media that promote that kind of healthy discussion among various people. And I also like another thing that was mentioned about a few anchors that are there in our life to increase good positive discourse, and that is around Sikhi values or anybody else's, whatever their values are, and the importance of education and the ability of universities to catalyze friendly networks. One last thing with respect to that panel, I would say, Mr. Opel mentioned that the democracy is very fragile, and that reminded me of something that a famous football player in America once said. Somebody asked him, why do you have to keep practicing things? You are already so good. He said, look, success is not owned, it is leased, and the rent is due every day. And from that I figure democracy in any country, whether it's in America that has been there for 250 years already, more than that, or in Canada or any other country, democracy is not owned. It's leased, and the rent is due every day, every week, every month, every year, every decade, every century. So we cannot be complacent about it. We can be proud of it, but we cannot be complacence about it. My last thing before I leave the stage would be to just mention that last year a symposium or a summit was on Sikhi in a globalized world, because what Guru Nanak gave us was a globalized world in terms of Ik Onkar and everything else other gurus and him said. And this year we have tried to put a practical aspect to that in terms of not only conceptually Sikhi in a globalized world, but also what the contribution of Sikhs and Sikh organizations has been in global terms, and what its global impact has been. So we look forward to tomorrow's discussion, and I hope you are all as excited as I have been. And thank you very much for your patience, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. All the best. Have a great evening and enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
हाँ जी, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਈਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਸੀ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਛਕਣਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 6:30 ਵਜੇ, ਸੋ ਚੇਤਾ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਣਾ। ਸੋ 6:30 ਆਪਣਾ ਡਿਨਰ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਤੇ ਆਪ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਗੇ ਸਾਰੇ। ਸੋ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਅਗੇਨ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਤੋਂ।
Seat, and we'd like to start the evening's chat in about a minute. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। Before we begin, I would like to once again take a moment to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Kwantlen, Katsi, and Semiahmoo nations. We honor their rich history, their enduring presence, and their contributions to this land that we are fortunate to share. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the dinner portion of the International Sikh Research Summit 2024 here in beautiful Surrey, British Columbia. We're thrilled to have with us a diverse gathering of esteemed guests, dedicated presenters, and passionate attendees who have come together to explore and celebrate Sikh research, culture, and community. As we enjoy the meal together, I'd also like you to take the opportunity to connect, share ideas, and foster friendships that will last beyond this summit. As we're savoring our dinner, I'm also excited to share that we will soon be hearing a fireside chat that promises to be both enlightening and inspiring. It's my honor to introduce a distinguished guest who has dedicated his career to public service and community development, Minister Harjit Singh Sajjan. Minister Sajjan is the Member of Parliament of Vancouver South and has served in various significant roles, including Minister of National Defence and Minister of International Development. He was a Lieutenant Colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces and a former Vancouver police officer and detective, bringing a wealth of experience in both military and community service. Currently, he holds the position of President of the King's Privy Council for Canada, Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and Minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development Agency of Canada. His leadership in advocating for peace, security, and humanitarian efforts reflects a deep commitment to serving our nation and the diverse communities within it. Minister Sajjan's extensive experience and dedication make him an invaluable voice, and we are fortunate to have him with us this evening. To facilitate this engaging conversation, I'm also delighted to introduce our moderator for the evening, Nisha Gorhuti. Nisha is a passionate executive with 17 years of experience in events, marketing, and communication. She possesses a resounding entrepreneurial spirit that has allowed her to successfully run her own agency for over a decade. Her impressive career includes key appointments such as the event and public relations manager for the Olympic Superstore for the 2010 Vancouver Olympics and the marketing and communications director for the 2018 and 2025 Vancouver Juno Host Committee. On a personal level, Nisha is a champion for ethnic voices, particularly South Asian voices, and consistently supports local nonprofits in their efforts to preserve, elevate, and highlight arts and culture. Additionally, she serves as an advisor for marketing and communications for GNI. Please join me in welcoming Minister Harjit Singh Sajjan and Nisha Gorhuti to the stage for what promises to be an engaging and thought-provoking fireside chat. Thank you, everybody, and let's enjoy this wonderful evening together.
Okay. Well, I'm going to just start by saying that I never thought I'd do this with you. I have had the privilege and honor of knowing Minister Sajjan for a long time. We've run into each other at events. We've had the pleasure of working on similar projects. But I get to ask all the questions today, so it's fun. And I did spend a little bit of time today asking people what they'd like to hear or what they'd like to know. So I might have some burning questions from the audience. But I think today let's just jump right into it. And one of the ones, and we chatted about this very briefly, but one of the ones that I think is kind of most obvious and most intriguing to me is that in your roles in military and in government, you are a visibly obvious Sikh, right? And you have traveled the world. I'm really curious to know how foreign countries, governments, general public have received you and what that's been like for you to travel the world and really be representing the community, but also yourself.
There we go. First of all, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank for all the organizers for this amazing event. And I've already heard just the conversations that have taken place today. And how engaging it actually was. And I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Even though you haven't asked me questions, now I'm getting used to just people asking me questions when I got into politics. It was a very awkward thing for me because when I was a police officer, I used to do the questioning. But no, it's really nice for me. I'll be honest, when I come here, it's hard to come here, first of all, as a minister because I'm a product of our community here, just like yourself, and there's so many people in this room that I, looked up to for advice when I was younger. So when I come here, I almost look at it as, as a product of all the mentorship that's actually in this room. So I just want to say thank you to all those folks, and especially my parents and my sister as well, who kind of given me this opportunity. And so the question of how am I perceived, I would say that we've all gone through, and the way I want to explain this is, just imagine when we first came to Canada back in the early 1900s. And then even, pick your decade, how difficult it was. But when I got into politics, and I've had my own fair share of difficulty with racism, that's just the reality of things. But one of the things that when I was appointed, I wasn't expected to be a minister. I definitely wasn't expecting to be the Minister of National Defense. But it was a huge privilege for me to be named into this role because I know the responsibility that it takes to not only to run a military, because I had just come off of 3 operational deployments to Afghanistan. But so when I'll be honest with you, when I first became minister, I knew that there was going to be a lot of pushback. There's going to be a lot of people saying, why is somebody with a turban leading a G7 military? And there were some news stories that came out. But here's the actual irony that what took place internationally. So when I first went, one of the first things, my first visits I did was actually I went to Jordan, and because I had to help set up the mission for the Syrian refugees. And when I wasn't the lead, because we were in support, the Minister of Immigration and Health were leading the project. So we had our meetings, and then all of a sudden we get a message that the King of Jordan wants to meet us. So, okay, as ministers, you normally don't meet heads of state, especially somebody like the King of Jordan. So when we get to the palace, we get there, you go in line of protocol, something I know, and I'm like, I'm purposely put myself as number 3. And then their protocol people come out and said, no, he actually wants to meet you. So that was a little surprise. And, but here's the thing though. When I went in, one of them, yes, they were curious, but he also knew that I served. He came out in the first, I was obviously very nervous. And because, one, I didn't want to say something on behalf of a country. Remember, I've only been a minister a month, okay? I don't want to commit to something and the Prime Minister goes, okay, you were a failure, and off you go. So first thing he says to me, but he was very experienced, and he's a person with military training, and so anybody in the military would understand that. He comes up and he goes, Minister, I was armored recce too. Armored recce was my trade in the military. And when he said that we had the same trade, which I didn't know that he was, all of a sudden he knew that it brought my comfort level right down to, we're also going to be talking as people with a similar background. And there was a reason for it. Came down, we started talking about the mission, the security issues with ISIS and what was taking place. And pulled out a map, we started discussing, he told me about some of the challenges he's having with the US. And then afterwards, and I said, excuse me, Your Highness, actually, Your Majesty, I appreciate this conversation. It's been an hour, but you know that why we're here, for the Syrian refugees. He goes, what do you need? And I said, listen, we need one of your air bases. We need to get set up for security screening. He just turned to one of his generals. He goes, just give them what they need. And that was it. And we got it done. But think about it this way, though. When we look at the diversity issues, most of the other nations are looking at it as a way of connection. And I would say that I've become good friends with the king over the years. So the next place I went to was Kuwait. Like I literally I wanted to go see the troops there, and then I'm there, and they go, the Emir wants to meet with you. And when and then all of a sudden they said, okay, you're gonna get 15 minutes. And I asked him like, why? He goes, I don't know. They want to meet with you. They said, you get 15 minutes. He's going to say some stuff. You're going to say some stuff. We're going to exchange gifts. That's it. And then he's gone. I said, got it. So we get there, and huge palace. We sit down, really elderly gentleman. I get his background, humanitarian, wonderful man. And we sit down, and I had a hard time talking about this. Oh, our country have great relationships. We get through that. And then finally I just broke the ice, and I said, Your Highness, I said, you have a background in humanitarianism. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, and what advice would you give us? And then he just started giving me some advice, but I just asked him, I said, I got to ask you a question. I said, when I was driving here in the desert, I saw a lot of Bedouin tents. And I said, why? I said, and they all had fancy cars next to these Bedouin tents. His eyes lit up. He goes, oh, no, he goes, listen, we're very wealthy. But that's our way of teaching our kids our Bedouin roots, right? He goes, every summer, that's what we do. And I got excited. I said, oh wow, and I shared in my grandfather's stories, right? So we just started talking back and forth, right? 15 minutes, now it's almost an hour, right? And I'm getting late for my next meeting, right? And the reason I share this story, they wanted to meet because why was somebody with this thought charge of a military? He wanted to see who I was. He wanted to see, one, do I have the ability to be a leader in this role? But he also wanted to see is, maybe we can actually build a relationship here. And I can say is 2 years ago, so a year and a half ago, when the Emir passed away, I actually went to the funeral. That's the relationship that I ended up having. And I could go to country by country, like this, of how I got to meet heads of state, because they felt that they could have a better connection. And the reason I say this is, we think this is limiting sometimes, but what it did for us as a government, it opened up doors. So that diversity that the Prime Minister talks about had a huge impact for us. And I can go literally down the road of country by country, how much of an impact that diversity has had, and obviously you have to do the work. So to answer your question, and the reason I want to share with you and your kids is, when I grew up, I thought, you think this is limiting. It's not. Guru Gobind Singh gave us this to build strength so that you can have this identity. But now, when I was there, it actually opened up a lot of doors. And it had a huge impact. So I wasn't prepared for that. But if I had to stay true to myself, I wouldn't have been in that situation.
That's incredible. I just think it's so fascinating that we think about, exactly as you said, we think about the limiting part of our faith, part of our cultures, part of our roots, and we often talk about, where East meets West, and we're meeting somewhere in the middle, and I'm home like this, and I'm out like this, and I actually don't buy into any of that. I think that we are all multiplicities. We are all multiple things all the time. It has nothing to do with just faith. It has to do with just being human. And so I love that story, and I love that you brought the diversity of person, right? Because Sikhi is your religion, but diversity as a baseline, we are all diverse, right? And I love that. So let me ask you, and this was not even part of my questions, but you know, I'm at this king and I went to this palace and we've got a lot of youth listening. So, you know, besides the glamour, what does a minister actually do?
First of all, you think it's glamorous. It's actually very nerve-wracking, okay? Because there's so much protocol within that. You get to meet a lot of cool people, and in reflection, yes, it is. But as a minister, there's many different responsibilities depending on your portfolio. You have a legislative responsibility based on the legislation, like for example, the National Defense Act. You have a responsibility as a minister to making sure you set the policies for the military, the procurement, and for us, we created the defense policy that we launched in 2017. So that was very rewarding for me. And so each minister does have a legislative responsibility, but then there's also what the Prime Minister, the responsibility the Prime Minister has given you, what we have committed to as a government. But then there's your own vision. And that's what I love the most is, each portfolio that I've had, I've been able to take a look at is where are we as a department and where do we want to go? And the one that I probably had the most enjoyment was as Minister of International Development. It's equivalent of being the head of all the seva that your country gets to do. Because you get to, your development policies you get to set, and then the funding that you authorize. And as you know, through our feminist development policy, I got to do things that I personally represented as Sikhi, equality of women. And it was so powerful for me because making people's lives better was the best way to help people, I would say, grow out of poverty, to deal with it. And I used to tell our team, I said, we're going to be focused on it's not about helping, we're doing conflict prevention. And once we change the mindset of what we were doing, conflict prevention is not going just into a conflict zone. What we're going into places to prevent conflict in certain areas, and where there has been conflict, how do you help them, to come out of some of those things? So there's the international component that's also extremely important. But when you're back home, the routine is you got multiple responsibilities to your department. You have responsibilities as a cabinet member because you have to sit on cabinet committees to discuss policy, which eventually gets to full cabinet, where you make the decisions within the government. And then there's also your parliamentary responsibilities, where you as a member of parliament also have to vote. So there's many different responsibilities, and it can be, let's put it this way, your time gets taken away from you, and your team ends up managing, so you have to get very good and comfortable with your team being able to manage all your schedule, which if you've been independent for so long, it doesn't make it challenging, but when you have an amazing team, it does make it a lot easier. But I would say the coolest part is, through all the legislative work you need to do, I would say that when you yourself can create a vision and get the department to work on it, and you see that coming into fruition, and I know things have moved on. I'll give you an example. There's a thing called the Vancouver Principles. Right? People don't know about this. When I hosted the United Nations Peacekeeping Defense Ministerial in Vancouver, we had 84 nations. We created what's called the Vancouver Principles to prevent the recruitment and training of child soldiers. And it is one of the most successful principles in the United Nations, with the most number of nations that have signed up for this. And all happened here in Vancouver. So forever now, they're known as the Vancouver Principles. So it was very gratifying to be part of something like that.
Incredible. You have had a very long and storied career across different spaces, and you've talked a little bit about how you got everyone to work together. And I think that you're working the BPD, you're working the military, that kind of all led to some of the work that you've done as minister of various different portfolios. So you talked about creating the National Defense Strategy, and I just want to hear a little bit about how your previous work had impacted that and your ability to get people to work together, because I think most of your roles have been, let's call them multi-stakeholder engagements, right? You are getting the left hand to talk to the right hand, maybe when they don't want to. So tell us a little bit about how you've done that and how you've made those projects come to fruition.
So that work, I would say that I would, first of all, is everything you do in your life kind of helps build up. My time in the military, my time in policing, and even growing up here in South Vancouver, all had an impact. But the challenges that I would say that I faced when people didn't want you there was the thing I think that helped me the most of how to actually bring people together. There are some people you're never going to convince, right? But at the same time, you have to work with them. And so what I found was, if they see you doing things that they are trying to achieve themselves, then you earn that respect. So I always believed in one of the military principles of lead by example. And I've always tried to do this. I've never done it perfectly, but what that allowed me to do is gain that respect because I'm willing to do the same work as everybody else. And so coming into politics at a higher level, a lot of people would look at me as, well, you were just a reserve lieutenant colonel. What would you know about running a military? Well, running a military and the leadership it's not about your knowledge base. It's about the knowledge base of the people around you. And so first of all, I gained a lot of advice from key people, not just within people who I knew. Like an example, I had to deal with a procurement issue within our own military system. So I asked one of the top procurement experts, who I believe was actually Ash Carter. He was Secretary of Defense to President Obama. And sadly, he recently passed away. But I asked him, and I said, how have you been very successful? What advice would you give me coming as Minister of National Defense? And he goes, pick your lead procurement person and protect them. And then he explained to me why. And what that allowed me to do was pick the right people, making sure that I actually protected them, that I had their back. And then if you give them the right direction, they're the one that's actually going to be doing all that work. I don't need to be the smartest person in the room. I just need to ask smart questions. And then you give the task to the smart people, because when you're in a massive department like National Defense, your job is to bring everybody together. And one of the things I also want to do is making sure that we consulted very broadly. And so that time when all those difficult times that I had, when I had the challenges of people didn't want me because they didn't want me to fit in, it was challenging at that time, but it helped to build my own muscles and having to deal with those things, and that allowed me to kind of bring a lot of people together. And putting some of the political drama aside, I mean, to this day, I still get soldiers, senior folks, still reaching out to me. I mean, I was in New York, one of the soldiers just comes up, he recognizes you, and they thank you for the work. Because one of the things that I try to do was not just about creating a vision for Canada for the military, was about looking after our soldiers. And if they felt it, then I knew that I was successful. And that's exactly what we did. And if you garner enough support with the right people, all the naysayers, it doesn't even matter what they say.
Talking about how you've gotten people still come up to you and you can make them feel comfortable, right? And I think about you in the community. I mean, born and raised South Van, I've seen you running downtown, I've seen you in South Van, but you have a way about you, and the community knows you so very well that everyone comes up to you, right? Kids, BB, everyone's gonna come up to you and ask you a question. And I think that I want to talk a little bit about your growing up experiences. They talk about nature versus nurture. We had, an area where there's a lot of community. Godwara was right there, right? We were all together. And on the flip side, you were also going to school with, the likes of Bindi Johal. So you have those influences. Tell me about that and how that shaped you growing up, and maybe, as you were younger and as you got older, and how you evolved even looking back on it, right? Because as we get older, we see things differently.
Oh, definitely. We were very good in gang squad in Vancouver Police. for a reason, because we knew how that lifestyle worked. And even though I wasn't part of gangs, but we were in that environment. And I don't know why, for example, to this day, Bindi Johal's name comes up. He actually wasn't even part of our group. He actually wanted to be part of our group, right? And that was the irony of this whole thing. And at that time, when he wanted to be part of our group in grade 8, I actually transferred high schools, not to get away from Bindi Johal, but actually get away from another group, and I transferred to Charles Tupper. And the reason I ended up connecting with Bindi Johal, because he got kicked out of Dave Thompson and goes to Tupper, and I'm the only guy he knows, right? And that's when I really kind of got to know him. And the sad part about it is everybody knows what he did and the horribleness and the stupidity that that he created. And I used to say that directly to him, because only a few people that actually he respected enough that he wouldn't get upset about. The reason I mentioned his story, and the reason also how I got out, was I wanted to be a pilot a long time ago. Even though that dream didn't become a reality for me, it kept me grounded and going, and also the faith that I had helped me kept me on the right path. And it wasn't, and for me, it was about doing the right thing. And if you're not successful, well, guess what? Then how are you going to contribute to anything? But Bindi he used to get straight A's in math, and I found that an irony that imagine if somebody gave him the significance about how well he was in school, maybe he was going to have gone a different path. And it's one of the reasons I actually got into politics, was just for that reason, was how many kids who might have this amazing gift to offer, but they're not able to see it, or their mentors are not able to help them get to that. Their parents are just so busy working, they're not able to help them out. And that's one of the key things, is regardless of what position I have held, one of my main things, my team knows this, is when it comes to the youth, I will be there to help them, whether it's writing reference letters, having people, young folks hired on and then moved on very quickly to other jobs. It's about building, trying to give anybody an opportunity in the wider community. What we wanted to do is create an opportunity for kids to find their own gifts and be able to go down a certain path. And the thing that actually got me really excited about the one policy that before he became Prime Minister, was Justin at that time, with the Canada Child Care Benefit, which instead of a check going to everybody, so sorry if anybody that makes over lots of money doesn't get the check anymore, but the $30 that we were getting wasn't really going to have much of an impact. Barely buy you a latte or a smoothie these days. But what that did was move that money to the lower income brackets for families, and so you can get anywhere between to the lowest income bracket, $600 tax-free. And that gives a family an opportunity to raise their child. It's the difference between a kid going into a sport, getting a bicycle, or having a vacation. And those little things have a huge, huge impact. And we saw it when we were in the Vancouver Police, that all of a sudden they end up going down a different path just because they have opportunity. And that's what kind of got me excited to get into politics, was one of those things. And so all those challenges that I ended up having when I was younger, I would say that it helped build that resiliency. You don't see it at that time. I never really would ever see myself in this position, and I still kind of feel myself as a fraudster, even being in this role. But the necessity of each thing, that challenge that I had, forced me to do something bigger and better, in a way, just to prove some people wrong.
Gotta work twice as hard to get half as much, right? So, challenges you faced, whether it have been racism, whether it was, your experience as an immigrant, watching your parents, how did those experiences inform your political work? And more maybe specifically, how would those inform, policy now? And let's turn it into education, right? South Asian immigrant students who are coming here, how do we support them better? How does your history and experience give you access to information that we can help support the next generation better?
No, first of all, is making sure that, I'll give you an example. The work is not that difficult. It's just basically everybody being treated just like every other Canadian. There are all the benefits that are there, but sometimes you get accused that just because you're saying a benefit's going to come to one or two communities, that, you're being showing favoritism and you're just doing it for votes. But if it was for another community, it wouldn't even be an issue. So what I would say is, everything that you end up doing, you're going to have challenges, and people are going to find a way trying to tear you down. You just have to stay true to what you're trying to do. People will always, try to. I would say the most recent thing with me was the protecting the Afghan Sikhs. And I mean, first of all, even if it wasn't part of our policy, we as a nation have done and helped other people all over the world, right? Why should they be treated indifferently? But the irony is, they were actually part of our policy, and then somebody still wanted to make a story out of it, right? And the true irony through this thing, because I have so much experience of people trying to tear you down, one of the things that I've always survived is I know the rules better. So when I was making these decisions, I was making these decisions knowing that somebody may try to accuse me of showing favoritism. And so what I found is that if you're going to do the right thing, don't be afraid to do it. But at the same time, be realistic about it. You are going to take challenges. You are going to take hits. And it's not going to be pleasant. But you have to look at yourself in the mirror saying, did you do the right thing? Because they're not going to see, for example, what I did for the mission in Ukraine, how I personally actually got to meet President Zelensky first, and how much I'm actually the following that I have in Ukraine because I helped set up the training mission in Ukraine. But all of a sudden they're only going to look at, oh, wait a minute, you're only here because you're trying to show favoritism over here. So you can have a massive impact. My thing, you can't be apologetic for who you are, supporting your community. Obviously, I know more of my community. It makes us being able to help. But at the same time, it doesn't stop you from helping other communities. So in this case here, one of the things I would say is we cannot be shy or apologetic for the work that we're doing in Canada, because at the end of the day, we are all Canadians. And when they try to pigeonhole us into different ways, all of us do need to push back, because otherwise, all these groups who don't like the success that's taking place in all other diverse communities, they want to make sure that our children can't, the ceilings and the glass ceilings that we have broken, that they can actually try to prevent them later on. But you know what? Our community has been successful and will continue to be successful.
Absolutely. This room is a testament to that. It is full of the best and the brightest. So let's talk about this, because this is something that I definitely wanted to dive into. You've been in the news a lot recently. You've been the victim of social media misinformation. We can talk about, right when you became Minister of National Defense, it was, the badass minister. And by the way, when I think about that, even badass kind of has a negative connotation, and, mind my French for anyone, listening. But there was that, and then, fast forward, and you are having a conversation, and you're talking about Project Medusa, and you say something, and it's not even about taken out of context. It's taken and it's extrapolated, and it's made bigger than it is. How do you deal with that constant scrutiny, and especially when it is when the attacks are also going to your faith, right? And then I'm going to add a second piece to that, because I think they'll be part and parcel. But we've seen an increase in anti-Sikh sentiment recently. The WSO has talked about it across Canada. You're seeing physical attacks. You're seeing online slurs. You're seeing violence. There's a lot of things happening in the community right now, and there is a bit of fear. There is a bit of this, what's the next story going to be? And you are so prominent and so public, so just kind of wanted to get your feelings around these types of experiences.
Yeah, so first of all, I didn't expect to have the following that I do overnight, and that was kind of it was actually a challenge for me, because I'm not a very public person. I remember going to Germany, and I came out of our embassy, and then oh, there's a group of people. What are they doing here? What's something going on? And then the person goes, no, they're here for you, right? And it was then I'm like, oh, I better wave, right? But I didn't expect that. But when you have that, though, in politics, you're also going to be a target. And when I was very naive early on, I should have been much smarter. I will share that story at my own time and choosing, and because there's a lot of not only misinformation, but ultimately, things did go that way. And I can tell you is one thing, I have never lied about my service, and I'll explain at my time and choosing. And that's something that's going to happen after politics, because that hurt a lot. Because one of the things that was kind of hurtful for me was after all the service I've done is when people would take it in that way. But one of the mistakes that I made was I'm not a soldier anymore. I am a politician. And that was a wake-up call for me. And I had to look at and doing things differently. And then the thing is, all the people who actually served on the ground knew very well. And fortunately for me, the reason it was, I had some very good people, especially the people who knew, very few people actually knew what I did in Afghanistan, especially during my first deployment. And it was, one was the chief of staff of the brigade, who was a British officer, and the other person was Australian, who was actually the planner. So they knew a lot of this, everything, and there was a lot of stuff that people did not know. I think when I share the story, people are going to be more surprised of actually what really took place and how it was beyond of what a reserve major at that time could do. But the question they need to answer for themselves is, why did it take somebody like myself to come in to do this work? And that was a real question. But the thing is for me, I had to grow up very quickly. So just imagine, I'm 45 years old. And I say this honestly, that you think that we have it all together, but we are learning every single day. I had to grow up very quickly after that time. I did either I'm going to be able to take these hits, or I should just step down. Because the responsibility that I was holding, not only as a Minister of Defense, as a Member of Parliament, a representative of the community, I had to do better. And that's one of the things is I decided, and I was talking with my wife and kids. And believe it or not, actually my daughter, my son was too young at that time, my daughter actually helped me. And she doesn't remember this. She had a fortune cookie. And when I came back that one weekend, she goes, "Dad, I think this is more important that you have this." And it was just a message. Basically is, don't let the haters hate on you, just focus on, I don't remember the exact words, but it reminded me why I got into politics. And the reason I say this is, people see the challenges that are on me, and I'm going to go as far as I can and trying to reduce the challenges for the next generation. But those challenges are not going to go away. So we do need to be ready, ready our next generation for this, so they can continue to break those glass ceilings. So for what I would say is, when anytime you're going to do something really big, there's going to be probably more people trying to tear you down than there are that's going to be trying to back you up.
Absolutely. And the thing is, as you said, the more public you get, the more eyeballs you have on you, and just with that comes more response and feedback. And negative and positive, it's all going to come your way.
Yeah. So I'll just share, if I can just share one story of that. Yeah. The reason these little things are important, because you think as ministers you've got this big team and stuff, but and the reason I say this is more for people just to hear what the reality actually is. We all have challenges, and then I've been dealing with the most recent issues with the Afghan Sikh stories, and we were doing the army run, the whole family was there, and we went to go pick up our race kit at the armies, and the army commander who I served with, know him very well, and a few people who I disagreed with were also there, and then throughout this, and if anybody's going to look at me negatively, all of a sudden I get bumped. And I realized, so it was Liz. Liz, she's a female soldier who I served with in 2006. She's a Master Warrant Officer, working at the highest levels, and she will be a Chief Warrant Officer, and she's an infantry soldier, right? The reason I say this is she's so well respected. When they saw the relationship that I had with a soldier who's got combat experience and stuff, right? All of a sudden, anybody else who tries to, want to make something up or try to say anything negative, their mindset gets changed. So at the end of the day, when you're going through the difficulty, just know that there are people who are there who with you are going to make your life better. And Liz, when she did that, all of a sudden your mindset changes. Kajit knows her. We had a nice chat, and I got to share with the story about her. that I remember we were at this one operation. Imagine if I shared this story, people right now would think, oh, I just made it up. How could I be in a situation where I was in combat and stuff? But Liz, when she was there, I wanted to more talk about her. And I said, so I was telling the family there, I said, let me tell you who Liz is, okay? You talk about females in combat. So we were taking sniper fire on one operation, and there's another friend of mine around, went really close to us. And Liz was in one of the armored vehicles, and even from her position, she couldn't find the sniper with the sights and from there. So she got out of the turret. So she's sitting on the turret now with the binoculars. So now the sniper fire, rather than coming to us, is coming onto her, and it's pinging off the thing there. And then as soon as she found it, was able to take the sniper out and saved our lives, right? And the thing is this, now imagine me sharing this story, somebody says, oh my God, you made this up. But now when you have people who are actually on the ground with you to share this, finally I was able to share a story about one, not just, about an amazing soldier, but a female soldier, well-respected, in combat, right? So imagine all the stuff that I was dealing with. I wanted more women in the Canadian Armed Forces. Well, we got examples like Liz and many others who have gone into combat and doing these things, and I got to share that story. And at the same time, it boosts your own energy up and reminds you why you got into this role as well.
Amazing. Quickly, I'm just going to say we're going to talk for another about 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to open the floor. A reminder that there are cue cards at the media table if you'd like to write your questions down. I want to move into education. As you know, we are here because we have been at the International Sikh Research Conference Summit, and it is put on by GNI, Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. We are working towards becoming a university, and there are a lot of educators in the room. And so I wanted to talk to you, and you kind of started to speak on this, but the key skills that a modern university needs to be focused on developing in its students to be able to break these barriers, to shatter the glass ceiling even more, go all the way up the elevator, but also more than that, be able to push back on those trying to push down.
It's not just the education. For any youngsters who are here, you're not going to help anybody if you don't succeed, right? And take it from me, everybody sees me now, but those of you who know me when I was younger, I wasn't the best student, right? And some would say I became smarter when I got older. I would say I was just as smart when I was younger. Maybe I just didn't apply myself. But the question is, I didn't apply myself because people thought I wasn't as smart, so I just believed it, right? But you really realize the potential of education much later on in life. And I had to work much harder later on. I never finished my formal degree, but I ended up, having my education. I was about to be accepted at UBC, then I got accepted at the Toronto Staff College, where it's a master's level course that I got to do, but because I never officially finished off my bachelor's, I couldn't get my master's, but I went through the entire 2-year program for it. And all that experience was so valuable for me. And I realized if I had taken the time early on, I would have been able to utilize those skill sets a lot sooner. So that education early on is so important. As I tell my kids now is first of all, high school, those 5 years are going to set you up for the next 4 years. And those next 4 years are going to set you up for the rest of your life, right? And you need to think about it that way. And I had to do it differently. But fortunately for me, I also, when I became Minister of National Defense, I also became the Chancellor and President of the Royal Military College for 6 years as well, where I got to give out a lot of degrees, the irony of that. My parents can be proud of me now, from the education side.
So Royal Military College, we know that you've got this, you understand the strategy. So you've also got a lot of experience with the Commonwealth Learning Project, and if you want to share a bit about that, but with that, what advice would you offer on implementing an effective open distance and technology-abled learning experience? Because right now we are an online campus primarily, right? And so that is something that we are very interested in.
So the education system, I believe that had to evolve early on. And when I was Chancellor, I got to actually meet with a lot of other President Chancellors of different universities. And so I worked very closely, obviously, with a lot of the colleges and the universities here in British Columbia. And one of the things we needed to change was how do we create the appropriate talent within our own country to take advantage of, you know, what the new future is going to hold. So, for example, with the clean and technology that's being developed, just imagine before people that were going into environmental law and beforehand, right? Like what was that about, right? But the thing is, we have to look at where we're actually going. Having appropriate co-op programs, distant learning is absolutely essential. Some of the things that actually we have been applying through our international development in our international work, but we need to make sure that we utilize the technology appropriately. Plus, at the same time, our universities need to be these mini hubs of opportunity. And the reason I say this is, so as Minister of the Pacific Economic Development Agency, one of the things that we've been investing in is the research hubs within universities. So that, one, you have students or master's or PhD students can actually do the research, but companies can actually have research done because they can't afford to have the research. So we've done this, and it's just amazing things that have developed. Well, what I have found, as this is kind of taken off, when I go visit companies, I ask them, how do you start? A lot of them talk about it as well. My friend and I, we were in university together, we had this idea, and then lo and behold, here we are, right? And that was the beautiful part. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here because it's going to open up education to so many people. We can't just look at education as an entryway. We got to look at education as a right for everyone. And I think that's what open learning is going to allow this to do, is making sure it's accessible for everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, one of our summit co-chairs, Dr. Baldeep Singh, said today that, you know, university is where you make those friendships. It's difficult at work. You're moving. It's competitive, etc. This is the place that you build those relationships. And we're doing something right. So we have a research arm. So this is a good thing, right? GNI is doing it right. Let me ask you a double-edged question. So, how does Canada's education system become more inclusive to the South Asian perspective and the history? So there's that side of it. And how do we equally become more welcoming to students from different backgrounds?
So first of all, let's put it this way, if we don't become welcoming, we are holding ourselves back. Through our education systems, I'll go back to you don't know which child has that amazing gift. And what we need to do is, because of this amazing diversity that we have, and as the Prime Minister talks about, we're not a melting pot. We respect other people's religions and cultures. And that allows us to have a deeper understanding. So even though I may when I was traveling, I understood other people because there's a microcosm here in Canada. So as we get educated, you're not just being educated through what you're learning about, but you're learning it through somebody else's perspective. Especially if they come from a different country, and that is a knowledge base that I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen anywhere except for Canada, because we are very open to this. How do we harness that skill set? I think it's very crucial for us, because we can utilize that diversity in a significant way internationally, in my opinion.
I mean, that kind of leads well. And if you're looking ahead, what initiatives, policies, partnerships is Canada considering to further its international development goals from an education standpoint? Our immigration system, obviously, as we opened up more students, obviously we had to make some adjustments to it, is being able to attract the best and brightest here to get educated, and then give them a pathway to permanent residency so they can create those opportunities. Or if they go back, we've found that as students have gone back to their own countries, you end up doing a lot of business ties because you have that relationship. I've encouraged our universities to have as many connections and relationships with other universities. And what I would say, there's so much work that we can do and share in research. There's the big one is on food security. There's a huge food security challenge around the world, and I'll be honest with you, it's heartbreaking.
to see families where there's so much food waste that's happening around the world, and there are people starving in the world, and their countries can't produce the same amount of food because of climate change. They have dealt the more severe impacts of climate change, even though they impacted the least to create the problem of climate change. And so one of the things, I'll give you an example for their education. One of the things we did was we put a significant research dollars into developing new, more nutritious grain and how things can be grown, or so that even though the meals are less, it is more nutritious for some of the refugees. In some places where, because of climate change, this the salt content in the water has seeped into the agriculture, now we're actually funding research into areas where they can say is creating the resiliency in certain crops. We're doing it in Egypt and many other parts of the world, and it's having an impact. So sharing and creating this knowledge and the research has an impact. We're also right now vertical agriculture that's taking place is having a significant impact, where you can have the same the same land, but you can do it in a completely different way. So all this can have, I think, is huge impact. We can't just limit, I think, education as we are just being educated. It is an opportunity for business. It's an opportunity to make people's lives better. But we got to connect, we got to share, and the more we reach out, I think that it's going to be more beneficial. And the other part of it is, it breaks down racial barriers as well.
You should have been here this afternoon. I will say we had a couple of conversations today around food security. Dr. Gill, Dr. Gurwal, Dr. Singh, if they're still around,
I'll be honest, I
talk
used
to
to
you.
geek out when I was Minister of International Development, how much I would get into these topics, I would read about it. So when I was Minister of International Development, I was the governor of a lot of the development banks, so the African Development Bank, and so we had to work on these issues. And it was always about what can we give. I said, we got to stop this. As a kind of a G20 Western style thinking, the Africans already had this thing. We don't want your support in this way. We want capacity, right? So one of the things that we did was we can't help everybody. So we actually went around and picked, did an analysis of which countries had the capacity and the governance structure to build, have food security. And what it was is increase food production. But it wasn't just to increase food production to feed more people. It was about creating jobs through a whole supply chain system all the way through. Now, one example I'll give you is a small one. In Jamaica, they were importing all their potatoes. And then somebody came up with an idea in Jamaica that said, you know what, so the experts would have way more information on this. I'm just now regurgitating what I get briefed on. They said there's the first and second and third generation seeds for potatoes. The soil up in the mountains can sustain that we should try it. So what did we funded a couple $1 million. It's nothing compared to what we actually fund to try this out. And so that investment has created now, and is micro farms that have been created, now that 40% of the potatoes are grown in Jamaica, right? But more importantly, it's creating jobs all the way through to the supply chain system, all the way to the processing. And the best example that I saw was this one woman who is at her family farm. Her father was too old to do the farming, so she did it. She walks in, she came in, she kind of arrived late because she was training to be a nurse. But the income, that little plot of land that was giving her, was going to allowing her to go to school and take care of her kids, right? So it was just somebody came up with an idea through that education and made this happen. So when we look at education, I really would like to be seen as how do we help solve problems around the world. And sadly, sometimes there's somebody with a solution over here, right? But of a problem that exists over here, but they don't know one another. This, I think, that whatever they did is actually a failure, but their failure is the solution to somebody's problem over here. And so we've been doing a lot of this, and I've been telling a lot of academia is get out around the world, make those connections, and through a Canadian lens, I think we can have a much more impact because I think we're trusted more around the world.
Absolutely. So So many projects you've worked on. What are you working on right now, or what's something that you're most proud of that's an active project you're working on?
Oh, wow. Opening in trouble for announcing something beforehand. But this is no secret. As Minister of Emergency Preparedness, this portfolio is very new. And Minister Blair had it before. And then I was given it just last year. And I'll be honest with you, when I was, the Prime Minister was going to take me away from international development, I had this whole spiel of why there was such, for me, I was privileged to be Minister of National Defense, but it was very passionate work for me in international development. I love that work. I got to go into the most difficult areas, and we could help people. And he goes to me, he goes, I want you to be Minister of Emergency Preparedness. I'm like, oh, that actually makes sense. So I have a background in emergency preparedness. I used to be on Canada's Heavy Emergency Rescue Team. Through the defense policy, we did a lot of this work as well. So one of the things we're doing, because of the significant impact of climate change, our system is being overwhelmed. And our system is designed provincially, but as you can see, provinces get overwhelmed very quickly, whether it's atmospheric rivers, wildfires, and it's, in the last 10 years, it has spiked significantly, and all of you know have seen from what's taking place in Jasper, West Kelowna, and the list goes on. And you're dealing with floods, and wildfires in another area, and then the rest of the other country you're dealing with hurricanes. So what we're doing right now is revamping the entire system of beefing up within the provinces, but we're also looking at redoing the entire federal system of how we look at emergency preparedness, all the way from the emergencies that we deal on a regular basis to the ones in every 10-year events that can take place, then even the black swan events like a health pandemic. So being prepared and having a system that can work well. It's not easy to do because you have to work with all the provinces and territories, but it's so important because you talk, it's easy to talk emergency systems and train people, but when you start seeing the impact of climate change, the town of Enterprise being burnt down, Lytton, and so many others, it's heartbreaking to see this. And climate change is having a significant impact, and one of the things I am not apologetic about, I'm actually very aggressive, anybody out there that doesn't believe in climate change, right? Well, sorry, the rest of the world, is people are being impacted, right? Go talk to them. It is having a massive impact, and leaders right now who don't believe in climate change honestly need to shake their head. They're doing it strictly out of fear, trying to get more votes. Because at the end of the day, things are going to get so bad that we may not be able to actually reverse what is going on. We have, I think, a chance now if we work very hard. And one of the things that we're doing in Canada is not just revamping our own system. While I was Minister of International Development, and now in this portfolio, we've linked up, we're helping to build the capacity of other nations. So rather than sending teams just to support, we're training the teams there so they can train others. And so we can help some of the nations who don't have the same resources as we do.
Okay. We have 3 questions. 2 are personal and 1 is topical. So we talked about working with other nations. We've talked a lot about really positive experiences. We've talked about infrastructure. Let's talk about technological infrastructure. So, as we go into open concept learning and everything is online and digital age, not even going into, we are well in a digital age, that also brings digital warfare. And we've talked about foreign interference. We've talked about that with elections. We've talked about that online. We've talked about social media. There's also been governmental interference in a physical form, right? And we all know what we're talking about. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll leave it fairly open-ended from that perspective. And then what can we do from a governmental perspective, from a policy perspective, to protect ourselves?
So first of all, foreign interference, and sadly I think there's probably many people in this room will be impacted by foreign interference, and my current positions puts me at a pretty significant target. And foreign interference has been around forever, and then there are certain things that countries do, but then there's when you end up crossing the line. The technology with social media, cyber warfare has taken things to a whole new level that we have to re-look at how we are going to look at certain things and what threshold that we should be accepting. And I will just say is, I mean, the late John McCain, when he, before he passed away, he told me how bad foreign interference was in the U.S. and everybody's followed what's taking place in the U.S. And we learned from those lessons. So when I was Minister of Defense, one of the other agencies that you get to run is actually what's called the Communications Security Establishment. And it is probably one of our top security agencies, equivalent of the NSA. And it does foreign intelligence on, it is the technology side from intercepts to cyber warfare, you name it. And believe it or not, of all the tough stuff that the previous government was talking about, our agency didn't have the ability to react. We have amazing capability, but we had to wait to be hit by a cyber attack before we could do something. And the legislation didn't allow us to do any more. So one of the things we did, we actually changed the legislation to allow us to, if we see attack coming, to shut it down beforehand. And we do that a lot. We also have the ability now to offensively do something if we need to. And it goes through the decisions for those goes through any similar decision to any other military operation. We created a cyber center for the country that now works with all the federal agencies and provinces, and more importantly, with all businesses, and to help them become cyber safe at a very early stage. And so we've done a lot of work and investment. A lot of work is actually taking place. There's obviously a lot of classified work. That's probably the most highly classified work is in that space. So for everything from quantum, artificial intelligence, we do have I would say in Canada, we have some amazing technology. Why? Because we have recruited the best talent. It is amazing to see the talent that we actually have, but I can never talk about it. And I see the building there. Oh my God, I used to love going there because it's a beautiful building, but most highly classified secure building that we have. But it's built in a way so that we can utilize the talent of our people. And I used to joke with the Prime Minister, you know, in James Bond you have the Q that made all those cool stuff. Well, I can tell you, we had many Qs, right? And the reason I say this, I want Canadians to know that we have amazing agencies that are there with the sole purpose of protecting Canadians, right? But with that though, even with the onslaught, we've been hit quite a bit. Foreign interference is very significant. You're seeing some of the whole commission is coming, more stuff is coming out. Sadly, a lot of it I can't talk about, but it is very real. But at the same time, we are probably doing just as good as any other nation that's out there. And if anybody wants to question our commitment, the Prime Minister making the statement that he did in the House was a very significant one. But that's also a message to every other nation. I've been hit from many different countries. You can guess a few of them. But Russia also I get hit significantly. Why? Because I was leading the training mission in Ukraine with 4 other nations, right? We set up a battle group in Latvia. So you are going to get hit. What we need to do is educate our public of what takes place on social media, what you see sometimes to get you really riled up, may not be real, may be strictly created as a way to pit groups against one another because to entice your emotions. And this through artificial intelligence, the algorithms now, it's not difficult to figure out. And we really need to always, when we look at something, is to be able to question if it's real or not, and if it is just put it aside. One of the greatest strengths that we have is us to be able to work together as a nation.
In my consultancy, I talk about this often, in doing your due diligence. We are in the age of misinformation and disinformation, and although there's a lot available to you, you actually have to do more work now to ensure that it is factual. Right?
You know how many times when if you see a news report that comes out and you just shake your head and thinking we could track down exactly where it started. A bot in some country who pushed it out to a certain person who's being hired to do so, start pushing it out to small little media outlets, and then it gets some traction, and then all of a sudden some legitimate media picks it up because they see the number of likes and stuff, and then boom, it goes. And there's somebody, when I talk to some people who come up and say something, I'm like, oh my God, you realize what you're just repeating to me was created in a bot factory in a country far, far away here.
I might be butchering the exact quote, but we heard today about the monetization of racism, right? And so by getting those clicks and getting those likes, we're adding to an advertising budget for someone, and that just means that that small media outlet continues to survive. So, personal question, but we've got youth in the audience again, and have you ever been in a scenario where you were in conflict with your faith and your work, and how did you handle that?
The answer is no. The one is, I believe our faith, it's some would agree or disagree. I think we have been mislabeled as a religion. It's almost a way of life. And most of the things what we do and what we're taught is so universal that it allows me to fight for everybody's human rights. And I know that some Sikhs, sometimes you disagree with that. I said, I'm sorry. God does not, it doesn't mean for, sorry, this group is going to be something just because you disagree with the group. And at that time, it's not about what I believe. For me, it's always been, I think Guru Nanak Dev Ji, what a warrior he was to when he gave us the message of Ekho God, and what visionary the Guru Gobind Singh was when he gave us this identity, knowing that we're going to face difficulty everywhere we go. But because of that difficulty that we face and discrimination we face, we're going to be actually stronger. So I've never come into conflict with this work. I've had a lot of challenges with the Dastad, how do I do certain things? But I had this mentality put into my head, and it was actually my dad that mentioned this to me. He's heard the stories when I first had joined the military, I wanted to quit. And he looked at me, he goes, sure, come on home if you like, but know that every other Sikh and any other faith, whoever joins after you will be labeled as a failure because you're leaving now. But it reminded me of saying is, you can get through everything. So when anybody thinks we're the star or something, we can't do something, no. You haven't thought about it. Guru Gobind Singh would not have given us this if we couldn't do something. I skydived, right? I can skydive, I've been to the military, I scuba dive. I purposely kind of do those things also just to kind of prove that all these things can be done. There's nothing that being a Sikh that you have to limit yourself. Yes, there are rules and stuff we still have to kind of get through with some, in some situations. Like even for me, I wore a helmet. And by the way, and I say this is, I'm okay with taking the thought off to put something on, but I never did. But the reason I didn't do it wasn't because I couldn't take it off. I realized by having a small dastad that I used to wear that goes to my combat turban, the helmet fit better. And we have to also, when people say, well, why are you putting the helmet on? And I said, listen, one is, the dastad can come off, but you can deal with those things. But right now, so much technology is being integrated into your helmet, I need to be effective as well. But am I being less to my faith? No, right? And if somebody disagrees with it, sorry, that's a disagreement that we end up having. And I remember Gyan Singh Mustard, he told me a long time ago when I joined the military, he goes, you make decisions for yourself, but you're not making decisions for the rest of the Sikhs. So that's what I've always done. And through that, the difficulty was the gas mask. What did I do? I just came up with my own device. If I had made the decision, oh my God, no, it's limiting, I wouldn't have come with that. I kept working on it till I found something, right? And that ended up patented. And believe it or not, now, before I left National Defense, we started a research project that can help not only all Sikhs, but anybody with a beard, from the Jewish community, you name it, others. So I've never been in conflict.
I was going to say, an inventor, patented, you've done it all. And I agree with you. I think that we have a set of values, and I think we are a spiritual community. Last question. I hear there's an election coming up. Would you happen to be running?
There's always going to be an election coming up, right? So what I can say, yes, I'm running. But when it comes to elections, people get all freaked out about it. Oh my God, there's going to be a minority government, right? At the end of the day, that's democracy, right? I don't get stressed by it. I find it is boil it down to what politics is about. We get so complicated in the news about it. Politics, all it is what our democracy is really about. It's not about what I can get and all that stuff. Democracy is very simple here, in my opinion. And so federally, currently, there are 338 ridings. Next election, there'll be more. More that have been added on. And those 338 ridings, each riding gets to choose a Canadian to represent their views in Ottawa. That's it. And the party who's got the confidence of the House gets to form government. And the Prime Minister, who's that time, picks the ministers to become ministers to be part of the executive of government. And that's it. And then you get to then run the country. And if your constituents and Canadians believe that you have run it well, they will vote for you. And it's really that simple. And I think we get overcomplicated. Oh my God, am I going to lose my job? No, this shouldn't be about job. It's about reminding ourselves about what we were doing. We were serving Canadians. And I didn't expect to be a minister. No one should be expecting to be a minister if you get chosen. Yes, it is a huge privilege. And I've been blessed that I got picked right away to be one and go into majority government. But I will say, when people start looking at chances in the polls, just remember where we were in 2015, right? Remember that guy that, just not ready, nice hair though, right? Put him in a room, find the crowds that he gets. One of the things he does is connect with people, very well because he cares. The other thing is he's a good, great campaigner, but he also campaigns on issues that really do matter. Now I'm getting political here, but here's the reality, okay? Find a person that's actually finally given members of many different communities a real voice. A portfolio that actually had serious weight, right? It was Justin. Making policies and standing up when he needed to, right? Komagatamru apologies, other apologies that were done. And it's like, oh, you're making so many apologies. Well, guess what? Sometimes it takes leadership to look at your past and say, yeah, that was wrong. And the government at that time in the House of Commons has to make that apology. And it's not for compensation, it's to acknowledge for history that what took place in the past was wrong, right? And if anybody wants to judge how he is, then just listen to his Komagatamru speech that he gave, the apology that he gave in the House of Commons when it comes to climate, not just here in Canada but around the world. Talk about women's rights. I mean, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, gave women equality long ago, but as you know, this has been a challenge. We're still fighting to this day. And all of a sudden, when he puts it, all these revolutionary things, of having a 50% cabinet that's women, a feminist foreign policy, feminist international development policy, people all start freaking out because it's hitting the status quo. But you know what? Maybe it does need to be challenged, right? How many women now are in the work field, which is better for our economy? We need more workers. Well, guess what? And disproportionately, more women who are staying at home. And $10 a job care does have a significant impact for our economy. Plus, it's the right thing to do. And I can go on the list. I mean, reconciliation. We got tomorrow, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, right? Just imagine this is going to take generations, but it takes leadership to make those decisions and to say this is the right thing to do. And we have, I'll be honest with you, people who still upset me saying, oh my God, we're giving them so much money. Well, look how much you've taken away from their potential of where they could have been, right? And so it's not about giving money, it's about giving them an opportunity finally to decide for themselves what that future needs to be, while at the same time healing from the horribleness that we as Canadians have inflicted on our First Nations people.
You're absolutely right to say that democracy is about serving Canadians, right? And we thank you for the service that you've given us, not only through your work in government, but also in the military, also in BPD, and everything you've done. We appreciate your time tonight. Did you guys enjoy this conversation?
I have to say, I apologize. Navdeep was here last year, right? I am not as well dressed as him. I can't eloquently talk as well as him. But one thing I can do is I can run faster than him. Okay? And work out better. And please tell him that. It's the only thing that irritates him, okay?
No, we appreciate you being here so much. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your stories, Minister Sajjan.
You're not allowed to share yours.
It's truly through our stories that our history will be known and respected and appreciated. So we appreciate you sharing your stories and your time. Feels like I've known you for ages. At this time, we would actually like to acknowledge and say thank you to the sponsors who contributed to this evening. So when we call your name, we would like you to come up to the stage, please. And at this point, I'll ask Uncle Gyan Singh Ji and Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur to come up to help present the awards to our sponsors. Oh, and while they're coming up here, I have a public service announcement here. So if you don't mind bearing with me. So Mr. Singh, Minister Sajjan, and Nisha, they all mentioned building relationships and friendships in university and being, and you know, those are the relationships that are going to go long in this world. So being a true Canadian Punjabi Sikh woman, I'm asking a favor from this group here today. We have 4 young bachelors sitting in this audience, ranging in the ages from 25 to 30. So if anybody knows anybody who's looking for an eligible young man, please talk to Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur after the program is done. Okay, on a more serious note, the evening, this lovely presentation for the summit, we wouldn't have been possible without the help of the sponsors. So when I call your name, please come on up, and there'd be an acknowledgement and appreciation for what you've done. So Wild Rose Garments. Is anybody here from Wild Rose Garments?
Just what you're saying. Okay, just. And Joka Singh, Annie? Major, where is Joka Singh? Went home? We'll give it to him tomorrow. I want actually Paul Singh to come up here, please. He's the co-chair, he should be presenting this. And also Dr. Baljeet Singh, if he's still around. Let's go with my younger brother, Basant Motor. And जी तो ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਸਮਿਟ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ਼ਿਪਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ ਨੇ 7 ਜਣੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੋ 7 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜੋਗਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਥੱਕ ਗਏ ਹੋਣੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉਹ ਐਡਮਿਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੀਰ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਸੰਤ ਮੋਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਹੀ ਡਜ਼ lot of charity work so I think ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ we're certainly proud of you thank you very much mate so I will ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਲੈਸ ਕਰਾਂ
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm not a good speaker actually. What can I say? When I see so many intellectual personalities sitting together, I was here in the early session. What I have learned and heard, amazing. You know, sometimes it's a human nature that we understand that our duties and rights. It's a very important component of our life, but we do only understand our rights. Sometimes we ignore our duties. But I have seen since I've met Mr. Sandhu, and he's amazing for me. He's a role model because there's so much to learn from him. That I'm so happy that our duties are not limited to our families only, not to our province or our country. It should be abroad, internationally. If we fulfill, we are contented in our families, We should go out, help others. I am learning from him, and I can tell you that Guru Nanak, we have learned that whatever we have, kirt karo, vand shako, naam japo. So it's amazing, but I will say, what do we have? We must share with others, and this is very important to be a gratitude in life. I will try my best to be in the future that God has given us so much opportunity, and we will be with this organization. Whatever we can do, we are there because this is such a worthy cause, and he's a very visionary person that he see afar, not like us, we see very close. I really thank you so much, and I love this guy. I know his motivation is great. The way he walks at this age, amazing. Love you guys.
Thank you, Babu. Thank you so much.
The next sponsor we'd like to acknowledge is Gurdwara Gursagar Matswana Sahib.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਮਹਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਐਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਥੀ ਮਸਤਵਾਣਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਵੀ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਨੇ ਫੋਰਫਰੰਟ ਤੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਲੋੜ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੋ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਆਓ ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ both my directors please.
Most ladies have to come. होना चाहिए देना नहीं आगा. फोटो नहीं होनी चाहिए. आज if you got the camera, आज video किसी रोज का काम. No, you have to come both of you.
आंटी जी इन्होंने सानू इत्थे प्रोग्राम ही फिनिश कर देना तुसी आ जाओ.
No, beta, you have to come. किसी बोर्ड के ऊपर होना चाहिए. You have to come. आ जाओ. No, वो हाथों से होना कोई नहीं कर पाते यार मीडिया सारा काम कर दिया तो आओ
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ
Next donor we'd like to acknowledge or sponsor is Skyview Insurance Brokers.
they are also not here so I think ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਨਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
Okay, and so we'll go on with Gill Hospitality Limited.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮਨਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਗਿੱਲ ਤੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਾਲ ਨੇ ਆਜੋ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਵੇ ਤਿੰਨੋਂ ਆ ਜਾ ਅੱਜ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਬਵੇਜ਼ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕੀਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਨਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਗਿੱਲ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ
Everybody look over here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
The next sponsor is Sundar Group.
Sundar Group ਮੇਰੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬਾ 1907 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਗ੍ਰੈਂਡਫਾਦਰ ਆਏ ਸਨ ਆਓ ਜੀ ਟੌਮ ਐਂਡ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੋਨੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਦੇਵ ਤੇ ਰੌਬ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਟੌਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਦਾ ਸਾਥੀ ਲੰਬਰ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੋਏ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਵੀ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਇਸ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਮਿਹਨਤੀ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਮੋਢੀ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ 1907 ਤੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਸਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ। ਐਂਡ ਟੌਮ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਵੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣ ਵੀ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਹੁਣੇ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ 11 ਅਕਤੂਬਰ ਨੂੰ। ਟੌਮ, pleasure brother. Thanks always.
All right, if I can get everybody looking over here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
I just want to thank everybody here for what they do every day, and also, you know, an opportunity for us, because my heritage is Sikh, and I'm the third generation. We got 6 generations now in Canada. My grandfather came in 1907, and my father in 1924, and we've been contributing to the Canadian, you know, society for our whole life. And really appreciate it. And being a Sikh has been a pleasure for us. It's important. Oh yeah, also on November the 11th, we're going to do a documentary on the early Punjabi immigrants that came to Canada in 1907, and some of the issues that they faced. Every generation faces issues, no matter if you came a year from now or in the future. But if you look at the time that they came and the progress that we have made over the last 100 years is huge. The contribution that we've made to the Canadian society, to Canada, is just unbelievable. And I'm really happy to be part of it. And I really appreciate my grandfather deciding to come here and give us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਤੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ 40-45 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੀ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਹੋਵੇਗੀ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਲਮ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਸ਼ੋਇੰਗ 11 ਅਕਤੂਬਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਾਜ ਬੈਂਕਟ ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹਾ ਸੱਦਾ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ, ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਓ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਲਿਆਉਣਾ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣਾ ਗਾਣਾ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ 100 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ।
The next sponsor is Kohali Printing and Bindery Limited.
ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏ, ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਥੱਕ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ।
And we have an honorable mention as well this evening, so I'll hand that over to Uncle Ji.
Thank you, thank you. Guru Nanak Institute, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ, ਨਾਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਤੇ ਚੈਰੀਟੇਬਲ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੁਝ ਸੀਮਿਤ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਪਰ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੇਜਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ, ਮੈਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਨੇ, 40 ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇੱਕ ਮੇਜਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਜਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ, ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਲੋ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾ ਲਿਓ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਾ ਲਿਆ, ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਮੇਰਾ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਧਰਮ ਪਤਨੀ ਕੁਛ ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਕਰ ਗਏ ਸਨ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਯਾਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ over $100,000। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਜਰ ਜਸਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਣੀ ਜੇ 2 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣ ਪਲੀਜ਼। ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਜਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਬਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ, ਆਪੋ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 84 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 84 ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਟੈਲੈਕਚੁਅਲਸ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਗਿਣਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਜਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਗਿਣਦਾ। ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਤੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰਾਤੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਸਨ, ਮੈਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਕਰਦਾ, ਤੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਲੋੜ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਲੈ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਛੋਟੇ ਵੀਰ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ, ਸੱਚ ਅ ਪਲੇਜ਼ਰ ਐਟ ਲੀਸਟ।
Everybody look over here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
I'm just going to read the wording on the award. It's the Platinum Philanthropy Award for Major Jasbir Singh in recognition of his exceptional contributions and generous funding in memory of his beloved wife Dina to GNI's groundbreaking research project Gurbani Arth Milan. His dedication and leadership were instrumental in successfully completing phase 1 of the project, which involved over 2.5 years of rigorous work by 33 research scholars. Thank you.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ਕਿਸਮਤ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨਾ ਮਾਣ ਜਿਹਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਪੜਾਅ ਸੀਗਾ, ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਟੇਜ ਸੀਗੀ। ਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਜਸ ਵੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਹੀ ਪੂਰੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅਰਥ ਮਿਲਾਨ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸਕੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਪੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ, ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਲ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ। ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਕਨਫਾਈਨਡ ਟੂ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੱਕ ਜਮਾਉਣ ਕੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਵਿਰਸਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਂਝੀਵਾਲਤਾ ਦੀ ਮਿਸਾਲ ਕਾਇਮ ਕਰਦਾ। ਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਰਿਣੀ ਹਾਂ GNI ਦਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ। ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੇਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੈਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਲੈ ਲਈਏ। ਮੈਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਭਲਾਈ ਬੈਠੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਹੋਰ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵਸ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ, ਤੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਰਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ, ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਸੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਦੀਪੀ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਤਿੰਨੋਂ ਹੀ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਓ ਪਲੀਜ਼। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਛੋਟੇ ਨੇ। ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵਸ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀ 1999 'ਚ ਐਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਯਾਦਾਸ਼ਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀ 1999 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਡੈਡੀਕੇਟਡ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੌਕਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਊਂਡਰਸ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਜੋ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ, ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਬੇਟੀ, ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਮ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਾਰਜਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਹ 100% ਟਾਈਮ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਈ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਡਿਜੀਟਾਈਜ਼ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਲਾਇਬ੍ਰੇਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ। ਜਦ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੋਗੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕਰ ਸਕੋਗੇ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ। ਸੋ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਦ ਸੇਵਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਤੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਚੰਦ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤੇ ਸਨ, ਅੱਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਵਰਤਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਾਈ ਤੇ ਭਾਈ ਕਨਈਆ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਆ ਜਾਣ, ਕੋਈ ਆ ਜਾ ਜੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਆ ਜਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਆਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਅੱਡਾ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਸਾਰਾ ਅੱਡਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ। ਤੇ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਪਰੌਠੇ ਛਕਾਉਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਬਸ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ। ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਬੋਲੂ ਸਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਬਿਟੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਸ਼ੀ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਵਨ, ਨਾਟ ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ। Come on, you can go. Come on, Deepi, come back. No way.
We're just so grateful to have the honor to showcase what we're doing to help preserve Sikh heritage in Canada. And anything that anybody wants to, I don't know, gets digitized so that everyone can share in your stories, please reach out. We're just so honored. Thank you very much.
ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਪੁੱਤ ਸੁਪੁੱਤ ਕਰੇ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੰਨ ਕੇ ਤੇ preserve the present for the future. It's a necessity. Our Gurbani, even Gurbani, Sikh history is distorted so much from the back. ਤੇ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ 84 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਾਇਬ੍ਰੇਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਡਿਸਟਰਬ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ।
ਅੱਜ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਟੈਸਟ ਸਪੀਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ। ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਿਫਟ ਦੇਣਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ। ਗੁਰਜੀਤ ਉਹ ਬੈਗ ਲਿਆਓ ਆਪਣੇ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਰਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਆਓ। Small token of appreciation for his services. Thank you.
Should I put it on?
Yeah.
All right, everybody look over here. Ready? I'll cook it too. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਨੇ MCs ਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ। ਐਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰਜੀਤ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਮ ਚਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਰਹਿ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ? ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਨਾਟ ਅ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਹਸਪਿਟੈਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੈਡ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕੱਲ ਤੇ ਬੇਟੀਆਂ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸੁਖਵਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੋਪ ਦੇਰ ਯੂ ਆਰ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਵੀ ਪਲੀਜ਼, ਜਿੰਨਾ ਹਸਪਿਟੈਲਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਟੇਕ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 9 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਸੱਚੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਸਰ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਨਵਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਤਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਨੇ 9 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਜੋ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਐਂਡ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ 12 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਦੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਆ। ਸੋ 12 ਮੈਂਬਰ 9 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ। ਕੱਲ ਸਵੇਰੇ 7:30 ਵਜੇ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾਲਤਾ ਕਰਿਓ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਅਗਲਾ ਦਿਨ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸਪੀਕਰ ਅੱਜ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਜੋਏ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਰੋਗੇ। ਕੱਲ ਕੀਨੋਟ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਰਾਮ ਗੋਤਰਾ ਜੀ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਸਮਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੀ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟੈਡ ਟਾਕਸ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਟਾਕ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਮੈਸਮਰਾਈਜ਼ ਯੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਪੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਲਿਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।